Xiao Su also exclaimed. Is this the strength of the 8-chi great god? But Daxiao can actually have a golden-feathered phoenix bird. Aren't you worried about the appearance of a second one? Tanaka Sheng shook his head, as if he was still drunk, and then said drunkenly, although you are the president of the university, your understanding of mythical beasts does not seem to be deep enough. I only know that above diamond-level monsters are divine beasts, but do you know that divine beasts are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels? Xiao Su said seriously, I would like to hear the details. Tanaka Sheng introduced with a serious face. The mythical beasts above the diamond level are also divided into 3 levels, which we call Star Glory, Moon Glory, and Sun Corona, which represent the bloodline differences between the mythical beasts. This is why diamond-level monsters with the blood of dragons and phoenixes are stronger than other diamond-level monsters, because pure-blooded dragons and phoenixes start as moonlight-level monsters, and corona-level ones are kings who rule the world of monsters. Although that golden-feathered phoenix bird has gradually returned to the level of a mythical beast by purifying the phoenix bloodline in its body, it is still the lowest star-level mythical beast. Xiao Su said in surprise, it's already so difficult to collect divine blood. Where do you need to find this level of divine beast essence and blood? Tanaka Sheng continued. As far as we know, the dragon blood that Qinglong Beast Control University once had was the blood essence of Yuehui-level mythical beasts, but obviously, we failed to get it. Then he said with a somewhat solemn expression, in the end, it is our ally, Melitian, who provided us with a drop of moonlight-level divine beast blood essence. They didn't have any contact with us and directly sent people to send the divine blood. Obviously, everything we did was not hidden from their eyes. We are worthy of being the most powerful country in the world. Faced with Xiao Su's question, Tanaka Sheng just smiled helplessly and then said, we were indeed worried about this at the beginning, but after we actually took over this divine blood, we realized why they were not worried about this at all. Xiao Su's eyes widened when he heard this. Obviously, he didn't expect this. Doesn't this mean? Tanaka Sheng interrupted. Yes, it means that they control the living moonlight-level beasts and have reached adulthood. In comparison, even if the Yamada God has completed its bloodline, it still needs time to grow. So Melitian is not worried at all that the Yamada God will subvert their status. Xiao Su drank a glass of wine as if he was in shock. After calming down, he asked curiously, but it was just said that the 8-chi great god needs 2 copies of the moonlight-level divine beast essence and blood. Now Melitian has provided one. The one from Qinglong Beast Control University has not been obtained, so where did the remaining one come from? Tanaka Sheng also took a sip of wine, and then said, unfortunately, I just said that we have collected 7 of the 8 kinds of divine blood needed by Yamada, and only the last one is left, which is the second moonlight-level divine beast essence blood. What's missing is the most important part. Is there no solution? Xiao Su asked with great concern. His attitude also made Tanaka Sheng very satisfied, and he said with a smile, of course there is a way. In fact, we already know where to get this moonlight-level divine beast essence and blood, but we still need to make some preparations. Xiao Su nodded. Since Tian Zhongxing was not prepared to say anything, he had no intention of asking. It would be bad if he caused dissatisfaction with the other party. After all, he was now completely hostile to Daxia and could only rely on Fusang. The drinking lasted until late at night, and then Xiao Su was drunk and sent back to his residence. Maybe it's because they feel that 2 people from the same place can communicate with each other and relieve the loneliness of being in a foreign country. So even though Xiao Su and Su Zhe have been removed from surveillance, their residences are still adjacent. The sound of Xiao Su being sent back also awakened Su Zhe from his meditation. He frowned and said, the guy who betrayed the country is still very prosperous here, and he was actually allowed to get the position of captain of the secret guard. In the entire Fuso, he is already 1 person below 10,000 people. Su Zhe couldn't help but think of the previous scene when Xiao Su mercilessly killed the Fusang secret guards disguised as Daxia spirit guards. Logically speaking, although he realized something was wrong belatedly, Lin Shi should have also realized that something was wrong. It's just that he still showed no mercy and killed him painfully. But this doesn't mean anything. Even if he really sees through it, In order to win the trust of the other party, he has to pretend that he doesn't see anything. Suzy has not forgotten how his teacher Lin she was attacked from behind by Xiao Su and died in his arms. When he thought of this, Suzy couldn't help but clenched his fists. Once he gets the chance, Suzy will let Xiao Su experience what it feels like to be stabbed through the body from behind. A few more days passed like this, and the golden feathered phoenix was still just a hair away from the divine beast. Suzy was not in a hurry for success. The effect of the sycamore fruit was definitely sufficient, but the forced end of nirvana had caused some hidden dangers. What she needs now is some external stimulation to help break the shackles. At this moment, Zaraki Ishin came over and asked him to get out. After all, he is now nominally Zaraki Ishin's puppet. Suzy was wondering what was the purpose of this time. Could it be that the Yamada ugly snake is about to complete its bloodline? But Feng Qingyi hasn't been able to take this last step yet. Just when he was full of questions, he saw Ishin Zaraki taking him to a familiar place. It was the shadow of the unknown monster that he stepped on as an anchor when he first came to Fuso. Why did you bring me here? Could it be that they are going to Daxia to carry out another conspiracy? Suzy instantly became alert. If this was really the case, he must find a way to sneak out to report the news and thwart their plan. When he approached, he found that Xiao Su was already waiting here. The same goes for Tanaka Sheng and 2 or 3 powerful Fuso secret guards. Seeing Tanaka Sheng and Xiao Su standing so close, Zaraki Ishin's face became very ugly. But he still took Suzy and walked over, and then said, "Are everyone here? When everyone is here, get ready. We are going to pass through the shadow world through the shadow of the mythical beast and enter the opposite world of monsters." Suzy's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately realized that as a puppet, he shouldn't have such big mood swings, and hurriedly controlled himself to calm down. But he still listened attentively to the introduction about this incident. Suzy really didn't expect that Fuso's research on the anchor point had reached such a point that he could even pass through the anchor point and enter the opposite world. Xiao Su was also very surprised and said with his mouth wide open, "Are we going to the world of monsters this time?" Tanaka Sheng said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. Since we have such preparations, we will definitely not die in vain. As long as we act carefully, we will definitely come back intact." Then his tone changed again, and he said with a serious face, "But it is undeniable that it is indeed very dangerous there. That's why Zaraki, the bastard, gave us the task. We must be careful when we get there." Xiao Su also nodded obediently and said he understood. The huge shadow rippled like water, slowly swallowing everyone in, including Xiao Su, who had not contracted a dark attribute monster. Just like when Lin Shi entered the Shadow Realm with Suzy, who had not yet contracted the Shadow Moon Wolf King, now he already has the ability to enter the Shadow Realm on his own. Thinking of this, the expression on Suzy's face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel more murderous intention towards Xiao Su. Xiao Su seemed to feel something and looked at Suzy, but Suzy had already looked away. In the Shadow World, a group of people suddenly appeared in this dim world without any warning. Suzy passed through in a hurry last time, and this time he was not held hostage by others, so he was able to look at this place carefully. Even he had to sigh that Fuso Dark Guard was indeed a master of controlling dark attribute monsters, and had been deeply involved in the Shadow Realm for many years. In comparison, although Lin Shi's Nightmare Lord is also a dual attribute monster with dark attributes and spiritual attributes, he is also one of the lords of the Shadow Realm. But he obviously pays more attention to the development of the spiritual attributes of monsters, and the use of dark attributes is much worse in comparison. Suzy even saw Fusong building houses in the Shadow World and creating a large-scale city. If Suzy hadn't noticed this today, I'm afraid that even if Daxia completely defeated Fusong, they would still have a chance to make a comeback. But this is also related to the fact that they have an anchor point formed by shadow. It is this unique condition that can help them understand the Shadow World deeply. But what shocked him most was when he looked up. What he saw was not only the dark sun unique to the Shadow World, but also the shadow of another world clearly hanging upside down above their heads. Ishin Zaraki walked at the front like the leader of the crowd and said, "Above the sky of the Shadow Realm is the Shadow Realm of the monster world. Just a few years ago it was just a hazy scene, but recently it has suddenly become a lot clearer. This means that the distance between the world of monsters and beasts is getting closer and closer to us. This is why we must try our best to help Yamato replenish his bloodline as soon as possible. This way, even if the monster world is completely invaded, we can still survive under the protection of Yamada. However, the closer distance between the two worlds is not completely unprofitable for us. For example, we used this opportunity to invade Dacia through the anchor point. It is also because of this reason that we are able to cross the barrier between worlds and go to the world of monsters. Otherwise, it would be far from being able to do it with our current strength alone. Zaraki Ishin did not lead them into the city of the shadow world, but flew straight into the air. Just like Chang'e flying towards the moon, she flew towards the dark sun in the sky of the shadow world. But unlike the sun that is out of reach in the normal world, although the dark sun in the shadow world is far away, after everyone flew perseveringly for a long time, they still arrived in front of the dark sun. The dark sun that was originally about the size of a plate now looks very huge. Although it is still completely incomparable to the sun in the outside world, it is still like a dark continent hanging above their heads. As a light born in the extreme darkness, although it exudes a dark light, it does not have a scorching temperature, but instead reveals a coolness. Zaraki Ishin introduced again. The dark sun is the light born from the darkness. It is the aggregation of countless dark forces, and its power is so powerful that it can even distort space. That's why the dark sun has become our only way to cross the world barrier. But even so, we still need the protection of at least 3 Lord-level monsters with outstanding dark attributes. At this point, he looked at Suze beside him. Originally, the 3 of us had exactly 1 Lord-level monster in our hands, but unfortunately one of them died in Linshi's hands. Fortunately, Mr. Xiao, you saved Suze. I didn't expect that in addition to the Golden Feather Phoenix, he also has the Lord-level Shadow Moon Wolf King. In order to gather 3 Lord-level monsters, we launched a hunt in the Shadow Realm, including the Shadow Moon Wolf King, but accidentally let the Shadow Moon Wolf King escape with injuries. We later found the body of the old Wolf King, but found that before he died, he had condensed all his blood into monster eggs and laid them. His body had no use value. This kid may have been lucky enough to meet the heir left by the Wolf King. Suze recalled what the Nightmare Lord said when he hatched the Shadow Moon Wolf King. The old Wolf King was seriously injured and died of an enemy, but he did not expect that this so-called enemy was the Fuso Dark Guard. After all, this group of bastards and I have one more grudge. At this time, Xiao Su raised a question, but as far as I know, Suze's Shadow Moon Wolf King is not fully mature yet. I'm afraid it is not enough to become the 3rd Lord-level monster to protect us, right? Tanaka Shung beside him explained his doubts. When we made the judgment that 3 Lord-level monsters were needed, the world of monsters was farther away than it is now. Not long ago, the distance between the 2 worlds suddenly narrowed a lot. With the current distance, Zaraki's and I's beast control plus his Shadow Moon Wolf King are enough. Xiao Su nodded. In that case, let's start quickly. The 3 beast masters worked together to create an illusory passage above the dark sun, which stretched forward with no end in sight. I'm guarding the passage here, you can go in. Zaraki Ishin said to everyone. Captain Zaraki, aren't you afraid of death? Tanaka Shung mocked. Zaraki Ishin did not answer, neither affirming nor denying. Humph. Although the world of monsters is very dangerous, there are also many opportunities. Maybe I can get a contract with a mythical beast. Tanaka Shung said with a cold snort. Zaraki Ishin was silent for a moment, then turned his head and glanced at Suze. Understood. Suze nodded and followed a few people into the passage. He was also curious about what the world of monsters and beasts was like. Suze wanted to end this threat that he would have to face sooner or later as soon as possible. Zaraki Ishin looked at this scene with a confused face. What did he understand? How did he go in? Zaraki Ishin did have the idea of letting Suze enter the world of monsters on his behalf, but gave up in the end. Because first, Suze's current strength is still too weak. Even if there is any opportunity there, he can't snatch it from Tanzhong Sheng and Xiao Su. Secondly, because of the golden-feathered phoenix bird, the Emperor now also values Suze very much, and he does not want anything to happen to Suze in his hands. If the golden-feathered phoenix was implicated, he would have to walk around without food. Does it mean that all the puppets nowadays share the master's worries like this? I hope he won't cause any problems there. Otherwise, it will not be sharing the worries, but creating worries. A huge suction force came from the dark passage. The few people didn't know how long it had passed. They only knew that their eyes had already adapted to the extreme darkness brought by the surrounding dark sun. At this moment, several people fell from the dark sun of the shadow world in another world as if they were vomited out. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Suze wave his hands and feet, and when he was about to call out Feng Qingyi to help him fly, Xiao Su caught him on the side. Just as Suze was about to get rid of him, he heard Xiao Su say, "Remind you, don't call out that little phoenix. We are in the shadow realm now, and the eternal phoenix fire on its body will make us a target. And this is the shadow realm of the monster world. There are countless mythical beasts. To them, your little phoenix is a delicious piece of tender meat." Suze knew that what he said made sense, so he suppressed the disgust in his heart and did not break away. Tanaka Sheng said, "Xiao Jun, we have to leave the shadow world first and find the owner of the shadow. Does it have to be the master of the shadow? Aren't there many monsters in the shadow world?" Xiao Su asked. Tanaka Sheng carefully hid his figure and said while looking for an exit, "Xiao Jun, even in the world of monsters, there are only a few strong beasts, let alone you Hui-level beasts. Even if we are lucky and find a moonlight-level beast in the shadow world, we will definitely not be his opponent. I found it. The exit from the shadow world is over here." As Tanaka Sheng explained, he sensed the changes in power around him, finally found the exit, and walked over with a group of people. In addition to Tanaka Sheng, Xiao Su, and Suze, there are 6 others. They are all strong among the Fuso secret guards, starting at the captain level. It's just that none of them are Zaraki Ishin's subordinates. Xiao Su followed Tian Zhongxing and continued to ask, "What is the owner of this shadow? Why are you sure you can get blood from him?" Suze also pricked up his ears. This is what he wanted to know. Tanaka Sheng smiled and said, "Xiao Jun, let me ask you, what is the most important thing as an anchor?" "That's right. Just like the sycamore tree used as an anchor in Daxia, our Fuso's shadow anchor has not changed in the hundreds of years since we discovered it. This is strange, isn't it? Since it is the shadow of a living thing, there is no reason for it to remain motionless for hundreds of years. Even if the light is fixed, he should be making moves." "That's right, an extremely powerful beast that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years." After experiencing a brief dizziness, Suze felt a slight pain in front of his eyes, which was stimulated by the light. They have now left the shadow realm, but what they see is not the landforms of the monster world. They are surrounded by earthy brownstone walls. They were in a cave, and the source of light was a huge pearl on the top of the mountain. It exudes eternal light, illuminating the entire cave. Tanaka Sheng warned everyone, "Remember, we smuggled in through the shadow realm. We were able to enter this world because of the laws of the shadow realm, so we must not leave the scope of the shadow." Everyone nodded. Fortunately, the range of the shadow is very large and does not make them feel restricted. What kind of monster can cast such a huge shadow? They looked up and saw a black dragon firmly fixed in the air by 4 iron chains as thick as a road. The black dragon's size is even larger, like a black island, fixed in the sky. 4 iron chains started from the dragon's claws and wrapped around the dragon's body, then passed upwards and were fixed at the top of the cave. The top of the dragon's body is the bright pearl, which casts a shadow that has not changed for hundreds of years. "It seems to be asleep," someone whispered. "Huh. Whoever had been locked up for hundreds of years would probably have had no choice but to sleep for a long time to numb himself." Tanaka Sheng looked up at the black dragon's huge body and said, "What we need to do next is to find the fragile parts of its body and try to obtain blood." The first thing they considered was naturally the 4 dragon claws pierced by iron chains. The wounds there were still ferocious, but they were already as dry as dead trees, with no sign of blood. But at least the wound is not covered by dragon scales, and its defense is weak. Let's try to expand the wound and get blood. In fact, this is indeed the case. Even if it is a divine beast, the necrotic wound has no power protection. They successfully enlarged the wound, but it was still necrotic. It was like digging a spring in a dry place, but no blood flowed out. Just when everyone wants to give up and look for a new place to start, dark red blood suddenly gurgled out, and they hurriedly took out the prepared containers to put them in. During this period, he didn't forget to pay attention to the movement of the black dragon. But even though everyone started a big project on it, like digging a well, they still couldn't wake him up from the pain. It seems that the sleeping place is so dead and safe. Is this the end? It seems a little too easy, Tanaka-shung said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although I didn't encounter any adventures, I didn't encounter any danger either. It would be best if I could go back safely. But at this moment, someone came over excitedly and said, when he had just gone to the side to solve the problem due to internal urgency, he accidentally discovered that there was a huge space in the corner of the cave. Captain Tanaka, Captain Xiao, treasure house. I found this dragon's treasure house. There is a lot of gold in it. It's just gold, don't make a fuss. Are you responsible for waking it up? Tanaka-shung was startled by him and scolded him in a low voice. The man also quickly lowered his voice and replied, but I also saw several monster crystal nuclei, very large monster crystal nuclei. I have never seen them before. But what none of them noticed was, even though a hole was drilled into his body and he was bleeding, the black dragon remained motionless. But when they were talking about the treasure house, their closed eyes seemed to tremble slightly. Tanaka-shung suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, don't worry about the monster crystal core. The mission is the most important. Don't create extraneous matters. Although he also knew that for a moonlight-level black dragon, only the mythical beast-level monster crystal cores were worth collecting. But he knew better to be cautious. As a human being, it was better to leave the world of monsters as soon as possible. At this time, Xiao Su came over, leaned into Tan Zhongsheng's ear, and said, Captain Tan Zhong, I think you can go take a look. He continued to say in a seductive manner, according to my understanding, the core of the artifact should be the crystal core of the divine beast. A divine beast crystal core that has not been refined in any way. Although it is not a divine weapon, it should be comparable to one of your country's 3 divine weapons. Tanaka-shung nodded, inevitably feeling a little shaken in his heart. The strength gap between him and Zaraki Ishin is only reflected in the artifact. If he now obtains a divine beast crystal core that is comparable to the artifact, Tanaka-shung felt his heart beat a few beats faster, but he still said with some concern, but our mission this time has been completed. It is best to leave here quickly. If this dragon wakes up, it will be troublesome. Xiao Su continued to persuade with a smile. Tanaka-kun, our mission this time went so smoothly. We have plenty of time. Besides, if you just go to get something and leave, how much time will it take? This dragon didn't wake up even after we bled it out like this. It won't wake up by chance. Tian Zhongxing glanced at the huge black dragon that was motionless and the ferocious wounds they opened on the dragon's body, and seemed to agree with Xiao Su's statement. Because the shadow cast by this dragon serves as an anchor point between the 2 worlds, equivalent to the junction of the 2 worlds, everyone can only move within the shadow range. If the scope of the treasure just seen exceeds the coverage of the shadow, then it can only mean that there is no connection. Xiao Su responded, that's exactly what I meant. Whoever discovered the treasure just now, lead the way. The man immediately walked at the front, leading everyone towards the place he had just discovered. Suze was left at the back. After all, in their eyes, Suze was Zaraki Ishin, so it was inevitable that they would be a little excluded. Suze didn't care about this. The reason why he came here was simply to gain a deeper understanding of the enemy he would collide with in the future. Suze looked up as if aware. Directly above him was the black dragon's head. Just now he seemed to feel that the shadow under his feet moved slightly, which meant that the dragon's head had moved. But when he raised his head, he didn't see anything. The black dragon still had his eyes closed, looking like he was sleeping. Is it my imagination? Suze shook his head and followed. But he did not relax his vigilance against the black dragon. Even when facing the unkind eyes of everyone, Suze still squeezed into the middle of the crowd. Even if he was in danger, there would always be someone to block the gun for him first. What he didn't notice was that although the dragon body above them didn't move at all, the shadows under their feet became darker and deeper. Here we are. This is the place I found before. The person leading the way said, pointing ahead. Not far from where he pointed, There was a pool of wet water stains on the wall. It was obviously where he put the water, so he found it. What caught their eyes was a pile of huge gold nuggets the size of a hill. This flat-topped gold mountain was about a few hundred meters high, but its length and width reached 1,000 meters. It looked more like a huge golden tree stump. The surface of Jinshan is also very irregular, and it seems that it has not experienced artificial smelting and segmentation. But it is very pure, emitting red light under the light. Thinking about it, dragon flame is probably more effective than any method used by humans to refine gold. Xiao Su looked at Jinshan and admired. This dragon should have directly melted an entire gold mine to create this Jinshan. The top of the Jinshan is flat, not sharp, so I think this should be the bed he built for himself. If he hadn't been hung outside by chains, I'm afraid he would be sleeping on this golden mountain right now. Unfortunately, all Jinshan is outside the coverage of the shadow, so they cannot touch it at close range, let alone take it away. But they couldn't take away this golden mountain, which was as big as a mountain. And around this golden mountain, there are several monster crystal nuclei scattered, each of which is dozens of meters in diameter. This is a scale that is far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters in the human world. They are obviously the cores of divine beasts. But now, they are scattered around like marbles played by a child. What shocked people was that there was only one divine beast crystal core, which happened to be stuck on the edge of the shadow range. Tian Zhongxing looked at Xiao Su standing aside with joy. Xiao Jun, this is really a blessing from God. Xiao Su also smiled and replied. Tanaka-kun, why don't you go and put it away quickly? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it anymore. Although Tanaka Sheng just smiled on his face, his body walked over honestly and summoned his own beast. His beast master was like a huge moving black clay. It used its body to wrap the entire divine beast crystal core inside, and then returned to the beast master space, bringing the divine beast crystal core with it. Okay, Mr. Xiao, this harvest has far exceeded our expectations. Everyone, please leave here quickly. Then the group left quickly and headed towards where they came from. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "What's wrong?" Everyone hurriedly turned to look at him, only to see him covering his mouth and pointing upward desperately, his eyes full of fear. Although the others did not raise their heads, they all realized what happened, because above their heads, there was the sound of heavy breathing like thunder and the sound of metal hitting when the huge iron chain was pulled. Suze looked up tremblingly and saw a pair of huge golden eyes that had been completely opened. The giant black dragon woke up, opened its huge mouth like an abyss, and let out an angry dragon roar that shocked the soul. Although he did not speak, this dragon's roar directly touched everyone's soul, making everyone present understand the meaning of its dragon's roar. You small and humble ugly bugs, I haven't crushed your world yet. You actually dare to come and take away my flesh, blood, and treasures. You all deserve to be crushed to death. No, this evil dragon has woken up. Everyone run away. Tanaka Sheng gave the order, and everyone hurriedly began to flee. I knew that was not an illusion just now. Suze also shouted in his heart. At this time, the angry black dragon had spit out black dragon flames from its mouth. Because he had been prepared for it, Suze decisively hid behind everyone to block the gun and quickly escaped. Others were not so lucky. One person on the spot was burned to ashes in an instant because he had no time to escape. But then they discovered that although the dragon woke up, it still couldn't get rid of the control of the iron chain. Its entire body was tightly bound, making it difficult to move. Only its head could move. Everyone, please avoid the direction its head is facing, and be careful of the dragon flames. This discovery also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and then they all dodged the next attack. They were mainly shocked by the sudden resurgence of the black dragon, but now they have begun to show their strength after calming down. Suze, who had hid aside early, saw this and felt it was quite a pity. Can this dragon give me some strength? Let's burn a few more to death. Soon, Suze's wish came true. When the next burst of dragon flames came out, the shadow on the ground suddenly stretched out many tentacles and wrapped around everyone. Because all attention was focused on the direction of the dragon's head, 2 more people were controlled by the tentacles and then burned to ashes. Some people want to fly to escape, but they can't leave the shadow. The burned ashes of the dead people's bodies and the corpses of their deceased beasts were scattered in the shadows, and they all disappeared, as if there was a huge, invisible mouth swallowing everything. At the same time, the time between the black dragon's use of dragon flames became increasingly shorter. All the previous wounds on his body had healed, but the wounds from the 4 chains still remained. This black dragon seems to be lacking in strength. It has to rely on killing people to absorb power to maintain its attack. Suze observed from the sidelines. From the beginning, he felt that it was very strange. The black dragon was a mythical beast, but it was a little too petty. The dragon flames spit out from its mouth looked very strong in human eyes. But in front of the huge body of the black dragon, it was as small as a toothpick. Logically speaking, its dragon flames should be able to cover the entire area in front of it, leaving no chance for people to dodge. Why did this dragon become so weak? Is it just because it has been imprisoned in iron chains for thousands of years? Suze looked at the huge luminous source at the top of the cave. From the beginning, he was curious about what kind of thing could emit light for thousands of years forever. Now he had some vague guesses in his mind. At this time, except for Xiao Su and Tian Zhongxing, everyone else was almost dead. Suze, who had been hiding on the edge to reduce his sense of presence, had to be noticed and began to avoid the dragon flame attack like those before. Xiao Su urged, "Captain Tianzhong, are you okay? Why haven't you opened the passage into the shadow world yet?" Suze was also very confused. In his impression, entering the shadow world should be a very simple matter. Just as you sink into water, you sink into the shadow, and you enter the shadow world. But from the beginning of the Black Dragon's resurgence and attack, Tanaka Sheng has been trying to open the passage to the shadow world, but has never succeeded. Suze didn't believe it and asked Shadow Moon Wolf King to try it. As expected, there was no reaction at all, and his face couldn't help but look ugly. "Insects, stop struggling. The reason why they used my shadow as the pillar between the two worlds was because I, one of the masters of the shadow world, use my shadow as a means of self-improvement." The Black Dragon's voice directly echoed in everyone's soul, and they all understood each other's meaning. Suze also knew that anchors in the world of monsters seemed to be called pillars, which seemed to be somewhat different from their understanding of anchors used to bring the two worlds closer. But without allowing him to think about it, Suze felt that he had been negligent for a moment and was controlled by the tentacles in the other party's shadow. Black dragon flames flew towards Suze, and the scorching temperature made him feel that the hair on his forehead began to dry and curl. At this moment, a pleasant cry sounded, and golden red flames appeared in front of Suze, blocking all the black dragon flames. The golden red flame was extinguished as a result, revealing Feng Qingyi, who had completely lost the appearance of a mortal bird and turned into a golden feathered phoenix. Suze could only sigh and mutter in his heart. "I originally wanted to hide my strength and take advantage of this opportunity to sneak back, but now I am forced to expose it in advance." Yes, not long ago, the golden feathered phoenix had successfully broken through to the divine beast and became the golden feathered phoenix, but Suze had always hidden this news. Another reason why he took the initiative to participate in this mission this time was to find an opportunity to sneak attack Xiao Su and avenge Lin Shi. But now that his strength has been exposed in advance, it will be difficult to make a sneak attack. Black Dragon instantly became excited, abandoned Xiao Su and Tian Zhongxing, and began to attack Suze with all his strength. Black dragon flames that were much thicker than before were spitting towards Suze, and the obstruction under his feet made it impossible for him to avoid it. Although the golden feather phoenix has become a mythical beast, it still has a long time to grow. She is now only equivalent to a diamond-level monster of more than 90 levels. But with bloodline suppression and various bloodline secret techniques, I am afraid that even a 100-level monster at full level may not be her opponent. The problem is that she is still very weak among the mythical beasts and cannot withstand too many attacks from the black dragon. "This won't work. Let's try our best." Then Suze pointed at the shining pearl above and said, "Qingyi, let's take the initiative. Attack that pearl." After Feng Qingyi accepted the order, he immediately spread his wings and flew towards the bright pearl above that illuminated the entire cave. As a divine beast, she is not excluded by the rules of the monster world and can leave the shadows safely. And just as Feng Qingyi was getting closer and closer to the attack target, Black Dragon panicked, as Suze expected. It gave up attacking others and instead used all its strength to intercept Feng Qingyi flying in the air. "Little bird, get down here." It looked very anxious and didn't care about other people at all. It just wanted to stop Feng Qingyi. No matter how hard it struggled, the thick iron chain made a creaking sound, as if it was about to be torn off at any time. But there was always just a small gap. It couldn't break free and could only spit out dragon flames in an attempt to burn Feng Qingyi down. However, Feng Qingyi, who had broken through to the divine beast, not only did not increase in size, but shrank a lot, and was very flexible in the air to avoid the dragon flames. Even if he encounters a situation where he cannot escape, golden red phoenix fire will appear on his body to help offset the dragon flames for a moment, and then he will escape. Her first nirvana was completed with the help of dragon flames. Although it was only a weak dragon flame that was about to be extinguished, it also gave her a certain degree of resistance and would not be burned to ashes like others after just being contaminated. Suze, who was standing on the ground, couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. I guessed it right. The effect of that bead is not only to provide light to form shadows, but it is its dragon bead. In order to prevent the black dragon from breaking free, the person who imprisoned the black dragon took away the dragon ball, which is the source of the dragon clan's power. As a result, the black dragon became very weak. Then the dragon ball was fixed above, forming a shadow, and at the same time, it also emitted some weak power to help the black dragon maintain life. Using local materials and using its own dragon beads to seal it, I don't know whether it should be called clever or terrifying. The black dragon now relies on the light cast by its dragon ball to maintain its current weak state, so it will never allow anyone to destroy its dragon ball. Seeing that the little phoenix had flown out of his attack range and was about to touch its dragon ball, the black dragon became anxious. While she was anxious, she also realized that she had become stupid because of her panic. Although it had nothing to do with the flying bird, it could attack her master. Although the black dragon didn't know what a beast master was, he could tell at a glance that the magic circle used by the tiny human when he summoned the golden feather phoenix was an unequal magic circle with powerful binding force. With this contract formation, once the party in the dominant position of the contract dies, the other party will suffer very serious harm even if it does not die. Little bird, I don't know why you would give up the dignity of a divine beast to sign such an unequal contract with a puny human being. But this is your biggest weakness. The black dragon gave up attacking the golden feather phoenix and instead chose to focus on Suze. You need to get rid of its master first before the phoenix attacks your dragon ball. When Suze saw the black dragon lowering its huge head and turning to look at him, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Is this going to turn all tactics into stealing? It just depends on who succeeds first. Almost at the same time, Black Dragon and Feng Qingyi spit out Black Dragon flames and Golden Red Phoenix fire respectively. It's really going to end now. Seeing something bad, Suze wanted to run away, but the strongest beast was not around, and he could not escape the shackles of the shadows extending from the shadows. I haven't taken revenge yet, so I can't explain it here. Suze struggled to pull out a leg from the black mud-like shadow, but at this time Long Yin had already arrived in front of him. It's over. At this moment, a figure appeared and hugged Suze and quickly escaped. Why are you standing there in a daze? Why don't you get out of the way? At that moment, Suze seemed to hear Lin Shi's voice. He looked at the figure expectantly, but the smile on his face froze in an instant. Because the person who saved him was none other than the traitor Xiao Su who he wanted to kill. How could I have the illusion that this guy is teacher Lin Shi? Suze said through gritted teeth, not paying attention to the shadow that quickly left Xiao Su's body. Just as Suze dodged the attack, Feng Qingyi's flame also fell on the black dragon's dragon ball. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, the light it cast became much dimmer, only about half of its original brightness. The black dragon, which had lost half of its light, instantly became much weaker, its head lowered in a depressed manner. Not far away, Tanaka Shung's happy voice also came at the right time. Xiao Jun, come here quickly. The power blocking the shadow world has disappeared. We can leave. Xiao Su took advantage of the situation and threw the struggling Suze out, and rushed towards Ten Zhongxing, and the two figures sank quickly. Su Zhe also shouted to Feng Qingyi, who was still trying to burn the dragon beads with flames. Qingyi, it's okay. Let's get out of here quickly. Feng Qingyi glanced at it unwillingly, tried it twice with her claws, and found that she couldn't pick off the bright bead, and then flew back to Su Zhe. Without Feng Qingyi's attack, Longzhu gradually regained its brightness. Su Zhe hurriedly followed the traces left by Tanaka Sheng and the two, and used the power of the Shadow Moon Wolf King to open the shadow world and chase after them. And at the moment when Su Zhe's figure disappeared, the Dragon Ball began to slowly regain its brightness, and the Black Dragon's aura gradually stabilized. After being imprisoned for thousands of years, he became very neurotic, and that was why he lost his temper when Feng Qingyi was about to attack his Dragon Ball. He had completely forgotten that his Dragon Ball could not be destroyed by an ordinary cub of a mythical beast that had not yet reached adulthood. But it is still a shame. As one of the masters of the Shadow World, the Shadow Dragon King was played by ant-like humans. It let out an angry dragon roar, and its dazzling golden eyes seemed to see through the entire Shadow World. At the expense of precious strength, he used the anchor point to leave a mark on the other side of his shadow. Humans, just wait for me. Sooner or later, the two worlds will collide, and I will eventually be free. At that time, I will come to your land and take back all the humiliation I have suffered today 1,000 times over. The dragon's roar seemed to faintly reach Su Zhe's ears, who had already arrived in the shadow world, but he didn't pay attention. Instead, he looked in front of him in surprise, because what he saw was that Xiao Su used his traditional skills again and stabbed Tanaka Sheng's body from behind. Just now he took Xiao Su back to the shadow realm and got out of danger, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was completely unprepared and was penetrated by Xiao Su next to him. Actually, you don't have to be like this. As long as you ask, I'm completely willing to hand it over to you. Tanaka Sheng endured the pain in his chest and said with a smile while sucking in the cold air, Captain Tanaka is too polite. The sacred beast crystal core is yours. How could I snatch it away? Xiao Su said with a smile while sending the dagger in his hand. Under the severe pain, Tanaka spit out a large amount of blood from his mouth. At the same time, in the shadow under his feet, the black clay-like beast was also struggling in pain. Just as he was comforting Xiao Su with words, he was preparing for the beast to launch a surprise attack. But I don't know if Xiao Su saw through it, or if he had no intention of saving Tanaka Sheng's life. The dagger in his hand was drawn out again, and blood suddenly gushes out like spring water. Just when Xiao Su was about to take away the dagger in his hand, Tian Zhongxing suddenly held his hands back and held him down. Xiao Jun, you deceived me so hard. You are indeed a dangerous person. I actually sent my son to you. For him, I have to keep you here. Huh? Xiao Su raised his eyebrows, as if he felt something. Sure enough, when I looked down, I saw that the clay-like beast was in an extremely unnatural state. This scene was clearly visible to Su Zhe, who happened to appear, but he did not join in, but stayed in the distance to watch the two fight. It's really dog bites dog. It's a mouthful of hair. The harder you fight, the better. Then I will be the mantis hunting the cicada, and the oriole will be behind. Su Zhe thought secretly in his heart. Xiao Su also noticed immediately that Tian Zhongxing wanted to make his beast self-destruct and die with him. He decisively let go of the dagger, directly broke Tanaka Sheng's arms, and began to pull away. His movements were unhurried, while flying back, continuously knock away all the obstacles along the way towards Tanaka Mori. While preventing his beast from following, it can also help resist the impact of self-destruction. Just a few seconds after he retreated, there was a loud boom, and a powerful shockwave struck. The first thing that bore the brunt was to tear Tanaka Sheng's body to pieces. The distance that Xiao Su retreated was far from enough to be completely safe, but the obstacles he threw over did withstand a lot of the power of the explosion. But the powerful impact hit and still blew him away. It just happened to fall in the direction of Su Zhe, not far away. His eyes lit up, and he quietly approached and came to the place where Xiao Su landed. The explosion made him look very embarrassed, with blood and wounds all over his body, but he didn't seem to be disabled, which made Su Zhe quite dissatisfied. This Japanese devil is actually quite lucky, but his luck has come to an end. It's a good thing I didn't blow you up on the spot. It gave me a chance to take revenge. Suze came to Xiao Su and looked at him with his eyes closed and his chest heaving violently. But with an unknown smile on his lips, he raised the sword that the Shadow Moon Wolf King had transformed into. The tip of the knife was pointed at Xiao Su's chest, and he thrust it down hard to kill him. But just when the tip of the knife touched the opponent's skin, a shadow appeared from under Xiao Su and blocked Suze's blade. Seeing this, Suze tried to press it down but failed. He took a step back, and the weapon in his hand was replaced by the Feng Yulihua fan. He shouted, "Who? Come out." The reason why he didn't choose to burn Xiao Su to death with Phoenix Fire just now was because Suze wanted him to die in the same way as Lin Shi. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually have a backup plan in this situation, and he immediately became extremely vigilant. Alas, a long sigh came, and then Suze looked at the impossible figure that appeared in front of him in surprise. That's right, it was Lin Shi who appeared in front of Suze. Then he discovered that there were some differences. This Lin Shi's figure was illusory and darker. Suze recalled that this was the human form of the teacher's beast-controlling nightmare lord that he had seen. At this time, Xiao Su, who was pointed at him, suddenly got up from the ground with a smile. Although he still coughed a few times and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, the damage caused to him by the explosion did not seem to be that serious. Maybe he was pretending to be comatose just now to lure Suze into action. As far as I know, there is currently no such god of war in the world. When Suze heard this, he looked at the Nightmare Lord who suddenly appeared to stop him from killing Lin Shi and asked in a panic, "Then what is going on?" Xiao Su spread his hands and said, "Let him introduce it to you. At the cost of my death, I will make the suspicious Emperor of Fuso believe in Xiao Su, so that I can get in touch with their most core Baki completion plan. And he will definitely try every means to confirm the death, so it can't be a fake death. I need to die for real." Lin Shi continued, "Because I started an experiment many years ago, merging my soul and memory with the nightmare bit by bit through the beast control contract. My body will eventually die, but my soul will share life with the beast." Suze listened to all this in disbelief, never expecting that the careless teacher could have such a scientific madman side. It's not that he doesn't believe it, but he doesn't want to believe it. Lin Shi appeared in front of him again, which brought Suze not joy, but pain. Because if all this is true, then Xiao Su killing Lin Shi's body and bringing him and Feng Qingyi to Fuso were all planned from the beginning. From the beginning, he was the one who was kept in the dark and sold out. I need a reasonable explanation. I understand that you want an explanation, but should we get out of here now? That guy's self-destruction just now made a lot of noise. It will attract the monsters from the shadow world, including many mythical beasts. Xiao Su came over and interrupted the conversation between Suze and Lin Shi. They are still in the shadow realm of the monster world, which is not safe. Suze took a deep look at Lin Shi in front of him and took a deep breath. After all, life is more important than anything else, so there is no need to force it. Lin Shi returned to Xiao Su's shadow and hid, and several of them flew towards the dark sun in the sky with their figures hidden. During this period, a huge black fish flew over the heads of several people as if it was swimming on the water. They hurriedly gathered their breath, lay down on the ground, and buried themselves in the soil, not daring to move. Suze seemed to see the strange fish in the air and glanced down, but he didn't see through the disguise of the two. He kept watching Yoyu go away and headed to the place they just left. Obviously, this is a mythical beast attracted by the sound of self-destruction, and it is an unrestrained adult beast. By accident, the self-destruction attracted most of the shadow world's attention. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger on the way out. Otherwise, it would still be dangerous to fly blatantly towards the dark sun in the sky. When they arrived in front of dark sun, after some searching, they finally found the previously open passage. At this moment, the huge swimming fish that flew over their heads suddenly flew over quickly, completely different from the slow appearance before. Xiao Su shouted, "No, this guy discovered us before, but deliberately let us go because he wanted to know how we sneaked across. Hurry up." Then the two quickly got into the channel, and behind them, a huge swimming fish bumped into them. The narrow passage was not worth mentioning in front of its huge body, but it did not choose to transform into a human form. This is because the local monsters who have lived in the world of monsters since childhood have no idea what a human is. Even if they know, there are still many monsters who are simply unwilling to change their true form and become what they consider to be a despicable appearance. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, they thought that this mythical beast that looked like a swimming fish couldn't come in. Its body suddenly softened and squeezed in like black liquid. How come all dark attribute monsters have this kind of virtue? Suze complained helplessly. The dark attribute monsters he had seen seemed to have no fixed form, except for the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Don't talk nonsense there. Hurry up and run away. It's catching up with you. Xiao Su urged from the front. But I don't know if it was Suze's illusion. He always felt that this passage seemed much narrower than when he came here. At the other end, Zaraki Ishin, who felt the changes in the passage, also knew that everyone was returning and started to respond with his own beast-controlling power. But at this time, a huge resistance broke out between the two different worlds and the dark day. It seemed that someone was using them to sneak across, and they began to reject them. Ishin Zaraki even watched with his own eyes as the passage in front of him began to slowly close, and soon became only the size of a fist. And there was nothing he could do. Zaraki Ishin gestured and found that even his own head couldn't fit inside. His expression also became ugly, although he was still happy to see Xiao Su and Tian Zhongxing trapped and dead on the opposite side. But Suze also went in with him and took away his beast. If His Majesty the Emperor and Yamada no Kami knew about this, he would be unable to eat and carry around. Xiao Su and Suze in the passage also felt very uncomfortable. The passage was very spacious at first, but then it became a little blocked. They could only turn sideways and move forward bit by bit. Until now, even if I crawl forward on my stomach, I can no longer move even half a step. Moreover, the passage was still collapsing further, and there were creaking sounds from the bones of both men's bodies. At this time, behind them, the divine beast completely squeezed its body in and began to approach the two of them. As it entered, its huge body forced the passage open. Only adult mythical beasts can do it, and it would definitely not be possible for them. Suze and the other two also felt a lot lighter, and the front became clear enough to pass. This is truly the perfect path. What a blessing in disguise. The two of them couldn't hide the joy in their hearts and rushed forward. The mythical beasts behind them also followed their footsteps, unaware that they had become tools to clear the way. Soon, Suze saw the light ahead. Zaraki Ishin was also surprised to find that something was slowly opening the entrance to the passage. Then Xiao Su and Suze were squeezed out, and they said in unison, "Quick, close the passage. Lock it to death." Zaraki Ishin didn't know what was going on at first and didn't make any move. After all, they had so many people go in before, and now only two came back. There was no reason to close the passage immediately. It was not until the two men urged them that they heard bursts of roars of monster beasts and sounds like squirming bodies coming from the passage. "Is there something from over there following you?" Zaraki was horrified and hurriedly withdrew the power to maintain the passage. The passage was immediately closed, and then the 8-foot mirror was taken out and a series of reinforcements were carried out. Even so, the black sun still produced violent vibrations and crashing sounds. Although the passage was not opened, fragments of the dark sun fell down, and it was unknown where they fell into the shadow world. This made Suze couldn't help but think of the dark sun fragment he swallowed when he hatched the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Could it be that the monsters in the monster world wanted to sneak out of the dark sun? The divine beast's attack on dark sun also caused its counterattack, and its powerful force began to repel the outsider. This does not mean that Zaraki Ishin is stronger than the divine beast. It was the Fuso secret guards who spent hundreds of years researching before they discovered the way to the world of monsters from the dark sun. But after exploiting this vulnerability, the world immediately repaired itself, and even the mythical beast could not open it again after the channel was completely closed. Suze didn't know what its fate would be, but at least there was no sound of being attacked again in the dark sun. Xiao Su and Suze breathed a sigh of relief, as did Zaraki Ishin. But he had a more important question to ask. "Has your mission been accomplished?" Xiao Su nodded and took out a container containing the blood of the mythical beast. After everyone else died, the container fell into his hands. Seeing this, Zaraki Ishin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the mission is completed, all other questions will be easy to discuss. So he then asked, "Why are you two the only ones here? Where are Captain Tanaka and his men?" Suze maintained the good qualities of a puppet and didn't say anything, waiting to see what Xiao Su would say. What I didn't expect was that under his vivid narration, Tian Zhongxing himself could not bear the temptation of the mythical beast's crystal core, and Xiao Su persuaded him many times to no avail. In the end, taking away a crystal core caused the trapped divine beast to retaliate. They fought back hard, but the beast was too strong. In the end, only Xiao Su and Suze survived. By the way, he also told the story that Suze was able to survive because his golden-feathered phoenix bird had successfully become the mythical beast golden-feathered phoenix. Suze couldn't help but glare at him. But no matter how convincing Xiao Su's words were, Zaraki Ishin didn't completely believe it and turned to his puppet Suze for confirmation. Suze gritted his teeth when he saw this and finally nodded. Although he was unhappy about being sold, he still wanted to understand what the plan was and try his best to cooperate before doing so. "Why didn't you tell me that your beast has evolved?" Ishin Zaraki asked with a frown. "My beast master evolved successfully after entering the world of monsters and being stimulated by the beasts there," Suze also said without blushing. Because he was absolutely confident in the effect of the Hachisha mirror, Zaraki Ishin had no doubts. After all, for him, it was too late to be happy that Tanaka Ming was dead. As for whether there was any problem with the cause of death, he had no interest in taking care of it. What happened to Captain Tanaka is sad, but it's all his own fault. Let's go back first, Ishin Zaraki said, walking at the front. Judging from the joyful pace, there doesn't seem to be much sadness. Tanaka Shung's death, because there was no body or evidence, could only be narrated orally by Suze and Xiao Su. But Suze is just a puppet, so even in front of the emperor, Xiao Su still dictates, and Suze is responsible for confirmation. The emperor looked at Xiao Su. He immediately became nervous after hearing this, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Finally, under pressure, he had no choice but to hand over his trophies and respectfully place them in front of Emperor Mia. He looked at the sensible Xiao Su and nodded, and then asked Baki behind him to swallow the divine beast's crystal core in one gulp. After stroking the only intact snake head in the middle of the excited Baki, he said, "Xiao Jun, the people left behind by Captain Tanaka will be handed over to you for the time being until a new captain is found. Please go back." Suze knew that the emperor had given up pursuing the matter. He may have guessed that Tanaka Shung's death was not exactly what Xiao Su said, but Xiao Su's realistic performance made him think that even if he really used some tricks, it was just to get the crystal core of the mythical beast. Now taking away the crystal core of the mythical beast is considered a blow to Xiao Su. As for handing over all of Tanaka Shung's Fuso secret guards to Xiao Su, it was still for the sake of balance. Zaraki Ishin's face became very ugly the moment the emperor said those words, and he looked at Xiao Su with some hostility. They were hostile to each other rather than cooperating, which was what Emperor Meiya wanted most. At night, in Xiao Su's room, he was comforting Tanaka Kitsuya, who was heartbroken after hearing the news. After learning about his father's death, he came to inquire about every detail of the matter. Xiao Su also responded impeccably. Tanaka Kitsuya cried and said, "Father, he is cautious by nature. It is true that only the appearance of the sacred beast crystal core will make him lose his mind." Xiao Su sighed and said, "The last thing your father said in front of me was that he couldn't care less about your safety and hoped that I could help take care of you. His Majesty the Emperor handed over your father's original secret guard team to me, but I will now appoint you as the deputy captain and continue to be in charge of Captain Tanaka's men." Tanaka Kitsuya looked at Xiao Su and said tremblingly, "Brother Xiao." After crying again, Xiao Su sent Tanaka Kitsuya away. Tanaka Kitsuya, who was not far away, immediately wiped the tears from his face. Xiao Su also looked into the shadows and asked, "Everyone has left. Why don't you come out?" Suze walked out of the shadows and said with a sneer, "It's really ironic. It was obviously you who killed his father, but in the end he still wants to be grateful to you." Xiao Su shrugged and said, "Do you really think he didn't notice anything? It's just that the benefits I promised him were big enough to make him unwilling to pursue the case further." Suze was stunned for a moment, and then thought that Tanaka Shung blew himself up for his son, and couldn't help but feel a chill. So tell me, why was I sold by you? How much benefit can it bring? Xiaosu nodded and said, stick to the old rules and let him explain it himself. Fuso thinks they have done a good job of keeping the secret, but in fact we have already known their plan to complete Baki. But we did not choose to stop it. Instead, we wanted to help them complete the final touches. Just don't be too deliberate. Let them realize how difficult it is to obtain the divine blood from Daxia, so that there will be no doubts. To fully gain the trust of Emperor Fuso, even my death is required. All this is to wait until the moment when Baki is completely completed to carry out the last step of the mission and to usurp its contract. Linshi did not introduce in detail what kind of usurpation method it was, but this still made Suze frown and said in confusion, so you have been helping me make Feng Qingyi a divine beast just to give her away again? Why does it have to be like this? Isn't the golden feather phoenix also a divine beast? Aren't Feng Qingyi and I worthy of trust? Linshi continued, no, this is different. The golden feather phoenix is just the most common star-level beast. Her power is far from enough. The completed Baki is a moon-level beast, which is enough to fight against the world of monsters. Then he saw Suze's puzzled eyes and gave him some knowledge about the hierarchy among the mythical beasts. Suze finally understood everything, shook his head with a wry smile, and then asked, where is senior brother Xiaosheng? Does he also know about this plan? Linshi shook his head and said, he only knows part of it, not much. This kid is not good at lying. Only in this case can he have a true reaction to my death. That emperor is very suspicious. Suze shook his head in despair. The two people he thought were the best for him ended up teaming up to sell him out. He finally knew now why Linshi apologized to him before she died. Daxia needs divine beasts, at least Yua-level divine beasts, but it doesn't matter what kind of divine beast it is. Can it even be an ugly big snake like Fuso? Suze suddenly raised his head and said, although it was understandable from the overall situation, he hated the feeling of being taken advantage of. Then he turned and left. Xiaosu walked over and said, this guy won't report on us, will he? Linshi shook his head and said nothing. A few days later, it was a moonless night. According to the parlance on Earth, it should be called Sakuya. It means that on the first day of each month in the lunar calendar, the moon moves between the sun and the earth and appears and sets at the same time as the sun. The moonlight cannot be seen on the earth. This lunar phase is called new moon, and the moon at this time is called new moon. Suze silently followed Emperor Minji, who was wearing a gorgeous robe. Beside him was Feng Qingyi, who had turned into a human with an unhappy look on his face. Yaki hovered around the emperor, peeking back from time to time. A disgusting smile appeared on the ugly snake's face. At this moment, Suze felt that Feng Qingyi's mood was extremely unstable. I can only comfort her and endure it a little longer. Be patient for now. It will get better later. Feng Qingyi could only hold back the bad breath and snorted coldly. This was also noticed by Emperor Minji, who was walking in front. He also looked back, then touched Baki's snake head and said, you are quite discerning. Don't be anxious. After you finish replenishing your bloodline this time, we will do something good together. Then he also licked his lips. When Feng Qingyi appeared in his true form, he naturally had no reaction. But the appearance of the character in human form now made him a little excited. Baki won't refuse to share it with me, right? Perhaps sensing his master's thoughts, Baki nuzzled him, seeming to agree. They were currently in a secret passage extending downwards in the imperial palace. Although they had not yet seen the blood pool, they could already smell the nauseating and rich smell of blood. Xiaosu and Zaraki are not here, but are waiting outside. Only Suze was allowed to enter together because he was needed to restrain Feng Qingyi. Soon, they came to a huge pool of blood. It was a small, huge blood pool with 2 or 3 football fields. It was filled with bright red blood, and it was constantly surging like boiling water, exuding a suffocating smell of blood. But Emperor Minji in front took a deep breath and looked very intoxicated. Baki couldn't wait to dive into the blood pool. His scales kept opening and closing, as if absorbing the blood in the blood pool. If you only use the essence and blood of mythical beasts, the powers in the 8 kinds of blood will conflict with each other, so a large amount of ordinary blood is needed as a buffer. Suze suddenly raised his head when he heard this, gritted his teeth, and quietly clenched his fists. At this time, Baki slowly poked out his huge snake head in the blood pool, which could completely submerge its huge body. The depth of this blood pool was probably beyond Suze's expectation, and he didn't know how many people would be needed to fill it up. Emperor Meiya was still heard saying, as if talking to himself, that idiot Zaraki seems to be too confident in his broken mirror. He thinks that the only artifact left in Fuso is his 8-foot mirror. But in the final analysis, the 3 artifacts are just pseudo-artifacts. As the Emperor, I have the right to have access to many secrets. So I know clearly that the Fuso royal family accidentally obtained the corpse of a divine beast thousands of years ago, and then used the divine beast crystal core obtained from the corpse to create 3 artifacts. Because with the casting technology at that time, a single instrument could not carry the power of an entire monster crystal core. But in the final analysis, it is just the most common star-level beast. It has been divided into 3 parts. Strictly speaking, it is not considered a divine weapon at all. So there are many ways to resist the control of the 8-foot mirror. For example, you are probably not controlled at all, right? Emperor Meiya said with a confident smile. And if you are really controlled, you will probably do the same if I ask you to jump into the blood pool and become a sacrifice to Yamada, right? For a genius like you, the effect of blood is second only to the blood essence of 8 kinds of mythical beasts. Before he finished speaking, he heard a thump, and Suze jumped down suddenly. The Emperor on the side was obviously stunned for a moment. He couldn't stop Suze from being too decisive. He could no longer figure out whether Suze was acting or was really being controlled by the 8-foot mirror. But it seemed that even if Suze obediently jumped into the blood pool as a sacrifice, he did not let go of his doubts. Then he said, "But don't worry, Baki likes your little phoenix very much. If she kills you as the master now, she will be out of control. Only after Baki becomes the UO-level divine beast and can rely on the suppression of blood to forcibly control the lower-level divine beasts, it will not be too late to attack you at that time. This is one of the reasons why I asked you to follow me. In this blood pool is Baki's sacrifice. No matter what you do, you can't survive." He originally wanted to see Suze's panicked expression, but he didn't expect that Suze remained very calm in the blood pool and even started to take a bath. But in this environment, the more you rub it, the dirtier it will become. As for panicking, it's too late for him to feel secretly happy now. He was still thinking about how to sneak the egg into the blood pool, such as letting Feng Qingyi pretend that she had laid the egg. But Feng Qingyi disagreed, saying that she was a young lady and could not ruin her reputation. But he didn't expect that Emperor Minji would let him jump into a pool of blood in order to test him. In this case, it would be better to obey his orders than to be respectful. However, the smell in the blood pool was really not pleasant and made him feel a little nauseous. At this time, Emperor Minji on the bank of the blood pool also shook his head as if he had seen a ghost. Anyway, even if Suze is not controlled by the 8-foot mirror, entering the blood pool is a sacrifice, and it is impossible to survive under the rules. He took out jade bottles one by one and started pouring them into the blood pool. Among them were the blood of 8 kinds of mythical beasts collected by Fuso secret guards from all over the world. Even Feng Qingyi's blood was taken away after completing her mission and revealing that she had become a divine beast. For this reason, Feng Qingyi has been in a weak state these past few days. As the Emperor added bottles of divine blood into the blood pool, Suze also quietly took out the scarlet blood eggs and placed them at his feet. "Come, let me see who the divine blood you have collected will help you in the end." As all 8 kinds of divine blood were poured into the blood pool, suddenly the blood in the entire blood pool burst out with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated. Baki's completion was not just about absorbing 8 kinds of divine blood. It was a complex sacrificial ceremony, and the entire blood pool was a sacrifice. That's why he said that Suze was seeking death when he entered the blood pool. Baki raised his 8 necks under this light. Except for the head, the other 7 deformed meatballs were squirming, as if they were really about to grow heads. Once he successfully grows 8 heads, it means that the replacement is successful and the real moonlight-level beast Yamada no Orochi is born. Baki looked at the tiny living creature on the other side of the blood pool and spoke. "Human, Since you are willing to take the initiative to be my sacrifice, then let me seize the time to enjoy it alone. After all, after this, I will have 7 brothers competing with me for food." It licked its lips. Fortunately, it only had 8 heads and 1 body. Otherwise, who should that little phoenix belong to? We can't be together, right? It's not impossible. Baki smiled evilly, and then wanted to rush over and swallow Suze in one bite. Feng Qingyi, who was on the shore, also transformed into a prototype after seeing this, and flew over the blood pool to stop it with flames. But no matter what conspiracy you have, from the moment you enter the blood pool, the result is already determined: die. Just when he thought he was about to see Baki swallow the sacrifice in a big mouth. However, Baki's huge snake body seemed to have felt something shocking and inexplicable and froze in place. Even though it was burned by Feng Qingyi's flames and emitted bursts of meaty fragrance, it did not move. Then he swallowed Snake Shinzi quickly uneasily and said, "Human, what have you done?" When Emperor Minji was confused, he suddenly saw the light in the blood pool suddenly converging towards Suze and being quickly absorbed. That represents the original power in the essence and blood of the mythical beast. It is impossible for the human body to bear it. Could it be that this guy is actually a monster in human form? Emperor Minji said with a look of disbelief. Then he hurriedly ordered, "Baki, what are you doing standing still? That is the power you need to replenish your bloodline. Grab it quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the Yamata no Orochi looked up to the sky and opened its huge mouth. A powerful suction force began to erupt from its body, pulling the light towards it for a moment. But then, Suze felt that the scarlet blood egg under his feet seemed to be offended, and he started to lose his temper. All the light instantly focused on Suze's body. Of course, it was actually absorbed by the scarlet blood egg below. Emperor Minji was also dumbfounded. He had guessed what methods Suze might use to prevent Baki's completion. For example, a sneak attack or poisoning in a blood pool. But he has always been on guard against Suze and even Xiao Su. After replenishing his bloodline, he only needs to absorb power, so he will not be poisoned at all. But I often don't expect that there will be such a situation, that is, cutting off the who. At this time, Xiao Su had also walked through the passage and came to the blood pool. As for Zaraki Ishin, Lin Shi is there and is sleeping soundly up there. Not only him, but all the top secret guards have fallen asleep. This is the advantage of Xiao Su serving as the captain these days. He can legitimately contact all the senior officials, and then quietly contact them, planting Lin Shi's mark. It can be activated at the right moment to make all the high-level experts fall asleep. As for Xiao Su, he will take advantage of the critical moment when Yamato no Roki is finished to come to Emperor Meiya and kill him with a sneak attack. Before the soul dissipates, Lin Shi will burn all the power of herself and the Nightmare Lord to cut and transfer the soul contract. Now Lin Shi has become Xiao Su's beast through a soul contract. This ability will cut him out and then fill in the contract with Baki. Presumably, it wouldn't be too resistant if it didn't want to become weak and die along with the master's death. But what they didn't expect was that after hiding in the shadows with the help of the power of the Nightmare Lord, what they saw when they were preparing to attack the Emperor was like this. Why is Suze also in the blood pool? Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Su and Lin Shi didn't care about being exposed and walked out of the shadows and said. They could see that the scene before them had deviated from the plan by an unknown distance. Because judging from the desperate expression on Emperor Meiya's face, Baki's completion was considered a failure, and there was no contract to usurp the moonlight-level beast. Because this means that his physical body also died in vain. You know, although his soul is now fused with the Nightmare Lord, he has a long lifespan. There is no need to burn the soul and cut the contract according to the original plan. But the problem is that in this state, he can no longer drink his favorite wine. But Lin Shi, who existed in the spirit state, could see the flow of energy more clearly and said, "No, the power is concentrated at the feet of that brat. He is hiding something. It really belongs to you." Lin Shi said happily. He remembered what Suze had asked before. Does Daxiao only need one Yuho-level beast? No matter what it is, even Fuso or Yamata no Orochi will do. Obviously, he has given his own answer now. He can produce a moonlight-level beast without the need for Yamato no Roki. Just as he was thinking, Suze also felt that the scarlet blood eggs under his feet had reached the extreme level and began to absorb them regardless of friend or foe. Even if he had a wound on his body just now, it would have been sucked dry. Suze hurriedly raised a hand. Feng Qingyi, who was flying in the air, received his instructions and immediately dived down to grab him from the blood pool. At the same time, the scarlet blood eggs rose high from the blood pool, directly surrounded by blood. The powerful suction force sucked it towards Yamada no Orochi, who was still determined to steal some of its power. Now it's time to steal the chicken, but lose the rice. Its 7 bloody and deformed meatballs, under the strong suction of the scarlet blood egg, directly shot out 7 bloodlines and were sucked in. In an instant, the entire snake became shriveled. Emperor Minji on the side screamed in surprise when he saw this, and wanted to attack the scarlet blood egg. But it was already too late. Fine cracks began to appear on the scarlet blood egg, and the divine beast inside was about to break out of its shell. Just at this moment, he turned around and saw Xiao Su, who was no longer preparing to hide his figure for a sneak attack, and the erratic black figure beside him. He recognized it at a glance. That was Lin Shi. Suddenly he patted his thigh and said, "Lin Shi is not dead yet? Then this must be a dream. Yes, this must be a dream." He stumbled up to Xiao Su, pointed at his nose, and said like he was crazy, "Xiao Su, this must be what you did, right? I knew there was something wrong with you. Lin Shi is not dead at all. You want to plot against me, but I have never trusted you. After Baki completes the repair, I will no longer need any bullshit secret guards. Those captains have all been in contact with Malichan secretly. Do they think they can hide it from me? Whether it's you or Zaraki, I have no intention of letting him go. Baki will use the blood of all the secret guards to further enhance his strength and fully establish himself in the realm of divine beasts. Malichan doesn't want to control me either." Xiao Su looked at the finger in front of him that was about to poke his nose, gave him a rather sad look, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You have great ambitions, but unfortunately, this is not a dream." He pressed Emperor Minji's finger, then looked into his bloodshot eyes and said, "Your Majesty, your beast master seems to be dying. 2 of the 3 secret guard captains are dead, and the remaining one is dreaming outside." But his body was very honest, and he used his hands and feet to crawl back, and his hands were rubbed with many blood stains. Xiao Su ignored him, but turned to look at the red monster egg surrounded by huge waves of blood in the air, and Suze on the shore. How many secrets does this boy have? The expression on Lin Shi's face next to him revealed more of relief. Is this your plan to thwart us? It's good to thwart it. Since we can bring out our own moonlight-level beast, there is no need to use Fuso's ugly snake. Soon, Suze felt that there was another contract in his soul. The scarlet blood eggs no longer sucked blood, and the blood pool fell back, but most of the blood had disappeared, leaving only a layer of turbid bottom. Baki was not completely sucked dry, so his life was saved. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt that the little blood left in his body began to become hot again, as if it was boiling in his body. The little blood left at the bottom of the pool was evaporated quickly and dried up completely soon. In fact, the surrounding temperature has indeed increased a lot, but it is only to the extent that the sun is shining in the dog days of midsummer, and it has not yet reached the point where water can evaporate quickly. But with the scarlet blood egg as the center, within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the water except around Suze was rapidly evaporating. On the ground, the Fuso soil quickly dried up and cracked, turning the land into a dry blood-red color. It is more like a concept, the concept of drought. Xiao Su also decisively pulled back and quickly distanced himself. Although he still felt thirsty, at least he didn't feel like he was about to turn into a mummy. Lin Shi, who was in a spiritual state, was not affected. The Yamada no Orochi, which is closest to the scarlet blood egg, is the most severely affected. In addition, it has absorbed too much blood before, and it now feels unusually thirsty. He opened his huge snake mouth and tried to get some remaining blood from the bottom of the pool to drink, but he only got a mouthful of dirt. The blood pool had already dried up completely. But Baki didn't listen at all, but looked straight at Emperor Meiya's bloody hands. Although it has also been affected and has scabbed over, it at least shows that there is still blood in his body, which can help it quench its thirst. This idea was also noticed by Emperor Meiya through the contract. He took 2 steps back in fear, and first threatened, "Yaki, you can't do this. I am your master. If I die, you will also be harmed." Then he said comfortingly, "Let's escape together. Then you can drink as much blood as you want, even if it means draining all the people on Fuso Island." But unfortunately, for Baki's low sanity, the emptiness and thirst of the body that he is now experiencing are even more unbearable, and he even ignores the pain of the backlash of the contract. After all, as a divine beast, it is confident that it will not be obliterated by the contract, although some pain is inevitable. So he opened his mouth decisively and swallowed Emperor Maya in one gulp. The blood that burst in his mouth while wailing in pain finally barely filled his thirst. But what followed was tremendous pain that came back at the soul level. It endured the pain and quickly left this place of right and wrong with the strength it finally recovered. Xiao Su, who was not far away, looked at the direction he left and quietly chased after him, while Lin Shi still stayed where he was. Because the current situation no longer requires Lin Shi to burn his soul to forcefully replace the contract. Baki swallowed the master on his own, and Xiao Su can definitely pick up the slack. Although Baki did not successfully replenish its bloodline and become a moon-level beast, its strength is still strong. After full recovery, it will be between a 100-level monster and a divine beast. Xiao Su is a person who constantly pursues becoming stronger. For this reason, he is first willing to betray the country and cooperate with Fuso, and then betrays Lin Shi because he promised to let him get the contract of Yamada no Orochi. Therefore, he will never let go of the opportunity to contract with Baki, even if it fails to complete the bloodline. Now that everyone else was dead and walking away, only Su Zhe and Lin Shi, whose spiritual state was not affected, were left. After the Scarlet Blood Egg demonstrated 2 powerful powers in succession, it also completely completed hatching. I saw a blood-red light rising from the completely cracked egg and then condensed into a person's height. What kind of monster will it be? Su Zhe, Lin Shi, and even Feng Qingyi, who had put away his original form, were looking forward to it. Su Zhe was looking forward to what kind of monsters the first mythical beast egg he obtained from the system would hatch. Lin Shi was looking forward to whether Daxia could be protected when the threat from the monster world was approaching. Although from the performance point of view, the egg alone has completely crushed Baki, and it should not be lower than the Yukui level divine beast, but he is still a little uneasy. As for Feng Qingyi, while looking forward to his new companion, he is also a little worried whether his current position as the Beast Master will be taken away. You must know that she is a monster that has dominated the beast controlling space for a long time. The Shadow Moon Wolf King can only stay in the Shadow Realm. The Void Turtle is even worse, having to be carried around in a bag. This time Su Zhe was kidnapped and taken to Fusang, and even the Void Spirit Turtle landed in Daxia and separated. But there is also an advantage, that is, through the state of the Void Spirit Turtle, Su Yao and Wang Zi and Daxia can judge his safety situation at any time. Just as the 3 guys, 1 person, 1 beast, and a half-man, half-beast, were looking forward to it, the red light finally dissipated, revealing the true body. But what appeared in front of them was not some ferocious blood-sucking monster, but a plump woman wearing green clothes. Her appearance is as charming as that of a goddess. Although most monsters in their incarnations are beautiful, such as Feng Qingyi, she is still much better. Her skin is as white as snow, and her long black hair is spread behind her back. She looks very pure and lovely, but her eyes are a strange blood red, adding a touch of charm. Su Zhe shook his head to wake himself up. I warned myself in my mind. What are you thinking about? This is just the incarnation of a monster. She loves sucking blood so much. She might be a big mosquito or a vampire bat. Su Zhe, you can't be confused by the appearance. At this time, the woman in green clothes had already fallen down from above, bowed slightly, and said politely, "My little lady has met the master." Perhaps because of the opponent's ability, Su Zhe felt a sense of heat. He swallowed and said, "You're welcome. By the way, I still don't know what your true form is." The woman in green glanced at him and said with some displeasure, "Master, you are a little rude, and the little girl does not have a so-called true body. She was born like this." Of course Su Zhe wouldn't believe it. How could any monster be born as a human? He must not want to say it. Could it be that the main body is too ugly? After all, she is a female, and it is understandable that she loves beauty. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Although Suze was thinking this, he already clicked on the system panel in his mind. In front of the system panel, her true identity will be exposed. Come, let me see what your true form is. Race, Drought Demon. Bloodline, Corona level. Level, Midstar Star. Skills, Essence of Heat, Blood Manipulation, Sunfall, Corpse Transformation, Charm. Talent skills, Chi-Chi Chisato, Ancestor of Zombies. It turns out she is Han Bao. Suze became excited. The Drought Demon is a monster that causes droughts in ancient Chinese myths and legends, and the same myths and legends exist in Daxiao in this world. Legend has it that during the Battle of Zhulu, Huangdi sent Yinglong to the wilds of Jizhou to fight against him. Yinglong was a flying dragon with wings who launched a huge flood to besiege Qiyu. Qiyu invited Feng Bo and Yu Master, but Yinglong's army was lost in the wind and rain. Huangdi also sent the goddess Ba to join the battle. Ba was dressed in green clothes and could emit extremely strong light and heat. She came to the front of the battle and exerted her magical power. The wind, rain, and fog immediately dissipated, and Huangdi finally captured and killed Qiyu. Yinglong and Ba established extraordinary achievements, but they also lost their magical power and could never return to heaven. Yinglong stayed in the south of the human world. From then on, the south had lots of water and rain. Ba stayed in the north. From then on, there was a lot of drought in the north. No matter where she went, she was cursed and expelled by people, and she was called Drought Ba. After that, the divine side of Hanba was gradually denied by people, and his image gradually turned to another, more evil appearance. She became the king of zombies and the ancestor of all zombies. In other words, Hanba did not lie just now. She has indeed looked like this since she was born, and she has no real body. But zombies. Suze was still a little scared. Judging from the zombie movies he watched before traveling through time, the zombies had green faces and fangs, jumping around, and the two big teeth almost touched the chin. However, it seems that these characteristics cannot be seen in the Drought Demon, who is now known as the king of zombies. The only thing that matches it is probably that it sucks blood. After all, scarlet blood eggs need blood to hatch. And Hanba seemed to have felt something. He glanced at Suze and said, Master seems to have sensed the true identity of the little girl. What? I didn't deceive Master, did I? Suze nodded. At this time, Lin Shi on the side had already guessed Hanba's identity. The only humanoid beast that sucks blood and brings drought is the Drought King of Zombies. Han Bao came to Suze at this time and raised his right hand. He had accidentally suffered a slight injury in the melee just now. The injury was not serious, it just hurt the index finger, but the blood could not coagulate. Hanba suddenly licked Suze's wound and even sucked the blood. This strange feeling made Suze want to take back his right hand, but he was still reluctant to do so. When Han Bao stopped, he retracted his hand reluctantly and found that the wound had healed unconsciously. Master's blood is very delicious. Much better than the smelly blood of that ugly snake just now. It's a pity that you are just an ordinary human being. I was afraid that I would not be able to control myself and hurt the master, so I helped you heal the wound. Suze raised his eyebrows. Did Han Bao actually help treat injuries like this? He only hurt his fingers this time. What if he hurt other places? Suze began to think freely in his mind. At this time, Han Bao had also arrived at Feng Qingyi's side. She lifted Feng Qingyi's chin very aggressively and said, Little sister Feng Wang, your blood is also very good. My sister will have to rely on you in the future. When Suze heard this, he knew that Feng Qingyi had a fiery nature, so he might take action because of it. Just when he was about to persuade, Feng Qingyi couldn't help but look at Han Ba's delicate face and nodded gently. I'll go, what's going on? Could it be that this is the control of high-level divine beasts on lower-level divine beasts? You must know that Han Bao's bloodline is the legendary Corona level, which is already very rare in the world of monsters, and Feng Qingyi is just a little phoenix who relied on purifying his bloodline to become a star-level beast. But then he realized something was wrong. Feng Qingyi did not appear to be forcibly controlled. Instead, he blushed and looked a little shy. This was completely because he was influenced by the other person's appearance. If you look good, you can do whatever you want. Suze looked at the two demons who were quickly getting acquainted with each other, smiled, and was about to turn around and leave. He walked past Lin Shi, who was in a spiritual state, and whispered, "How's it going?" I said, "I won't let the people who plotted against me succeed." Lin Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said, "Yes, you won." Suze replied, "You shouldn't apologize to me, but you should apologize to Feng Qingyi. It was because of the dragon flames and dragon blood you provided her when she achieved nirvana, so she has always been very grateful to you. But who would have thought that you had been plotting against her since that time and wanted to sacrifice her to that ugly snake in Yamada?" Lin Shi did not refuse and floated directly to Feng Qingyi's side. Now he is half human and half monster, and he said sorry in front of the two beasts under great pressure. Feng Qingyi said carelessly, "Old man, you don't have to say sorry to me. We monsters have always been straightforward, so we are clear between us." After Feng Qingyi made his statement, Suze also asked, "Old man, where are you going next? Isn't Xiao Su going with you?" Lin Shi shook her head and said, "He and I just have a cooperative relationship. Whether Xiao Su is a traitor or a double agent, he is just doing it to become stronger. We also hope that a moonlight-level beast will be born in the world, but we don't want it to be controlled by Fuso, so we reached this cooperation. Now that the cooperation has broken down, it's natural to part ways." Then he floated to Suze and said, "Anyway, I am no longer a human being. You should still be able to control beasts, right? How about it? Are you interested in contracting me, old man?" Suze glanced at him with disgust, and then said, "Look behind me. Who can you beat in terms of strength or appearance?" Lin Shi glanced at Hanbao and Feng Qingyi and found that the world had indeed changed. While others are still focusing on the bloodline or attributes of the beast, Suze is already so luxurious that he only cares about his appearance. Lin Shi never expected that as one of the shadows in Fusang people's hearts and known as the Dream Demon, he would be despised by others. Suddenly, I felt like crying without tears. Suze walked up to the passage out of this underground blood pool without looking back at this time and said, "Okay, since you don't have any conspiracy plans to implement, then go back quickly. I have finally had enough of this crappy place." Both Han Bao and Feng Qingyi kept up with Suze's pace. They seemed to have no intention of entering the beast-controlling space, and were chattering behind them. Lin Shi plunged into Suze's shadow, and he didn't stop him. Soon he left the secret space under the Imperial Palace and looked around. The Fuso secret guards were sleeping in a mess outside, including the maids who served the Emperor, but there was no trace of Zaraki Ishin. It seemed that Lin Shi's method could not keep him asleep for too long. In fact, this is indeed the case. Zaraki Ishin has been awake for some time. He looked at the sleeping men around him and the missing trace of Xiao Su and felt that something was wrong. But the moment he entered the underground blood pool, he happened to catch a glimpse of the Yamada no Orochi swallowing the Emperor in one gulp and fleeing in embarrassment, and he immediately knew that the situation was over. So he ran away in despair without saying a word. Looking at the other people sleeping, Suze did not choose to kill them, because in his opinion, it is impossible for Fusang to become a threat to Daxiao now. It is better to leave them to wait to fight against the world of monsters in the future, even if they can only be cannon fodder. But this is only because he will not take the initiative to kill. If the other party does not know what is wrong, Su Zeke will not be merciful. And just in time, when Hamba passed by these people sleeping on the ground, they would jump up from the ground as if they were being grilled on an iron plate. Some unsighted people would try to attack Su Zhe and his party, but neither they nor the monsters they controlled turned into mummies before they could get close, and fell to the ground and shattered like fine sand. After more than 10 people died in this way, others finally did not dare to act rashly. Anyway, it looks like they are just passing by and have no intention of taking action. Let's just watch them leave. Unexpectedly, not long after Suze left, he suddenly stopped again, and then walked into the largest room with the mournful expressions of the Fuso guards. As the administrative organ of Fuso, the Imperial Household Agency is the center where all their efforts are transferred, but now there is an outsider meditating here. This is because of the contract with the sacred beast Hamba, and the huge power finally came back to him at this time. It seems like we have to stay in this crappy place for a few more days, Suze said helplessly. At the same time, Ishin Zaraki, who left in a hurry, was preparing to join Militian. He only took the 8-foot mirror because it would increase his value in the eyes of the Millicans. He didn't bring anything else with him, including his wife, children, who all stayed in Fuso. It's just my wife. I'll just wait until I get to Melitian to find another one. I just want to see a foreign girl. But just when he increased his speed to the extreme, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his steps. Who is it? Zaraki Ishin said in shock and anger, and the 8-foot mirror was already in his hand. Then he saw Baki with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Compared with before, its body was dry and breathless, and even 5 of the 7 deformed blood-colored flesh balls were completely necrotic. Now only 3 necks remain, with only the central head having a neck. This is because he was using the undeveloped souls in the other 7 heads to escape the damage from the backlash of the contract, and it took 5 of them in succession to escape. He has not forgotten the way Yaki swallowed his master, and he might also be swallowed if he is not careful. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even though Yaki looks so miserable now, if he really takes action, Zaraki Ishin will most likely not be his opponent. At this time, Zaraki Ishin saw again. There seemed to be a person standing behind the only intact head of Yaki. He looked carefully and found that it was Xiao Su. He was shocked and said, "Xiao Su, why are you here?" This is naturally because he followed the escaped Baki all the way and watched with his own eyes as it finally got rid of the backlash of the contract after sacrificing 5 heads, but it still became extremely weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he signed a contract with Baki through coercion and inducement. As for the reason why Yaki agreed to the contract, Zaraki Ishin will soon know. "Oh," Xiao Su raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do I feel like you are going to run away?" "It's nothing," Zaraki Ishin hurriedly objected, pointing to the front. "I want to find someone to help, and there is a stronghold of our secret guards in front of us." But Xiao Su shook his head and said, "No more." Zaraki Ishin was stunned for a moment. "What's missing?" "The stronghold is gone. I just came from there with Baki." Looking at the blood at the corner of Baki's mouth, Zaraki suddenly understood something and immediately ran away. The Yamada no Orochi seems to be even more dangerous when it falls into Xiao Su's hands. But at this time, Yaki, who had recovered some of his strength, had opened his big mouth and swallowed Zaraki Ishin into his mouth amidst his wails. But at this moment, the 8-foot mirror burst out with golden light and held up Baki's mouth. He persisted for a long time, but in the end the light gradually dimmed, and then the 8-foot mirror collapsed and fell into Xiao Su's hands. As for Zaraki Ishin, he slid down smoothly with a squeak sound. At this point, the 3 captains of the Fuso Secret Guard were wiped out. But Xiao Su, after letting Baki devour Zaraki Ishin, took him to another important stronghold of Fuso Secret Guards. That's Fuso's shadow anchor. They don't understand that the rules of our world are like this egg. Only when it is broken from the inside will it become a new life. Waiting for others to crack it from the outside, it is just food. In the next day, Suze stayed in the palace hall to meditate, while Hanbao and Feng Qingyi occupied other parts of the imperial palace. One of them left scorched earth everywhere he went, while the other spit out flames and burned down a house. For a whole day, under the bloody eyes of those Fuso people, the 2 mythical beasts burned the entire imperial palace, a symbol of Fuso culture and power, to a state of disgrace. Fortunately, there is still the palace, which is our last fig leaf. Before he finished speaking, he heard a bang. The palace office suddenly exploded on the spot. A majestic giant wolf stepped on the ruins and roared to the sky. Suze also said from the rising ashes, "In 2 days, I finally digested all the power." As a mythical beast that has reached the middle stage of star glory, the feedback brought by the contracted drought demon is huge. Suze's own beast control level has reached level 75. And the Shadow Moon Wolf King has directly reached adulthood and has become a platinum level Lord Monster with a full level of 90. As a mythical beast, Feng Qingyi has still not reached adulthood. The current level is level 98, but because of the bloodline of the mythical beast, the diamond level monsters at full level should no longer be her match. As for the void spirit turtle far away in Daxia, that was what surprised Suze the most. It has already reached the upper limit of level 70 for gold level monsters before, and logically it cannot go any further. But Suze looked at the panel in the system, which clearly displayed the status of the void spirit turtle, evolving. This situation is also very rare among monsters, but it is not impossible. For example, the most common snake-like monster has a probability of evolving into a mythical dragon step by step, but this probability is very slim. The so-called intervention is just like Lin Shi adding dragon blood to Feng Qingyi when she passed away, adding something with matching attributes from the outside world. However, the void turtle is a water attribute monster, and Suze's two beasts are both fire attributed, so their blood is of no use. Judging from the current state, it seems to have evolved extremely rare spatial attributes, and perhaps we can start from this aspect. But Suze doesn't have the corresponding props for the time being. Forget it, the void spirit turtle isn't with me now anyway, so there's no need to worry. As soon as Suze left the ruins of the palace hall, he saw Lin Shi and two mythical beasts coming to him, as well as the palaces around them, some of which are still burning, and some of which have been burned down to ruins. He was slightly surprised and nodded at the same time, and said, "You did all this? Good job. Let's go. I will take you to a shrine and set a fire there before leaving. And here, let's have some fire, and here." After the disaster was almost brought to the entire Fusang, Suze judged the direction of Daxiao from the coastline and began to fly there. Oh, is this what it feels like to fly by yourself? It feels much better than being held in someone's hand and flying. Before this, Suze had not reached level 60 or above where he could fly by himself. He could only fly with someone else in his hand, or let Feng Qingyi take him flying, not to mention how awkward it was. Now the feeling of flying by myself is the real freedom. After adapting to his flying ability, Suze flew towards Daxia at full speed. Between Daxia and Fusang, on a disputed island, the beast masters of both sides were fighting. Fuso's side took the initiative to provoke this battle. In order to allow His Majesty the Emperor to concentrate on completing the ceremony, their mission was to actively provoke Daxia and involve as many Daxia spiritual guards as possible. For this purpose, the Fuso secret guard also sent many masters, including those beast masters who had never shown up in the city they secretly built in the Shadow Realm. But when the completion plan completely failed, the Emperor died. The whereabouts of the two captains were unknown, and the whole Fuso was in chaos. But no one came to inform them, leaving these people to fend for themselves on this island. In addition to the great Xiao Lingwei, among those who fought against this group of secret guards, there were also many young people. They are all the best from various beast control universities who have participated in the beast control competition in order to hone themselves in actual life and death combat. In addition, there are Wang Zi and Su Yao, whose purpose is even more pure, that is, to avenge Suze. Especially today, the two men's playing style became even more crazy, without any regard for their own safety. Su Yao combined Blue Phoenix Butterfly and Merman Lord, either poison or mental shock, which are all attack moves with a large range and very difficult to defend. It also gave those secret guards a headache. Another person who attracted attention was the fat man Wang Zi. During the time when Suze was kidnapped, he let the golden-scaled pig eat gold to increase his strength without hesitation, completely eating up his father's small treasury. His golden-scaled pig not only has the ability to swallow gold to increase its strength, but can also imbue other objects with the properties of gold, or directly turn them into gold as food. And those who are endowed with the conductive properties of gold by the golden-scaled pig will be attacked by his second beast-controlling purple light, Electric Eagle. The power will be directly amplified several times, and the electric person will be miserable. Their performance soon attracted the attention of the secret guards, especially Su Yao's mental attacks, which always reminded them of the dream demon Lin Shi. One dream demon finally died, and they didn't want a second one to appear. So he began to quietly move closer to Su Yao, and then began to surround her. Su Yao instantly became surrounded by enemies from both sides, and was unable to stand alone. Su Yao, Wang Zi, who was not far away, wanted to help, but was also stopped on the road. At the critical moment, a sword was about to pierce Su Yao's heart. With a bang, a figure fell from the sky and stepped on the ground with his sword. The secret guard holding the sword also fell down. The person who came was Suze, who had just arrived. He shouted, Let me see which of you dares to hurt Su Yao. Powerful coercion covered the entire field. Everyone felt difficulty breathing and moving, and the battlefield instantly became quiet. Only Su Yao was not affected. She walked up to Su Zhe with red eyes and trembling shoulders. Don't be afraid, I'm back. Su Zhe looked at her and said with distress, and then made a gesture to hug Su Yao, who knew that Su Yao suddenly said, Green Phoenix Butterfly, use the phoenix tail stinger to attack him. Huh? Su Zhe was stunned for a moment. That is the most poisonous part of the blue phoenix butterfly. It is a special attack. Why did he use it on himself? Su Yao, what are you doing? I'm Su Zhe. Su Yao cried bitterly and shouted, You damn secret guards, you still want to lie to me. Su Zhe is already dead. Su Zhe was dumbfounded when he heard this. Huh? Why didn't I know that I was dead? Su Zhe's current strength is much stronger than before, and there is not a weak monster around him. So he didn't dare to fight back at all. He could only passively dodge Su Yao's attacks and kept explaining. Wait a minute, Su Yao. I am really Su Zhe. I'm not dead. Why don't I come back well? But Su Yao didn't listen to his explanation at all, and still said with a sad and angry expression, Do you think we are fools? You became like Su Zhe before, and you lied to us once. Brother Lingwei injured several of them to protect me, and now you are still trying to lie to me. Su Zhe now understood that during the period when he was captured, there was a beast master among the secret guards who had mimicry characteristics and turned into his appearance. This also led him to launch a sneak attack and injured several great Xia spirit guards. Even Su Yao and Wang Zi were seriously injured. After finally recovering from their injuries, they returned to the battlefield. No wonder they distrusted Su Zhe, who suddenly appeared in front of them. I understand why you don't trust me. This will give you a reason to convince you. But I still have a question. Why are you so sure that I am dead? Su Zhe said strangely. Could it be that this is a smoke bomb released by Fuso to shake people's hearts? But considering his previous status in Daxia as just a student, it stands to reason that he shouldn't be taken so seriously. Su Yao also felt now that the Su Zhe in front of her seemed to be very different from the fake one before. That Su Zhe, she felt something was wrong from the first sight. So I had a keen eye and tested it several times. When he said, How could I eat something as valuable as a monster egg? Su Yao realized that this Su Zhe in front of her was a fake. The fake Su Zhe was forced to take action in advance. After injuring several Daxia spirit guards, he was beaten to death by several captains of the spirit guards. His strength is very strong. If he is not exposed in advance, letting him come into contact with the senior officials of Daxia spirit guard may cause more serious casualties. But the Su Zhe in front of her now made her feel a kind of intimacy. Su Yao did not continue to attack, but still remained vigilant, and said with a sad expression, After Brother Su Zhe was captured, we can only judge his condition through the state of the void spirit turtle. This must be the backlash of the contract, which means that its master, Brother Su Zhe, has. At this point, Su Yao was already crying. This made Su Zhe feel moved, but also a little bit ridiculous. If he guessed correctly, the void spirit turtle must have fallen into a deep sleep after entering the evolutionary stage yesterday, and Su Yao thought it was dead. Su Zhe patted his head and said helplessly, I don't think you have ever raised a turtle, right? Do you think there is a possibility that even ordinary turtles will behave like this after hibernation? This sentence made Su Yao feel a little less confident. Su Zhe then asked, What did you do to the void spirit turtle after that? Was it cremated? Su Zhe suddenly had black lines on his head. He said that he felt that the void spirit turtle on the other side of the contract was getting weaker and weaker. He thought there was something wrong with evolution and his feelings were buried alive. Quickly, take me to dig it out. If it's too late, it might be too late. But Su Yao made no move. She had not completely relaxed her vigilance towards the Su Zhe in front of her. Asked, Wait, don't think about getting away with it like this. Didn't you just say that there is a reason to make me believe that you are the real Su Zhe? Then tell me quickly. This sentence immediately made Su Yao alert again. Don't try to lie to me. Just stand there and say it loudly. I can't hear you. Are you sure? Su Zhe said helplessly. Su Yao nodded affirmatively. I'm sure. Okay then. Su Zhe spread his hands helplessly. Pointing to Su Yao's lower abdomen, he said, I remember there are two small black moles there, one on the left and one on the right, very symmetrical. This was discovered when Su Yao asked Su Zhe to help tie the monster egg to her belly in order to hatch the egg. When Su Yao heard this, her face turned red as if on fire, and she stammered, not knowing what to say. She was happy because she could tell from this information that the Su Zhe in front of her was real. On the other hand, I felt extremely shy because I was told it in public. Fortunately, everyone around was having a heated fight, so they didn't notice this side. Su Zhe also stroked her long black hair and said, "It's okay. I'm back. Look, isn't everything fine?" On the raging battlefield, there was a small warmth surrounding the two of them, because anyone who wanted to make a sneak attack would be reduced to ashes before they even got close. Only a panting person ran over. It was Wang Zi. The purple beast controlling armor on his body was flashing with electric arcs. The days of fighting seemed to have made him lose a lot of weight, and he still looked a little handsome. The electric arc in his hand converged into purple ball lightning, and he said loudly, "Su Yao, come back quickly. We can't be fooled again." At this time, Su Shuyao also raised her head from Su Zhe's arms. Her face was red, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Don't be nervous. I have already confirmed that he is the real brother Su Zhe. Only he will know." At this point, Su Yao blushed and stopped. Wang Zi suddenly said impatiently, "What do you know? Tell me quickly." Su Yao turned around, looked at him fiercely, and said, "How big are you? There are some things you don't need to know. You just need to know that he is the real brother Su Zhe." Okay then. Wang Zi was so angry that he didn't ask any more questions. But then Su Zhe told the origins and hatching methods of the golden scale pig and the purple light electric eagle, and Wang Zi immediately believed him. Su Zhe said at this time, "Okay, let's quickly find the place where the void spirit turtle is buried. If we are late, it will be too late." Su Yao hesitated and said, "But we are on the battlefield now. It would be inappropriate for us to leave like this." Su Zhe smiled and shook his head. "No, the battle was over from the moment I came here." Only then did Su Yao realize that the enemies around him had ceased to exist. This was why Wang Zi could come here. And in the center of the battlefield, a wolf and a phoenix were causing chaos. From the moment he landed, Su Zhe sent out the Shadow Moon Wolf King and the Golden Feather Phoenix. A 90-level Lord-level monster, coupled with a 98th level Divine Beast, is simply an overwhelming presence on this small battlefield. So much so that there was no need for Hamba to be dispatched, and Su Zhe had no intention of exposing her so early. "The battle will be over soon. Let's go first." Su Yao didn't hesitate anymore, and Wang Zi followed after seeing this. Soon they arrived at the rear of the battlefield and looked at the neat rows of tents in front of them. Su Yao took Su Zhe to the back of the camp. The style of the tents here was obviously different from the others, and it lacked a bit of a chilling atmosphere. Su Yao introduced, "In front are the camps of the spirit guards. This is the common camp of our 4 beast control universities. Each beast-controlling university sends the best in the school to the battlefield in order to allow them to hone themselves in actual life and death combat and improve their strength faster. You all know them too. They are the outstanding students who participated in the beast control competition. Wang Zi and I came here to help you avenge ourselves, so we are much inferior to them." As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, she heard a hearty female voice coming from the side. "Sister Su Yao is too humble. Your mermaid lord's elusive mental attack is hard to guard against, and there is also the large-scale toxin attack of the blue phoenix butterfly. Even if it just paralyzes those Japs, it will be enough to affect the situation. You played a greater role in this war than we did." Then Su Zhe saw an acquaintance walking up to Su Yao. It was Lin Queer, the #1 seed of Suzaku Beast Controlling University, who was eliminated by him in the beast control competition. Lin Queer cautiously blocked Su Yao behind him, and then asked in a low voice, "How is it? Are you sure it's the disciple?" Su Yao nodded, then frowned and said, "Sister Kair, brother Su Zhe did eliminate you in the beast control competition, but he is not a slut. You don't hold grudges until now, do you?" Lin Shower hesitated for a long time, but in the end she blushed and couldn't say anything. "Oh, he is just a scumbag anyway. He could have used that phoenix to eliminate me, but he didn't use it. Who are you looking down on?" "Humph." As Lin Queer spoke, she glared at Su Zhe fiercely. Su Zhe scratched his head in embarrassment, but his use of the shadow thrust was indeed an accident. Su Yao nodded and said with a smile, Yes, because there are not many girls here, and it is not convenient to live with other people, so we girls were put together. In addition to Sister Kair, there are also Senior Sister Lu Yi, Sister Luo Xingyu from White Tiger Beast Control University, and Shui Yuha from Imperial Beast Control University. Su Yao clapped her fingers and said one by one. She looked very happy. Originally, I was still sad because I thought Su Zhe was dead, but now the real Su Zhe appeared in front of me intact, and my heart was filled with joy. Su Zhe also nodded. After all, these were acquaintances who had dealt with each other in the beast control competition. As the war on the front line ended quickly due to the intervention of Yilong and Yifeng, they all withdrew to the rear. Su Zhe had already seen Wang Zi running to the side of the cold-faced imperial sister Luo Xingyu, who was walking towards him. He diligently handed her water and food. Lu Yi and Shui Yuha were also by her side. Is it true this time? Lu Yi asked. After Su Yao nodded affirmatively again, she came up and patted Su Zhe on the shoulder and said, "That's okay, you kid. You actually came back alive from Fusan." Luo Xingyu also nodded to Su Zhe expressionlessly and said congratulations, and seemed to only smile slightly when Wang Zi entangled him. It seems like this kid is up to something. The only one who is more embarrassed is Shui Yuha. After all, Su Zhe exposed her cheating, which affected her reputation and that of the entire Shui family. She participated in this war this time to help her family clear its name. Finally, she had the courage to say hello to Su Zhe, and Su Zhe didn't look at her coldly. Then several people watched Su Yao eagerly drag Su Zhe to an open space behind the tent and followed him out of curiosity. I saw Su Yao touching her chin and searching for a while before finding a small mound and saying, "I found it and buried it there." Su Zhe also hurriedly walked over, took the shovel Wang Zi had just taken out from the camp, and dug in a few clicks. Soon, the void spirit turtle was dug out at a depth of more than half a meter. Fortunately, one of the best things about turtles is their good fortune. After opening his mouth twice to breathe in the fresh air, he once again fell into the deep sleep brought about by evolution. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. As Su Zhe spoke, he dusted off the dirt from the void spirit turtle and put it into the beast-controlling space. Seeing this, the others finally let go of the last trace of doubt in their hearts. Su Zhe also turned back to Su Yao at this time and said, "The war here should be over. There is a high probability that Fuso itself will no longer be able to send people to support. Let's go back." Luo Xingyu, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and said to Su Zhe, "How do you know that no one will come to support you? What did you do in Fuso?" From the moment she saw the wolf and the phoenix, she had already guessed that the real Su Zhe would most likely come. But the fighting power displayed by Shadow Moon Wolf King and Feng Qingyi made her dumbfounded. It is hard to imagine that Su Zhe, who was forced to go to the enemy's base camp for a period of time, not only did not die, but came back with a dramatic improvement in strength. Could it be that Fuso is actually a charity? This is obviously impossible. Su Zhe didn't hide anything, but simply told Fuso that the emperor was dead, all 3 captains were dead, and the secret guards were leaderless. This made several people stare in disbelief. Wang Zi asked directly, "My dear brother, are you bragging? You went to Fusang and stayed there for only a few days. How come you made them look like they are about to destroy the country?" After meeting Su Yao and Wang Zi, Su Zhe's desire to go home is not so strong now. After all, this only lover and friend is his biggest concern now. At this time, Su Yao also said, "Brother Su Zhe, we are not in a hurry to go home. I will take you to meet Brother Sun Hao and the others first." "Oh, are they here too?" Su Zhe was a little surprised when he heard this. Although Sun Hao and the others are also Daxia spirit guards, they are defensive troops stationed in the local area. Logically speaking, they should not appear here. Now they appeared on the front line, fighting against Fuso's secret guards. Brother Sun Hao and the others brought people to the front line that day after they heard that you were captured by Fuso people. Whenever Fuso secret guards appear, they will immediately kill you and avenge you. I even tried to find you in Fuso mainland many times before, but failed. Su Zhe nodded. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to break through the sea area blocked by militia. When Su Yao said this, there was a bit of unbearable look on her face. Su Zhe was quite touched by this, and at the same time he was also concerned about how serious their injuries were now. that Su Yao had such an expression. Soon, they arrived at the wounded camp and saw members of the 13th Detachment of Beishan City lying there. Everyone's injuries ranged from minor to serious, but even the most minor injuries were wrapped in a lot of gauze. The most seriously injured was Tao Lin, who had been set up by the Jiang family. His left arm and right leg had become hollow, and other parts were covered with gauze. If his face hadn't been exposed, it would have been impossible to recognize him. Sun Hao, I asked you to take charge of the 13th Detachment. How come the brothers have been treated like this? After Su Zhe walked into the camp, looking at the tragic situation in front of him, he asked worriedly. Sun Hao, who had gauze wrapped around his head and half of his face, immediately stood up after hearing this and looked at Su Zhe at the door with his unwrapped right eye. Judging from the part of the wound that was exposed, it seemed to be a very serious burn. Captain Su Zhe, is it really you? After all, they had been deceived once before, and that time they were injured the most seriously, causing them to have lingering fears now. Then when he saw Su Yao sticking to Su Zhe's side and nodding towards them, he put down his worries. Sun Hao said excitedly, Captain, you are finally back. When the brothers heard that you were captured by Fusang's gang of kidnappers, they were all very anxious. Even Captain Guo re-enlisted in the army to save you, but he had something to do and couldn't come with him this time. Su Zhe walked up and patted him on the shoulder, then looked at the other team members who were also seriously injured and remained silent. Seeing this, Sun Hao comforted himself and said, Captain, everyone is doing this willingly. You are so kind to us, and no one wants to forget our roots, especially Tao Lin. After I went back last time, I told him what happened in Xinglua City. He knew that in order to silence him, you even risked becoming enemies with Lord Sun Shang to kill the two Jiangsheng brothers. So this time he worked extra hard. He fought alone against 3 Fuso secret guards who were stronger than him, and was beaten like this. Fortunately, the brothers saved him in time and saved his life. Su Zhe came to Tao Lin's hospital bed and looked at him in a coma with mixed feelings in his heart. He opened his mouth and asked, Is there any way to cure it? He knew that although this world also had ordinary medical technology, the water and wood beasts could often show amazing healing effects, and they might be able to help Tao Lin regain his limbs. Sun Hao replied, There is no danger to his life now, and there are no problems with other injuries. Su Zhe sighed helplessly after hearing this. At this moment, there was a sudden heat in the air and a lazy yawn. He then knew that Hamba was also a guy like Feng Qingyi, who would disobey orders and enter and exit the beast-controlling space at will. The smell of blood is so sweet. Is it time to eat? Hanbao asked, stretching. It seemed that she was attracted by the blood flowing from the wounded, but was immediately stopped by Su Zhe. No, they are all my brothers. They are all injured and cannot withstand the torture. Hanbao glanced at everyone. Everyone present was surprised by Hanbao's peerless appearance. Even many of the less injured guys forgot about the pain. Only Su Yao felt the threat and leaned against Su Zhe, holding his arms in her arms. He said a little jealously, Is this the new beast you got in Fuso? Why is it a beautiful woman again? Su Zhe smiled bitterly and said, This is beyond my control, and if it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't be able to come back alive. Su Yao's hostility towards Han Ba disappeared immediately after hearing this, but she still had the vigilance to protect food. Han Bao smiled at Su Yao indifferently, and then said, Since they are all friends of the master, then leave it to me. No matter how serious the injuries on their flesh and blood bodies are, I can heal them. Su Zhe suddenly recalled the way Han Ba used to treat his fingers. Of course, no problem. Han Bao came to the injured person lightly. He was injured on the chest, with a stab wound of 7 or 8 centimeters. Just when Su Zhe thought he was about to see a strange scene, he was even preparing to cover Su Yao's eyes. He saw Han Ba just wave his white jade hand lightly, shrouded in a layer of blood-colored light, and the wounded area of the wounded man suddenly grew and healed quickly on its own. Not just him, but anyone who was shrouded in blood-colored light had all their minor injuries healed quickly, and soon only scars remained. Isn't this different from how you helped me heal my wounds before? Su Zhe said doubtfully. Hamba just turned around, smiled, and said, Of course it's because, Master, you are a special person, so you will receive special treatment. Seeing this, Su Yao on the side immediately grabbed a piece of tender meat from Su Zhe's waist and said with a smile on her face, What kind of special treatment is this? It hurts. It hurts. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Suze didn't dare to tell the truth. After the other people's injuries were cured, it was the turn of seriously injured people like Sun Hao and Tao Lin who were missing parts. Hamba also raised his other hand, and two bloody rays of the same color but with completely different effects covered it. I saw that Sun Hao's other unimportant parts suddenly lost a piece of flesh, but there were no scars, and it was filled directly into the burned area on his face. The flesh and blood was in her hands, like plasticine that she could handle at will. Soon Sun Hao recovered as before, with no trace of burns visible. Captain Suze, your beast master is definitely a powerful weapon on the battlefield, the strongest healing aid. Suze nodded non-committally. This was just Hanbao's flesh and blood manipulation technique. Although it looks like this when used for treatment now, if it is used on enemies, I am afraid that all enemies will be turned into huge flesh and blood monsters like needing plasticine. Soon, only Tao Lin, who was missing his arms and legs, was left. His injuries were undoubtedly the most serious. Even Hamba observed it for a long time and shook his head. Suze thought that even the divine beast was powerless. Hanbao said, Master, this man has lost a lot of flesh and blood. It is no longer enough to rely on other parts of his body to make up for it. I need to replace it with some fresh flesh and blood. Immediately, everyone else in Team 13 raised their hands and said, Use mine. This is their unity. But Hanbao shook his head. When you were just healing, your own flesh and blood was just enough. At this time, Lin Queer, who had been observing outside the camp, raised his hand expectantly and said, Can anyone's be used? Mine is also okay. No need to watch for any rejection reaction. Hanbao shook his head and said, No problem. Lin Queer immediately walked in 3 steps at a time and said, That's great. I've gained some weight on my belly and arms these days. I originally thought I could lose weight by coming to the battlefield, but it ended so quickly. It's good now. You don't have to work hard to lose weight. This meat can also heal injuries and save people. Hanbao just waved his hand, and all the excess flesh and blood on the abdomen and arms that Lin Queer mentioned just now were removed, but she didn't feel any pain at all. He rubbed his belly excitedly and said, It's a great feeling, and it's painless to lose weight. Seeing such results, Su Yao and Shui Yuha couldn't sit still and wanted to donate their excess flesh and blood. Even the cold-faced imperial sister Luo Xingyu, who has always been serious about words, joined in. It just so happened that the flesh and blood obtained from Lin Queer was not enough, so the drought demons also accepted all comers. At this time, Lin Queer said again, If this is the case, can we still let the meat go where it should go? The girl's eyes lit up. Suze couldn't help it and said, Stop it. My beast master is for fighting and healing, not for opening a beauty salon. After saying that, he glanced at Hamba angrily. After all, he was a divine beast, and a ferocious beast at that. Why didn't he know how to refuse such an unreasonable request? Then Suze lowered his head and saw Su Yao's eager eyes, so he leaned into her ear and whispered, Don't worry, I will let you try it in the future. Just kidding. Other people use Hanbao to let the meat go where it should go, and it has nothing to do with Suze. But Su Yao, that's different. After collecting enough flesh and blood, Drought Demon began to repair Tao Lin's body. First, the bones slowly grew out, and then they were filled with flesh and blood, connected to the nerves and blood vessels, and formed in one breath. Because he obtained flesh and blood from several beauties, Tao Lin's newly born left arm and right leg looked very white and smooth, which did not match his body. But after all, it has become complete, and there is no need to think about it so much anymore. Hamba reminded, although the flesh and blood are borrowed, the bones are generated from elements taken from other parts of his body, so his bones will be relatively fragile during this period of time, and he needs to rest and not exercise strenuously. After Hamba's operation, all the sick and wounded in this camp, regardless of whether they were members of the 13th Detachment, were cured. Everyone burst into tears of gratitude, thanked Suze, and worshipped Hamba as a goddess. She was in a daze for a moment, as if she was remembering something from the past. I'm not a goddess, just a ferocious beast that brings disaster. After saying that, he returned to Suze's beast-controlling space. This disappointed Lin Queer, who was still thinking of troublesome Han Bao to help her get a devilish figure. When Suze walked out of the camp and gave everyone who had just healed their injuries a quiet rest, the Shadow Moon Wolf King and Feng Qingyi, who had completed their mission, also flew over. As long as they were here, none of this group of Fuso secret guards could escape. This disputed island no longer has any controversy. Feng Qingyi fell to the ground after returning to her human form, and immediately gave Su Yao a big hug. Qingyi, you have become so beautiful now. Of course, I am a real phoenix now. They had always had a good relationship before, the kind where they could share an egg. The Shadow Moon Wolf King has also reached the corresponding level and transformed into a handsome young man with silver hair. But for some reason, Suze always felt that there was a sense of stupidity between his eyebrows. Sure enough, when the young man jumped to Suze's side and tilted his head with an expression like, "I just performed really well. Master, please touch my head." Suze knew that he was still the same, the stupid era. If you want to touch your head, you can change back to your original shape first. The Shadow Moon Wolf King reluctantly returned to his original form, and then he asked for a pat on the head. Then he happily returned to the shadow world to rest and recover the energy he had just consumed. Feng Qingyi also wanted to return to the beast controlling space, but when she once again wanted to take the initiative to get into Suze's beast controlling space as before, she found that she was rejected. Ouch, what's going on? Feng Qingyi said while rubbing her head. It seems that what happened just now made Hanbo a little autistic. I didn't expect you to be like this, Suze said with a smile. At the same time, he seemed to hear the laughter of he from the void spirit turtle he was holding. When Feng Qingyi noticed it, he immediately looked like he was sleeping during evolution. Suze then smoothed things over and said, "Well, it won't cost you much to deal with these small fish and shrimps anyway. There is no need to enter the beast control space to rest. Let's take a rest today and wait until the wounded who have just recovered tomorrow regain their strength before going back." What was a pity was that although Suze and Su Yao both wanted to meet again after a long separation and stay a little longer, the girls in the same tent with her did not agree. He could only temporarily sleep in a tent with Wang Zi and Kuang Yi. When they met Suze, they had to exchange greetings. "Sister Su Yao, let's say goodbye then. You must take care of yourself." The next morning, Lin Queer took Su Yao's hand and said affectionately. After Suze came back, Su Yao planned to go back to Beishan City with him. However, Lin Queer, Luo Xingyu and others felt that the battle ended too quickly and was far from having a training effect. So they planned to continue to other places where the battle has not yet ended. Not just them. All the young Beast Masters who had participated in the Beast Master competition, except Suze, were ready to continue fighting. Although the two level 100 war gods of Daxiao were unable to participate in the battle due to Militian's intervention, others were not restricted. In addition, more and more monsters have suddenly appeared all over the world recently, and there are not many opportunities to fight. On the other side, Wang Zi was also saying goodbye to Suze. "Good brother, now that you're back safely, I'm relieved. Brother, I'm going to continue pursuing love. It just so happens that my absence won't disturb you and Su Yao's alone time." Wang Zi winked at Suze as he spoke. Go aside, you bastard who forgets his friends," Suze said with a helpless smile. Then he took out another platinum egg and handed it to Wang Zi's hand. "This is for you." When Wang Zi saw this and was about to shirk, he heard Suze say, "Luo Xingyu is a key beast master trained by your school, and she even has a diamond-level beast master. If you only have a gold-level beast master, you are not worthy of her. Even if she is really moved, she still has to consider the pressure from her family and teachers. I can't get diamond-level monster eggs right now. I can only make do with platinum-level ones. I'll give you better ones later." After hearing this, Wang Zi thought silently for a moment, and finally took the white gold egg in his hand. "Good brother, this is enough. If this continues, the favor I owe you will never be repaid in my lifetime." Then he took out a bank card from his arms and said, "This is what my father gave me to marry my wife. The money is not much, probably only tens of millions. But I just understood from what you said. For a beast master like Xingyu who is committed to constantly improving his strength, money is not important. The important thing is that there is someone who can walk with her and not be left behind. So I accept this egg, and you keep the money." Although I know that such a small amount of money can't even buy a platinum eggshell, but this is all I have for the time being." Before Wang Zi finished speaking, Suze smiled and patted his shoulder, pushed Ka back, and said, "Why are we so polite between brothers? Consider this egg as a gift from me. I'm waiting for your good news." Seeing that Suze was resolute, Wang Zi didn't force him. Anyway, for a person who can casually take out so many monster eggs, as long as he is willing to take one out for auction, I am afraid it can equal the wealth accumulated by his father in his lifetime. Then Wang Zi became cruel and prepared to bite his finger and draw blood to identify his master. Suze saw this and stopped him quickly. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Zi was surprised and said, "You will recognize your master by dripping blood. Didn't the 2 monster eggs you gave me before be made like this? By the way, you haven't told me how to hatch this egg." Suze couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this and said, "That's wrong. That's wrong. This egg is different from the ones I gave you before. You don't need to shed blood to identify its owner, and there is no special hatching method. Because this platinum egg is not produced by the system at all." When Suze finally left Fuso, he not only smashed and burned many shrines, but also wiped out the monster eggs and monster crystal cores in the Fuso Secret Guard's warehouse. The various gold and platinum level monster eggs he now possesses can completely arm an army of beast masters. Unfortunately, he did not find a diamond level monster egg. I don't know if it's not there, or it's hidden in a deeper place, and only a few high-level officials know about it. It's just that the Emperor and the 3 captains of Fuso's top leaders have already fled to death. So even if there is a more secret treasure trove, Suze can't find out. Wang Zi held the platinum egg in his hand and asked doubtfully, "Then how should this egg be hatched?" This also confused Suze. After all, he had never hatched a serious monster egg so far. They were all monster eggs with special hatching conditions in the system. As for this knowledge, he only attended the Beast Control University for less than a year, and he really couldn't learn it. At this time, Suze thought of a candidate. "I remember that teacher Chen Xin is an expert in the breeding of monster beasts. She must also know how monster eggs are hatched. Let me ask you when I go back this time." Wang Zi looked a little ugly when he heard this and said, "The teacher Chen Xin you are talking about is a teacher from Qinglong Beast Control University?" Suze saw something was wrong from his expression and asked, "Yes, what happened?" Wang Zi replied, "Not long after you left, a large number of monsters emerged from nowhere in Qinglong Beast Control University, and now the entire school has become a ruin. However, the school seems to have received the news in advance and moved all teachers and students away. No major casualties occurred. It's just that schools can't be opened for the time being. So we've sent all the teachers and students back." Suze breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, "That's good. We can always find it." Soon, everyone was divided into 2 teams. Suze, Su Yao, and the members of the 13th Detachment chose to return to Beishan City, while the rest, mainly outstanding students from various schools, continued to the new battlefield. "Xingyu, wait for me." Wang Zi said goodbye to Suze in a hurry and chased after him. "Call Senior," Luo Xingyu said with a frown. Luo Xingyu frowned, but finally grabbed one of Wang Zi's arms and lifted him up. Her frosty face seemed to have a faint blush, which made Wang Zi look a little dazed. At this time, Suze suddenly shouted mischievously, "Good brother, I remember that your second beast-controlling purple light electric eagle is not a flying monster. You shouldn't bother others, right?" Luo Xingyu seemed to react immediately. After all, Wang Zi has performed brilliantly on the battlefield these days using the cooperation of the golden scale pig and the purple light electric eagle. She had also noticed it, but she just couldn't remember it for the first time. So he immediately threw Wang Zi out with a groan. Wang Zi, who was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy just now, could only summon the purple electric eagle in order to prevent him from falling to the ground. Then he turned around and yelled, "Good brother, thank you so much." Suze also smiled and replied loudly, "You're welcome." Suze looked at the ruins in front of him and knew that he had been hasty and should have accepted Wang Zi's bank card worth tens of millions. Otherwise, we would not face the dilemma of having no place to live. He should have thought that the unit he lived in was the staff room of Qinglong Beast Control University, which was near the school. Since the Blue Dragon Beast Control University has been destroyed, It is normal for his house to no longer exist. There was only ruins left before his eyes, with cement fragments and exposed steel bars everywhere. Although he still has many monster eggs of great value, it is precisely because of their high value that they cannot be sold quickly, and he also wants to keep these eggs for his own use. Even if you sell it, you still have to spend time looking for a house after getting the money. Su Yao, your and Uncle Su's homes were also destroyed, right? Where do you live now? Suze turned around and asked. Su Yao replied, my dad has a new place to live as a teacher's subsidy. Suze was shocked and said, oh, what about mine? How could this be possible? Suzy said angrily. At this time, Sun Hao on the side stepped forward and said, Captain Suze, although Qinglong Beast Control University does not subsidize your house, our great Xia Lingwei does. Beishan City wants to establish a new branch, and a lot of properties have been expropriated at high prices. Brothers have been saving it for you. Now let me show it to you. Suze was happy when he heard this, then raised his hand and said, wait a minute, what does the new branch mean? When he came back, he discovered that Beishan City's defense force was much stronger than before. Whether on the ground or in the air, there are many powerful auras patrolling everywhere, and most of the great Xia spirit guards who maintain law and order are unfamiliar faces. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao immediately explained to Suze. It turns out that after the underground anchor point of Qinglong Beast Control University disappeared, a very unstable space crack appeared. When cracks appear, many monsters will invade. So the Eastern Legion of the Daxia Spirit Guard specially set up a branch in Beishan City to deal with the monsters. The original 13th detachment was not resettled for the time being because its captain Suze was captured and became idlers. It is precisely because of this that Sun Hao can lead his team members to the front line to avenge Suze. But now that Suze is back, a new transfer order for the 13th detachment is expected to be issued soon. There is a high probability that it will be merged into the branch, but I don't know whether it will be disrupted and merged or the original establishment will be maintained. After all, Suze had learned from the Jiang family's mistakes and remained wary of this kind of superior who came from the air. Sun Hao also replied, the branch chief's surname is Xue, and he is indeed a member of the Xue family among the three major families. But now the family has become very peaceful, especially the Xue family. Suze raised his eyebrows and asked what was going on. It turned out that it was after the ancestor of the Jiang family rebelled and the Jiang family was destroyed. Da Xiaolingwei used this as an excuse to rectify the remaining three major families, although even the top leaders of Lingwei also had family members. However, Xiao Sheng, who was in anger, ruthlessly suppressed all those who interfered with the rectification. Although the names of the three major beast-controlling families are still there, their reputation and strength are not as good as before. In particular, the Xue family's reputation has already been damaged due to Xue Yue's cheating. So now they are keeping a very low profile, hoping to restore their reputation by relying on public support. Hearing that Sun Hao's evaluation of the other party was quite good, Suze no longer had any resistance. While walking and chatting, the group of people came to the property expropriated by Da Xiaolingwei, as mentioned before. If you want to establish a branch, there will definitely be many non-local people, and they all need a place to live. In order not to favor one against another, everyone in the 13th detachment was also assigned to a room. This is also related to the Xue family's desire to win people's hearts, as mentioned before. Otherwise, they would usually build a dormitory, with 4 or even 6 people in one room. How can it be like now, with one apartment per person? The 13th detachment left Suze with the one with the best environment and the largest area. An 80-square-meter house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Suze has a room, and Feng Qingyi, who was turned away by Hanba and cannot enter the beast-controlling space, also has a room, and there is also an extra guest room. According to Su Yao, it is much better than the housing subsidized by Yusho University. Looking at the other person's envious eyes, Suze knew that it was time for him to consider some major life events. Da Xiaolingwei's house is just a temporary residence. When you are free, you can buy a luxurious villa by taking out an egg at auction. At that time, Su Yao can also be taken over. But unfortunately, Su Yao did not stay tonight, but wanted to go back to report to her father that she was safe. After all, this is someone who came back alive from the battlefield. Sun Hao also left after leading people to help Suze buy a house and furniture. It is worth mentioning that everyone who was injured before has almost recovered now. There was only one Tao Lin whose bones were temporarily very fragile due to the regeneration of his arms, and he had to be pushed in a wheelchair wherever he went. Moreover, the newborn hands and feet are still very white and tender, and from time to time they have to be rubbed by their comrades who live with them day and night, which can be said to be both painful and happy. When night came, Suze felt a little deserted when he was the only one left. So he called out all three beasts. The Shadow Moon Wolf King still nuzzled around like a pet, while Feng Qingyi went to take a look in his bedroom. Hamba finally recovered from his autistic state, took 2 deep breaths of air, and said, "Is this where one of the pillars of the 2 realms is located? I feel the breath of the world of monsters, little phoenix. The power of the human world is not enough to support the advancement of the monsters. I will teach you the cultivation methods of the world of monsters." This sentence not only attracted Feng Qingyi, but also aroused Su Zhe's curiosity. He knew that all divine beasts had inherited memories passed down through their bloodline from generation to generation. But Feng Qingyi was the evolved divine beast. The only one who has truly inherited the memory of the mythical beasts is Hamba. Not only does she know information about the world of monsters, but maybe she can also learn what the Gasapon system is from her. "Hamba, do you still remember how you turned into a monster egg?" Hanbao nodded and said, "Of course I remember that I was killed by a few old friends in the world of monsters, but they couldn't destroy the bloodline of the Corona-level beasts, so my bloodline inheritance became monster eggs." Suze was still waiting for Hanbao to continue, but she had stopped. So he asked, "What happened next? How did it get into my hands?" Hanbao glanced at Suze strangely and said, "Will Master remember what happened before he was born? The monster eggs that I reincarnated into after my death were obtained by some old friends and were taken care of. In fact, I am also very curious about how the Master took me out of the strictly guarded forbidden area." Suze just wanted to say that he didn't know any forbidden area, only a Gasapon machine. But since Hanbao didn't know anything more, Suze didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject to another topic. "You just called this the place where the pillar is? As far as I know, humans call that kind of thing an anchor point. Can you tell me the difference between the two?" Suze briefly explained human beings' understanding of anchor points. At this time, Lin Shi also came out of Suze's shadow and listened quietly. Unexpectedly, Hamba burst out laughing after hearing this and said, "It's wrong. Your understanding is wrong. The pillars do not exist to fix the 2 worlds and prevent the human world from escaping. But when a collision is inevitable, use 7 or 49 mythical beasts or objects that have reached the moonlight level to support the distance between the 2 worlds and prevent the 2 worlds from completely colliding. How could this happen? Have we all been stupidly doing it backwards for so many years?" Lin Shi's unbelievable voice came from the side. But thinking about what happened after the dragon corpse anchor disappeared, perhaps what Hanba said was the truth. "I don't know if you are stupid or not, but it's true that it's the other way around." Hanbao covered his mouth and chuckled. Suze continued to ask, "Why does the world of monsters and beasts use pillars to prevent the 2 worlds from colliding? Could it be that not all monsters want to invade the human world? Then why are monsters still entering the human world and destroying it?" Suze had too many questions. These monsters clearly regarded humans as ants, so why did they give up their own bodies to protect the human world? Moreover, the black dragon they saw when they passed through Fuso's shadow anchor point was definitely not an anchor point voluntarily, but was forced to do so. Faced with Suze's question, Hanba continued, "Mistress, there seems to be some misunderstanding in your understanding. The existence of the pillars is not to protect the human world. Although the overall strength of monsters is much stronger than that of humans, the world we live in is equal in level. So when 2 worlds collide, there is a high probability that they will both perish and be destroyed together." Suze suddenly realized and said, "So this is also protecting the monster itself?" Hanbao continued, "Yes, but this is the way conservatives choose." "Conservative?" Suze raised a new question of his own. Hamba smiled and replied, "It's like Master, the human world where you are is divided into many countries, and the relationship between them is not friendly or even hostile to each other. The world of monsters and beasts is not a unified whole, but we are only divided into two groups on how to deal with the human world we are about to collide with. That's conservatives and radicals. The conservative method, as I just said, is to erect 49 pillars to prevent the two worlds from completely colliding. But even a moonlight-level beast can hardly withstand the pressure between the two worlds. With the passage of time and the destruction of some external forces, the 49 pillars are no longer perfect. Suze nodded. For example, the Dragon Corpse pillar under Qinglong Beast Control University has disappeared, and the Sycamore Tree pillar parasitized by Jiang Huiran will most likely not bear this responsibility again in the future. Of the three pillars Suze knew about, only Fuso's Shadow pillar was still intact. Han Bao continued, and UA-level beasts and objects cannot be taken out casually. Originally, the conservatives had an absolute advantage in the world of monsters, but because the implementation of the pillar plan consumed a lot of resources and combat power, they are now being overshadowed by the radicals. Suze then asked, then what method did the radicals among the monsters choose? When talking about this problem, Han Ba smiled happily and said, this is much simpler. The radical method is to come to the human world in advance and destroy it before the two worlds collide. In this case, even if it still collides with fragments of the human world in the future, it will not pose a particularly fatal threat. Suze wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is also easy to understand, just like the use of missiles to destroy asteroids that may hit the Earth has been studied. Destroy it in advance, so that even if the fragments hit the Earth, they will be burned up due to the friction of the atmosphere. I have to say that for monsters, this method is indeed more effective once and for all, but for humans, it is very cold. Suze suddenly thought that the Hamba in front of him was once one of the top people in the world of monsters. So what is the faction she belongs to? Suze asked tentatively. Hamba, you should have died as a conservative in the encirclement and suppression by radicals who have become more powerful recently, right? But Han Bao smiled and shook his head, denying Suze's guess and saying, Master, you guessed wrong. When I was in the world of monsters, I was one of the top leaders of the radical faction, and I destroyed many pillars. Suze felt a headache and covered his forehead. He should have guessed this a long time ago. Drought Demon has made great contributions to mankind, but because of mankind's disgust and curse, it has lost its divinity and turned into a monster and vicious beast. How can it be a conservative? Speaking of which, I just felt that the remaining breath here was a bit familiar. The original pillar here was the body of a golden dragon, right? But in fact, he is not dead yet. He just entered a state of suspended animation, and then used his body and bones to support the distance between the two worlds. And Master also knows that what I am best at is manipulating flesh and blood. Suze stared and said, so the golden dragon was freed from being a pillar after you resurrected it? But then it felt wrong, because when he pulled out the scarlet blood egg, Drought Demon should have died and turned into a monster egg. The dragon corpse was completely resurrected and left after that. Sure enough, Hamba continued, my men should have done this with the blood I left behind. I felt something was wrong before I was besieged, but the conservatives were still growing in power after all, so I left some of my strength and blood behind. As long as I use my blood, I can destroy the pillars in this state, and this type of pillar happens to be the most numerous. Some of them are voluntary conservatives, but many are radicals who have been forcibly captured. Resurrecting them will not only destroy the mainstay plans of the conservatives, but also continue to strengthen the strength of the radicals. Suze saw Han Bao's excited expression and coughed twice, reminding her to pay attention to her current identity. He is here as a human master, but as a master of beasts, he talks excitedly about the plan to exterminate mankind. Is this ridiculous? Han Bao also calmed down his expression when he heard the sound and said, of course, this is all in the past. Now, as the master's beast, I must be on the side of humans. Suze also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Maybe this was good news. After all, the radicals have lost one high-end combat capability, and sooner or later with the growth of Han Bao, they will have an additional high-end combat capability, and they also have a lot of information about the radicals. However, Hamba then added, Master, I think I need to remind you of the situation, but it is not as optimistic as you think. The pillar plan can now be declared a failure, and the positions of many conservative mythical beasts have also been shaken. I think there should be more monsters choosing to sacrifice the human world to save themselves. Lin Shi finally interjected at this time. After all, we can't place our hopes on others. We must be prepared that all monsters are enemies. Just when Su Zhe was still immersed in the large amount of information provided by Han Bao, he felt a powerful aura coming with a strong wind, and soon landed in front of Su Zhe. Junior brother Su Zhe, are you back? The person who came was none other than Xiao Sheng, who rushed over immediately after receiving the news that Su Zhe had returned from Fusang. Well, facing the other party's concern, Su Zhe still felt a little awkward. Although he went to Fusang for a trip, he didn't suffer any losses and came back with a lot of money. But he was sold after all. Seeing Xiao Sheng now still had mixed feelings. From his expression, Xiao Sheng also knew that he had understood a lot of the situation and sighed. He did not support Lin Shi's plan in the first place, but he knew very little information about him, not even knowing that Xiao Su was their collaborator. At this time, he also spotted Lin Shi beside Su Zhe, who was quietly trying to sneak into the shadow, and rushed over in one stride. From the look on his face, Su Zhe knew that Xiao Sheng did not know much about this so-called plan. Seeing that she could no longer hide, Lin Shi had no choice but to emerge from Su Zhe's shadow. Then, under Xiao Sheng's questioning, he briefly explained his current situation. Speaking of which, kid, we haven't seen each other for so long. Do you still have my body? Although there is a high probability that I will not be able to come back to life now, it is still okay to use my body to relieve my alcohol addiction in a short period of time. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, and then said loudly, Cremation? Don't you think I will have a chance to come back? Are you so decisive? Xiao Sheng also said aggrievedly, It's been so many days. If I don't bury it, there will be a strange smell. Then Xiao Sheng seemed to have thought of something and said very forcefully, Besides, teacher, you never told me about this plan. Su Zhe, who was on the side, saw this and mocked mercilessly. This is called bringing it upon yourself. Senior brother Xiao Sheng, why not hold a cocktail party tonight to make this old guy starve to death? Xiao Sheng also smiled and said, That's exactly what I meant. Only Lin Shi was about to cry but said without tears, You can't do this to me. That night, Xiao Sheng actually held a banquet to celebrate Su Zhe's safe return. Su Yao and Sun Hao, who had just returned, were called back again. Su Zhe also specifically asked Su Yiming to be brought over, so that he could ask Chen Xine, who was also a teacher, where he was now. This is not just for Wang Zi. He has a huge number of monster eggs collected from Fuso. The sooner they are hatched, the faster they can form combat effectiveness. In addition, even Sun Sheng rushed over to celebrate Su Zhe's safe return, which Su Zhe did not expect. But he seemed a little depressed, and he took care of his beard when it grew out, and kept drinking. I guess it was because of Jiang Huiran that the woman he was obsessed with, who was most likely a fellow time traveler, was in very bad shape. However, because he doesn't like human banquets, Drought Demon is currently staying at home with the other two beasts. Su Zhe also planned to inquire after he went back and confirm that Han Bao could be solved before informing Sun Sheng, so as not to give him hope and usher in despair. Since it is a banquet, of course the drinks are indispensable. What was heartbreaking was that he thought only he knew the location of the wine that Lin Shi collected during his lifetime. But in fact, his good student Xiao Sheng knew everything about it in private, and these wines were dug out by Xiao Sheng from the ruins of Qinglong Beast Control University. Because it was buried deep enough, only a small part was damaged. He originally planned to keep the rest as a souvenir, but now it seems that he no longer needs it. I took them all out, and everyone had a great time drinking from one bottle. Lin Shi, who was floating around on the side, couldn't even smell the aroma of wine, let alone drinking, and was jumping with heartache. Su Zhe let out a big sigh of resentment. The banquet lasted until late at night, until Lin Shi drank all the wine, and then everyone left drunkenly. Among them, Sun Sheng, who could tell at a glance that he was worried, drank the most. Xiao Sheng drank a lot in order to challenge him and want to take revenge on the teacher. As for Su Zhe, this was his first time drinking. After one drink, he was so drunk that he became dizzy, and by the time he sobered up a little, the party was almost over. He wanted to use his drunkenness to say that his home was quite big and wanted Su Yao to experience it. But Su Yiming was also there and failed in the end, which made Su Zhe heartbroken. Fortunately, he has not forgotten the business. The good news is that Chen Xian did not leave Qinglong Beast Control University when it was in danger. He lives in a house reassigned by the school, not far from Su Yao's home, and can take him there at any time. After that, Su Yiming took Su Yao and left. One thing is that Su Yao looks very sober and seems to drink more than Su Zhe. As everyone left with their fill of wine and food, the banquet ended. Su Zhe didn't keep Lin Shi anymore and waved him away to Xiao Sheng while he went back alone. After all, you will always feel uncomfortable if there is someone hiding in your shadow. As a result, as soon as he returned home, he saw the Shadow Moon Wolf King lying at the door with an aggrieved look on his face, looking like a doorkeeper. Su Zhe saw this and asked, "What's going on? Why are you the only one outside?" Shadow Moon Wolf King immediately got up and waggled his tail and said, "It was Sister Hanbao who kicked me out. She said she wanted to see Boss Qingyi for something, and it was not convenient for me to be there." Inconvenient. Su Zhe pressed against the door in confusion, wanting to hear what strange things the two of them were discussing. It doesn't matter if you don't listen, but your face will turn red when you hear it. There was a very strange sound inside, like Feng Qingyi's suppressed cry. Just when Su Zhe was shocked, he suddenly felt the door loosen, and he leaned directly against the door and pushed it open. The scene behind the door also came into view. I saw Han Bao standing behind the door and wiping the corners of his mouth with great satisfaction. She also opened the door. Feng Qingyi's face was full of blood, her eyes were twitching, and she collapsed on the ground with a slight gasp. The skirt of her clothes was also torn apart and covered with both hands, making her look like a little daughter-in-law who had been bullied by a bully. The key is that this little daughter-in-law seems quite satisfied. Han Bao smiled with a red face and said, "Master, do you still have a hobby of listening to the wall? Don't worry, little Phoenix is fine. I just wanted to eat, so I sucked some blood. But I am sensible. Once a week will not affect little Phoenix's body. And she is an evolved divine beast and does not have the inheritance of the Phoenix lineage, but I do. So this is a fair deal." The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. It wasn't painful or uncomfortable, but it was so happy that I almost screamed loudly. Hanbao looked at Feng Qingyi and said with a smile, "This is just a small trick on my part. I am also afraid that my sister will feel pain when her blood is sucked." Feeling the strange atmosphere between the two, Su Zhe always felt that he was as redundant as Era beside him. The next day, Su Zhe rubbed his aching head from a hangover and walked out of his room. Next door to him was the room of Feng Qingyi and Hanba. That's right. Because they are located near the pillars, as divine beasts, they level up much faster in the external environment than in the beast taming space. Therefore, they did not choose to enter the beast taming space, but instead lived in the same room, with Hanba guiding Feng Qingyi's cultivation. However, looking at the tightly closed door and the scene he witnessed last night, Su Zhe still felt uneasy. After a quick wash and breakfast, Su Zhe began to consider where to go next. On one hand, she was helping Sun Sheng solve his problem, and on the other hand, she was going to Chun Xian to consult on how to properly hatch a normal monster egg. After much deliberation, I decided to go find Sun Sheng first, since it was a matter of life and death. He asked the drought demon last night, but since he didn't witness it firsthand, he wasn't sure if it could solve Jiang Yi's problem. Just as he was about to leave with his two tamed beasts, he ran into Su Yao, who had come looking for him. Thus, 3 stunningly beautiful women followed behind him, drawing envious and jealous glances from Su Zhe along the way. "Brother Su Zhe, where are you going now?" Su Yao asked, following behind Su Zhe. She didn't know Su Zhe's purpose. She was just afraid he would disappear again, which is why she clung to him after he returned. Su Zhe didn't hide anything and replied, "I'm going to find Sun Sheng, the great sage equaling heaven." Sun Sheng? But isn't he always very mysterious and rarely shows his face? Do you know where he is now? Su Zhe shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but someone does." "Who is it?" "Xiao Sheng." Su Yao nodded. "If it's Lord Xiao Sheng, who is on par with Lord Sun Sheng, then there shouldn't be any problem. As for Xiao Sheng's position, it's quite simple. Perhaps to make up for his guilt towards Su Zhe, He specifically mentioned at yesterday's banquet that he could go to the newly established Great Xia Spirit Guard branch in Beishan City to find him at any time. Suze is currently living in staff housing, which is conveniently located not far from the branch office. He quickly found the newly established Spirit Guard branch. Although it was set up temporarily, it still looks quite impressive. Although it is basically made of wood, it is obviously not ordinary wood. Instead, it's a high-end building material, the familiar ironwood. Suze couldn't help but compare it with the base of his 13th detachment. Both were temporary buildings, but his looked much more shabby. He gave a sour snort and said, "A waste of manpower and resources." He casually strode toward the gate, but was stopped by the guards before he could enter. "Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Suze, who was prepared, took out his badge as the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. "I am not some nobody. We are all comrades in arms, and they are my beasts." Suze pointed to the group of women behind him, naturally excluding Su Yao. The guard noticed this and pressed further. "And what about her?" When asked about Su Yao's introduction, Suze pondered for a moment before saying, "This is my family member." Su Yao blushed upon hearing this, but the two guards glanced at the three beautiful women behind Suze, giving him an expression that said, "You call them beast tamers? Are you kidding me?" and ignored them. "You can go in, but they have to stay outside." Seeing this, Suze also lost his temper. "Brother, I say you guys are a bit ignorant. Haven't you ever seen a beast transforming into human form before?" They certainly knew that beast taming could transform into human form, but those were all extremely powerful demonic beasts, at least level 90. It was hard to believe that a young man like Suze would suddenly appear before them, claiming to have two such beasts that had both transformed into beautiful women. After all, not many people knew Suze's strength. Even those who had seen Hamba only thought of her as a healing-type beast, and were unaware that Hamba and Feng Qingyi were the legendary divine beasts. "You don't believe me? Then I'll show you their true forms. But these are all wooden houses, so don't blame me if they burn down." Just as Suze was about to have Feng Qingyi reveal her true form to intimidate them, he saw a girl in green clothes and a green skirt skipping and hopping out from inside. A clear voice said, "Suze, you're here. Master asked me to pick you up." The person who arrived was none other than Xiao Sheng's tamed beast, the Azure Cloud Flood Dragon. If Suze wasn't mistaken, the two small dragon horns on her head seemed to be more than twice as big as before. Upon seeing her, the two guards immediately shrank back and stood still. Biyun also noticed the awkward atmosphere and asked, "What happened? Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Suze shook his head and said, "No need, you two. May I go in now?" The two guards nodded hurriedly, and Suze led the women inside. Biyun, who was waiting inside the door, glanced at Hamba and Feng Qingyi behind Suze, shrank her neck, nodded, and said, "That's right. You don't need my help now." The pressure emanating from their bloodline allowed her to immediately confirm their identities. If Feng Qingyi is still able to fight because she hasn't reached level 100 yet. The drought demon beside her gave Biyun the feeling of being as vast as a mountain or as boundless as the sea. The monkey she was referring to was naturally Sun Sheng's tamed beast. Soon, Biyun brought Suze to Xiao Sheng, with Lin Shi floating beside him. Su Yao was also taken aback when he saw this. It was the first time he had ever seen Lin Shi like this. Seeing this, Lin Shi floated over and said, "Girl, I heard that you performed bravely with mental attacks on the battlefield. You have the style of mine back in the day. How about it? Interested in making me your beast tamer? I'll be stronger than the mermaid lord, if not weaker." "No, we don't want to." Upon hearing this, Suze pulled Su Yao behind him and firmly refused. "Just kidding. Although Lin Shi is now considered a demon beast, he still has a human soul and memories. Who would want their woman to be accompanied by a grumpy old man all the time?" Su Yao seemed to think that Suze's words were a bit harsh and politely added, "Teacher Lin Shi, I don't know why you have become like this, but you are Suze's teacher, so it is inappropriate for me to treat you as a beast taming contract." Whether it was Suze, Su Yao, or Xiao Sheng, whom he tried to persuade last night, they all rejected him. At the same time, Biyun jumped up and whispered something in Xiao Sheng's ear. After listening, Xiao Sheng glanced at Hamba and Feng Qingyi behind Suze. He barely slept last night, learning about the series of events that had occurred on Fusong Island from Lin Shi. Ignoring Lin Shi, who was already in a daze, Su Zhe went straight to Xiao Sheng and asked bluntly, "Senior brother Xiao Sheng, do you know where Sun Sheng is right now?" Xiao Sheng frowned when he heard this and said, "What are you asking Sun Sheng for? Whatever he can do, I can help you solve it." Xiao Sheng thought that Su Zhe was angry because of the previous incident, so he didn't want to find him. But Su Zhe shook his head and said, "It's not that I have something to do with him, but on the contrary, I want to help him solve the problem." Xiao Sheng also nodded when he heard this. He had just confirmed Han Ba's identity. Su Zhe is probably the strongest person in Daxiao now, and there really is nothing that needs their help. Recalling that I heard that Han Bao had shown amazing medical abilities on the front line, it is not difficult to guess what problem Su Zhe planned to solve for Sun Sheng. It would be great if you could help him. This guy has been very depressed recently and has never been willing to show up. As a result, I have to bear the pressure brought by Millikan alone, which is really too much for me. Su Zhe frowned and said, "Militia again? What are they planning to do again?" Xiao Sheng said while flying ahead to lead the way. What they want to do this time is really serious. Now there are many unstable places in space in various countries. This also indicates that the world of monsters is getting closer to us. It is only a matter of time before we face them. So America calls on all countries in the world to unite and fight this disaster together. Su Zhe held Su Yao, who was still unable to fly, in his arms and followed him and said, "It does sound like a good proposal, but since senior brother Xiao Sheng is under so much pressure, I think there must be other conditions?" "That's right." Xiao Sheng nodded and continued. "Mi Legion requires all countries in the world to take out all their trump cards and store them in one place for unified deployment. And what we in Great Xia need to hand over is the Xianyuan Xia Yu sword." "How could this be left to them?" Suzy said angrily. Xiao Sheng continued. "I think so too. But Militian not only took out Thor's hammer himself, but he also used some method to convince Great Britain to take out the sword in the stone and put pressure on Daxia together. One millennium alone is enough for me. And now with Great Britain added to it, I really can't bear it anymore if I continue to rely on myself." They didn't know how long they flew, but soon they saw a vast sea of green trees. This is a double version of the rainforest, the largest tropical rainforest in Daxia, and Sun Sheng is here. As for the specific location, I don't know very well. After all, there are no house numbers in the tropical rainforest. Su Zhe looked at the vast rainforest and frowned and said, "In such a large rainforest, when viewed from above, the tree crowns completely block the ground. How can we find him?" Xiao Sheng continued to answer. "Simple, just find the biggest tree." Su Zhe nodded, followed closely behind Xiao Sheng, and flew deep into the rainforest. It didn't take long for them to see a towering tree in front of them. When it was far away, Su Zhe thought it was actually a hill. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized it was actually a tree. However, because they had already seen the sycamore tree forming a boundary, no one felt too shocked. "It should be there. Let's go there." Soon everyone came to the tree, and before they landed, they saw Sun Sheng flying up to block them. Compared with last night, he seemed to have become more decadent and spiritless just after one night. Sun Sheng just nodded to Su Zhe in greeting, then looked at Xiao Sheng and said, "Why are you here? A guy with the level of god of war is here to fight." Xiao Sheng shook his head. When Sun Sheng saw this, he was about to turn around and leave. "Then don't disturb ye, and I's last alone time." At this time, Su Zhe hurriedly shouted, "Brother Sun Sheng, wait a minute." Sun Sheng also really stopped. "What's the matter?" Su Zhe shook his head and said, "I don't have anything wrong, but I can help you." Sun Sheng was startled when he heard this, then turned around and said, "Really?" Although Su Zhe didn't say what he could do to help, there was only one thing he needed help with. Su Zhe did not nod immediately, but said, "You have to let me see what the situation is before I can make a judgment, and the sooner the better, so as not to waste time." Sun Sheng led everyone to his safe haven with suspicion. I saw that there was a cave-like tree hole on the trunk of the big tree in front of me, and it seems that it is not man-made, but formed naturally. The passage in the tree hole was filled with some glowing monster crystal cores, which seemed to have been forcefully inserted recently. Many of these monster crystal cores are sourced from local materials. The Double Edition rainforest is not only the largest tropical rainforest in Dacia, but also has the largest community of monsters in Dacia. The tree hole is not too deep. After walking diagonally downward for about 10 or 20 meters, I saw a swaying crystal coffin. Lying among them was a beautiful girl who looked like she was sleeping soundly except for her pale face. The only difference from ordinary people is that a small vine came out of her forehead. "Is this my fellow countryman?" Suze said, looking at the person in the crystal coffin. Although the two of them were strangers, Suze wanted to save her because of their relationship. "Hanba, go and check the situation." The woman in Tsing Yi, who had been keeping a very low profile behind Suze, slowly stepped forward. And the moment Sun Sheng noticed her, he couldn't help but become alert, and his hair stood on end. This is his reaction when he meets someone whose strength far exceeds his own. This has not happened for 100 years since he became the god of war. Sun Sheng was shocked and suppressed the urge to summon the beast. At the same time, Sun Sheng was also looking forward to it. After all, if he wanted to do what he couldn't do, his strength should exceed him. Hamba stepped forward and looked at it carefully, and finally opened the crystal coffin, pinched Jiang Yi's face, and pulled the vine on her forehead. Seeing this, Sun Sheng on the side always restrained the urge to take action. Then Hamba withdrew and did not use her flesh and blood manipulation technique. "What's wrong? Can't you even do anything?" Suze asked in shock. Hanbao shook his head. "Her physical injuries are not serious, and they can be healed without my intervention. But because she has been in this parasitic state for too long, the roots of the magic tree have spread all over her body, and even I can't do anything about it. How come this kind of parasitic monster, which is very difficult to deal with in the monster world, appears here?" Seeing this situation, Sun Sheng's heart was completely frozen. This feeling that brought him hope, but made him despair, was indeed even more torturous. Suze also sighed helplessly, and everyone present was infected by Sun Sheng's emotions. Then I heard Han Ba continue to say, "It is true that she can no longer survive as a human being, but she can choose to change to another life form." Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng immediately raised his head, as if grasping the last straw. "What do you mean?" Hamba smiled and replied, "Accept my blood and become the first generation of Corpse King." "King of Corpses?" Sun Sheng immediately became vigilant and said, "Can that still be called alive?" Hanbao shrugged and said, "I just use the title of you humans, just like you call me Corpse Ancestor." Then she spoke in a tone that seemed to have nothing to do with her. "When I was still known as a goddess, countless humans would come to me every day to pray for blessings and make wishes, and the most common wish I heard was to resurrect the dead. So I satisfied them. Anyone who has been dead for no more than 7 days can be resurrected through my blood. The only price is that they need to drink blood to maintain life." Although they were a little scared at first, their joy overcame their fear when they saw their family members come back to life. "I will only selectively use my own blood to resurrect humans, and I will not save everyone. But the humans who were resurrected by me also possessed part of my power. They imitated me and used their own blood to save their relatives, and became afraid of the sun, had no body temperature, could not think, and became a moving corpse, which is what you call a zombie. And I, the chief culprit, have become the ancestor of all zombies, the king of zombies." Sun Sheng frowned and said, "In other words, the people you resurrected personally will have no other sequelae besides needing to suck blood regularly?" Hanbao nodded and said, "Yes, it is equivalent to the dependence I created with my power. With my current strength, I can only create one at most." Hamba continued to walk to the crystal coffin and said, "Don't worry, the Corpse King actually eats normally. She just needs to suck blood once a week to maintain her condition. With your strength, it won't have any impact. You can definitely feed her for a lifetime." Then she added, "By the way, the Corpse King will live a long life, but you don't have to worry about what happens after you die. The Corpse King is actually a divine beast, so it will not affect reproduction with humans. You can leave the future matters to your children." But everyone laughed and said nothing, watching Han Ba come to the crystal coffin again. This time she didn't move so much. She scratched the palm of her left hand with the sharp nails of her right hand, then pinched open Jiang Yi's tightly closed lips and dripped the blood in. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. After 3 drops of bright red blood were dripped in, the vines above Jiang Yi began to swing painfully. It seems to want to take the initiative to break away from this body, but it cannot pull out its roots. It could only be twisted crazily, and some fine blood-red lines slowly covered the entire vine. Then it gave up its struggle and retreated. After the vine shrank back, the wound drilled by the vine on Jiang Yi's smooth forehead healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until in the end no scar was left. Then, her long eyelashes seemed to twitch slightly and imperceptibly. Sun Sheng, who had been concentrating on the side, immediately rushed over in one stride. "Yi, are you awake? Open your eyes, Yi." He had been waiting for this moment for many years, and he even thought he would never wait again. But he didn't expect to see hope today. As he shouted, Jiang Yi's eyes kept trembling, as if she wanted to open them, and her fingers trembled slightly, but she never woke up completely. Han Bao explained from the side. Although she has been in a state of half-life and half-death, her body functions have been stagnant for hundreds of years. Give her some time to adapt. Sun Sheng also suppressed his excited heart, held Jiang Yi's hand tightly, and waited, but tears flowed down unconsciously. Because he felt the temperature, the warmth in his hands. Just when he lowered his head and put Jiang Yi's hand on his forehead, he was greedy for the body temperature that he had not felt for 100 years. A chuckle made him raise his head suddenly. "My great sage, why have you become so sloppy, and are you crying?" A real great sage doesn't cry. Through the hazy tears, Sun Sheng saw the moving smile of the long-lost girl and heard her heavenly voice. "Yi, you finally woke up. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment?" Sun Sheng pulled the fragile body of the girl in front of him into his arms, and she blushed when she saw Su Zhe and others around her, and lightly hit the other person's back. "There are so many people here. I'm so embarrassed." For Sun Sheng, he experienced 100 years of torture and waiting and grew into one of Daxia's top combat forces. But for Jiang Yi, she just slept for a while, unaware that 100 years had passed, and she still had the mentality of a girl. But she seemed to feel something from the other person's arms, and her hands changed from fists to stroking her back. "Okay, I'm here, I promise you, I won't leave again." This scene made everyone around them laugh. It was hard to imagine that Sun Sheng, who was so powerful when facing others, even Xiao Sheng, would be like this now. Based on what I know about him, let's pretend we didn't see anything later, otherwise we will definitely be reckoned with by Queen Xiao. Xiao Sheng said to everyone in a low voice. Under Jiang Yi's comfort, Sun Sheng, who calmed down a little, finally let go of her, her white dress already wet with tears. Jiang Yi finally had time to ask her first question. "What time is it now?" After hearing about the year that spanned 100 years, she finally understood why Sun Sheng was so rude just now, and she held the hand he was about to let go of with her backhand. "Tell me more about what happened after I fell asleep." Everyone looked at each other when they saw this, and then retreated outside the tree hole in a wise manner, waiting quietly for the pair to finish talking. Only then did Su Zhe realize that Su Yao beside him had already burst into tears. "Wow, it's so touching. Master Sun Sheng's feelings for Sister Yi have not changed for 100 years. Su Zhe, if I also." Before she could finish her words, Su Zhe on the side covered her up. "Fool, I won't let this happen." Then the two hugged each other outside the tree hole. Even Hamba pulled Feng Qingyi aside because he had just lost blood. Only Xiao Sheng was left alone, and Lin, she stood in his shadow. "Why do I feel that this atmosphere is a bit aimed at us?" Xiao Sheng replied. "Who is with you and me? I still have Biyun with me." In the end, Lin she was left alone, stuck in place. Unable to bear it anymore, she plunged into the shadows and went to play in the shadow world alone. I don't know how long it took, but I only know that after the sky turned completely dark, Sun Sheng finally walked out of the tree hole. His expression returned to its previous coldness, and he said to Su Zhe, who was standing outside, "Yi wants to have a few words with you." Su Zhe clicked and walked in. Sun Sheng stood outside and said to others, "Don't tell anyone what happened just now." Everyone nodded. Seeing that he had no intention of entering the tree hole, Xiao Sheng asked tentatively, "Don't you have to go in?" Yi only said she wanted to see Su Zhe, but she didn't say she needed me here. Xiao Sheng nodded and didn't say anything more. but he was already thinking about how to please Jiang Yi in order to make Sun Sheng obey his orders. In the tree hole, Suze quickly walked to his original position and saw Jiang Yi, whose eyes were slightly red, sitting on the crystal coffin and swinging her legs. Apparently, the exchange with Sun Sheng just now made her cry a lot, and she calmed down not long ago. Jiang Yi looked at Suze, who was walking towards him, smiled, and said, "Odd changes to even. Does it stay the same?" Suze was stunned for a moment and then replied with the same smile. "See the quadrant for symbols. You can also come up with such an old-fashioned code. It couldn't be someone who traveled through time more than 10 years before me, right?" Jiang Yi immediately said excitedly, "It seems that Sun Sheng didn't lie to me. He really helped me find a fellow villager. When did you travel through time?" The two compared the time and place they traveled through. Their original addresses were not far apart, and they were both in the south. The difference between the time of travel was less than 1 year, but after the time of travel, there was a difference of more than 100 years. It seems that the time flow rate in the two worlds is different. In addition, they also compared their respective experiences during time travel to see if there were any similar and noteworthy places. The result was that they were confused. Suze fell asleep in class. When he woke up, he found that he had come to this world and had no idea what had happened. Jiang Yi knew very well that her soul traveled here after her death because of a car accident. According to her, rather than traveling through time, it was more like she was reincarnated and forgot to drink mangpa soup. Jiang Yi has gradually grown from a newborn child to what she is today. It can be said that she is actually a local aborigine, but she has the memory of the earth. Suze is different. He has time-traveled into a person with the same name as himself, and has the memories of two people at the same time. It seems our experiences were completely different, and we don't know what caused the difference." Suze shook his head. He couldn't understand it either. Instead, he asked another question. "What is the golden finger you use to travel through time?" Suze has always wanted to figure out what the Gacha machine, that is his golden finger, is. So far, he has only discovered that the monster eggs in the Gacha machine do not appear out of thin air, but are extracted from all over the world. This world not only includes the human world, but also the world of monsters. But unexpectedly, after Jiang Yi heard what he said, her eyes lit up and she came over and said, "Goldfinger? It turns out that you are the protagonist." Suze was stunned for a moment, then realized, "You mean you don't have a golden finger? You're just an ordinary person." Only then did Suze realize that he had been hasty. Due to the influence of various works on the earth, he thought that all time travelers would have their own golden fingers, but he did not expect that only he had it. Jiang Yi nodded and said, "That's right. Not only do I have no golden finger, but also because of my alien soul, I have zero affinity with the monsters here. I am not even a beast master. I can only be an ordinary person." Suze was stunned for a moment. The original owner was like this before. The intimacy between him and any monster was zero, and he could not make a contract. This problem was not solved until Suze traveled through time and had a system. The problem is, Jiang Yi said that the culprit causing this problem is the soul from another world. But the original owner had this problem before he traveled through time. What's going on? Suze felt that he had overlooked something, but he couldn't remember it. What are you thinking about? What is your golden finger? Can you let me see it? Suze was awakened from deep thought by Jiang Yi, and looked at the other party's expectant eyes and thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because the other party was a fellow villager, or perhaps because Suze now had the ability to protect himself and there was no need to hide it in front of acquaintances, so he revealed part of his abilities. "I can get a monster egg with a random level every day. This kind of egg has special hatching conditions. Once met, it will hatch and complete the contract. I was originally just like you. It was because of this golden finger that I could become a beast master." Jiang Yi heard this and said, "Wow, what a good golden finger. I wonder if I can contract those eggs. I heard Sun Sheng said that the whole world is in danger now, and I also want to help." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that Sun Sheng hadn't had time to finish everything with her just now. "I see, this is the price of my resurrection." Then she jumped down from the coffin that had been carrying her for more than 100 years and said, "Let's go out first. I heard from Sun Sheng that I haven't been in the sun for more than 100 years. Suze hesitated and said, "But it's night outside now." Jiang Yi shrugged. It's okay to bask in the moon. Outside the tree hole, everyone was waiting quietly. The moment he saw Su Zhe and Jiang Yi appear, Sun Sheng stepped forward and hugged Jiang Yi. Yi, why are you out? You just woke up and your body hasn't recovered yet. Jiang Yi touched his face and said, Don't worry too much, I'm fine now. By the way, do you still have a spot in the contract? Sun Sheng was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, As you know, the Ape King is very domineering and does not allow me to contract with other monsters whose bloodline is lower than its own. Jiang Yi nodded and said, Call it out, and I'll talk to it. Soon, Sun Sheng summoned the monkey with overwhelming fighting spirit. The moment she saw it, Biyun hid behind Xiao Sheng. He finally understood why he was almost as powerful as Sun Sheng, but could never win against him. It turned out that Biyun was afraid of being beaten and became intimidated when they met. But now, this fighting monkey king has been controlled by a weak woman. Little monkey, I heard that you have become very domineering now. Now that I want to make a contract with the great sage, do I need your permission? The monkey king immediately said flatteringly, If it's the mistress, of course there will be no problem. That's pretty much it. Sun Sheng was stunned at this time. What did you just say? I said I want to make a contract with you. Don't you agree? Jiang Yi frowned and said, How did you become a mother-in-law? You are my monkey king. Do you want me to be someone else's beast master? Sun Sheng suddenly became energetic and shouted, Of course not. Now that you know it, you still don't agree? I am now a mythical beast that everyone wants. What if someone takes advantage of your absence to make a contract one day? I will never let this happen. Then make a contract with me? Jiang Yi showed a successful smile. Sun Sheng hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped forward, and the light of the contract formation suddenly lit up. Lin Shi, who was standing to the side, said to Xiao Sheng earnestly, Disciple, you've been left behind by others. Xiao Sheng rolled his eyes at him without saying anything, but a sense of motivation rose within him. Now, his descendant Su Zhe has already reached God-level combat power, and his equal Sun Sheng has also contracted a divine beast and will eventually reach God-beast level combat power. Only he is left. Xiao Sheng's gaze fell on Biyun, who was looking around. She seemed to notice him and turned to look at him. Biyun, starting tonight, we're going to have extra training to help you completely transform into a dragon. Upon hearing this, Biyun, who had been cheerful, immediately turned miserable. The reason she now has the opportunity to become Jackie Chan is because after the pillar was destroyed, in addition to the beast hordes of the monster world, there was also a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is under this power that divine beasts can be born. As the light of the contract slowly faded, Jiang Yi appeared before everyone in a different guise. Her eyes turned blood red, and her two small tiger teeth became even sharper. This was her true form as the Corpse King. In addition, her arms were entwined with blood red and blue thorny vines, which also wove a crown on her head. The moment Sun Sheng saw the vines, he immediately became alert and wanted to tear them off. Now, Jiang Yi, who was connected with Sun Sheng through the contract, knew what he was thinking and hurriedly said, Wait a minute, this thing can no longer harm me. Then Jiang Yi gently raised her hand, and the blood-blue vines began to sway. This thing has been parasitizing me for so long that it can't be removed from my body. But now it's become a part of me and can no longer harm me. Instead, it will become one of my abilities. Then Jiang Yi suddenly waved her hand, and the vines of the demon oak shot out instantly, piercing into a large tree dozens of meters away that required several people to hug. In a short while, the tree withered rapidly, and what followed was Jiang Yi's increasingly vigorous vitality and strength. The drought demon standing nearby was slightly surprised by what it saw. This is truly an unexpected surprise. It seems we won't need you to provide blood once a week anymore, although it's not very friendly to the trees. Jiang Yi seemed even happier and said to Sun Sheng, Did you feel it? This ability has greatly improved my strength, so I can help you very quickly. Sun Sheng disagreed, saying, I don't need your help. You can stay in a safe place. Is this because you think I'm holding you back? Jiang Yi immediately frowned. Then Sun Sheng approached Xiao Sheng and said, So, the reason you kept asking me to help you was because some bastard from some country was blind enough to cause trouble? Before Xiao Sheng could even feel happy that Sun Sheng was willing to step forward, He sensed something was off from his tone. So he asked, "Why are you asking this?" Sun Sheng also said without any hesitation, "Of course we have to catch that bastard so that E can level up as quickly as possible." Xiao Sheng was speechless, rubbing his forehead. He hadn't expected Sun Sheng to directly try to capture a war god-level figure from another country to use as fuel for his own advancement. He had no doubt about Sun Sheng's strength. Among the world's level 100 war gods, he could at least rank in the top 3. The problem is that, nominally, it is the United States that is uniting forces worldwide to fight against the invasion of monsters. If they don't cooperate, fine, but if they take the initiative to attack, they'll give the other side an excuse to collectively put pressure on Great Xia. Even with Sun Sheng and his strength combined, they are no match for all the others combined. But, thinking of this, Xiaoxing looked at Su Zhe. Now that he's an exception, having contracted a divine beast, the world rankings are about to be reshuffled. However, the United States had been hiding its strength. He learned from Lin Shi that the United States had once given the essence blood of a divine beast of the moon radiance level to Fusang. This suggests that they may also possess divine beasts, perhaps even fully grown moonshine-level divine beasts, so we cannot let our guard down. So Xiaoxing tried to persuade Sun Sheng, saying, "It's not that bad. It hasn't come to the point of life and death. It's just that their demands are a bit troublesome." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing shook his head, no longer wanting to argue with him. Having learned of the demands made by the United States, Su Zhe suddenly asked, "Are they demanding that we hand over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword?" Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng immediately bristled and glared, saying, "What? This is the unreasonable request you mentioned? I think they deserve a beating. You're not thinking of agreeing to it, are you?" Xiaoxing shook his head, but didn't say anything. Handing over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword is definitely not an option, but refusing to do so will only lead to more trouble later on. He thought for a moment and answered Su Zhe's question. "They didn't say it explicitly, but it's like a gesture of sincerity. We have to offer something that is comparable in value to the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword in order to be accepted. Otherwise, I'm afraid the monsters would find an excuse to attack before they even destroyed the Great Xia." Su Zhe nodded upon hearing this and continued to ask, "Is one divine beast egg enough to show this sincerity?" Xiao Sheng was taken aback for a moment and said, "Junior brother Su Zhe, you're not trying to tell me you have another divine beast-level monster egg, are you?" Su Zhe shook his head. He indeed did not have a second divine beast egg at the moment. Seeing this, Xiaoxing didn't know whether to feel disappointed or think that this was normal. Lin Shi also said, "Even if there really are divine beast eggs, we shouldn't give them to those bastards. Sooner or later they'll use them against us." But Su Zhe didn't think so. Having already experienced twice relying on others to help him hatch those demanding monster eggs, Su Zhe now wanted to take it a step further and be even lazier. Why not just hand over these eggs to someone else to incubate them for you? Conversely, as long as they are not made to undergo a blood oath ceremony, the hatched beasts will all belong to them. To prevent any accidents, one could even have someone bind the item to the owner with their blood before giving it away. Let alone the United States, sending one to every major power wouldn't be a problem, since in the end it would still belong to Great Xia. So Su Zhe continued, "Did the United States set a time limit?" Xiao Sheng said in a deep voice, "There's only a little over half a month left." His words sounded like a fantasy to everyone else. How could one produce a divine beast egg in just half a month? However, Zhang Yi also remembered the golden finger that Su Zhe had just told her about, and whispered a few words in Sun Sheng's ear. Sun Sheng stepped forward and said, "I also support Su Zhe. It's not too late to talk about it again in half a month." Sun Sheng had already expressed his opinion, so Xiao Sheng could only nod in agreement. "Then it's up to you." "No problem," Su Zhe said, patting his chest. He was already eager to persecute the foreign devils. After leaving the double edition rainforest, Su Zhe returned to his home and sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. The reason why he had the confidence to obtain the mythical beast egg in half a month was because of another function of the system that he had not used for a long time, the recycling function. The system has a special progress bar for recycling monster eggs. Recycling the silver-level beast taming egg can increase the progress bar by 1%, while the bronze level one can only increase it by 1,000th. which can only be accumulated slowly. However, after the progress is full, the next Gasapon will definitely produce a platinum-level beast or above. After that, Suze discovered that the progress bar could be upgraded. After the progress bar of the first level is full, if you choose not to use it but continue to increase the probability, the progress bar will be upgraded. At this time, the progress bar no longer bothers to recycle bronze and silver-level monster eggs, and even gold-level monster eggs have no effect. Only platinum-level monster eggs can increase the progress bar by 1,000th after recycling, while diamond-level monster eggs can increase the progress bar by 1/10. In other words, at least 10 diamond-level monster eggs are needed. If you just rely on Suze's Gasapon machine to get it, you don't know how long it will take to get it. Fortunately, Suze had done experiments on the monster eggs captured in Fuso before. Although the monster eggs are not produced by the system, they can still be recycled without any deductions. The corresponding progress bar is still increased according to the level of the monster eggs. But even a mid-level country may not be able to gather so many monster eggs with the efforts of the whole country. But now that Suze has the support of Xiaosheng and Sunsheng, it means that he has a big country like Daxiao behind him. On the first day alone, nearly 100 monster eggs were delivered. Unfortunately, they were all platinum-level monster eggs, and no diamond eggs appeared. After all, for Daxiao, diamond-level monster eggs are also very rare. Daxiao has been inherited for thousands of years, and the history of beast masters also spans over 1,000 years. However, there are only 100 diamond-level beasts that appear, not to mention that they must be beast eggs. Fortunately, platinum-level monster eggs are much easier to find in comparison. Even if you can't collect 10 diamond-level monster eggs, you can still collect 1,000 platinum-level monster eggs. In the following days, nearly 100 platinum-level monster eggs were sent to Suze every day. It's just that such a large-scale transfer of monster eggs has already used the warehouse of Daxiao Lingwei. Even if this is the order of Sunsheng and Xiaosheng, they must find out where such a large number of monster eggs are going to be sent. Why do you two adults need so many monster eggs recently? They all were sent to Beishan City. I think it's possible. These monster eggs are already more than half of the storage in our warehouse. With so many platinum-level monster eggs, the two adults must want to build an elite team to deal with the crisis. Yes, I think so too. As time goes by, more and more people become suspicious, and an atmosphere of eagerness to explore the truth begins to spread. Even the 13th team that had been responsible for taking over these monster eggs and sending them to Suze became mysterious along with them. Finally, after nearly 100 platinum-level monster eggs were delivered to the man whose left arm and right leg were abnormally white. The two people from the Spirit Guard headquarters responsible for transporting the monster eggs did not choose to leave immediately as before, but followed them quietly. I saw him and another man with 2 arms of different colors leading the 13th team to pick up many monster eggs, and then walked forward. Come on, let's follow up and take a look at the situation. So many monster eggs must form a large-scale elite force. Then the two of them followed the team and walked over. What puzzled them was that these people were not going to any secret military location, and they did not take strict precautions along the way. They just walked swaggering towards a unit building not far away. These Daxiao Lingwei and Beishan City cannot fit into the entire community even if they have 1 room per person, so there are still many civilians here. Along the way, they will meet some uncles and aunties who greet them. Hey, Xiao Sun and Xiao Tao, are you here to deliver goods again? You said you Daxia Spirit Guards are not soldiers? Why do you act like couriers? Everyone was smiling and greeting them. By the way, it's been a few days, and I still don't know what you gave me. Is it something dangerous? The uncles and aunts said cautiously. Sun Hao smiled and replied, Nothing, just some eggs. The aunt nodded in understanding and said eagerly, Oh, eggs. Is this supermarket doing a promotion? Did you grab so many? Sun Hao shook his head and said, These are all given by the state. Then he took the people away to avoid the aunt continuing to pester him. I only heard the aunt still saying, It's good to join the army. The country will also give you eggs. When I go back, I will let my good grandson practice hard and strive to become a beast master. That makes sense. The two continued to follow. Soon they saw people starting to climb the stairs. In order to prevent exposure, they showed great skills and climbed out of the corridor window, and followed the people walking up the stairs from outside the wall. Soon, they saw Sun Hao and others stopping in front of a room door, knocking on the door and saying, "Captain, today's goods have been delivered." The two looked at each other and knew they had finally found the place. You will soon know where these hundreds of platinum monster eggs have gone, whether they are being used to secretly train elite troops, and maybe they will have the opportunity to join. Then he saw the door of the room being pushed open, and a young man was standing behind the door, holding a cooked monster egg in his hand and eating it deliciously. "Here you go. I've just cooked the tea eggs. Let's all eat them together." Okay. Everyone immediately rushed forward. Since the last time they ate it, they could never forget the taste of monster eggs. The two people outside the window almost lost their grip and fell. At this moment, Suze also walked to the window of the corridor and said, "Don't you two feel tired lying here? Come in and have an egg." When the two of them sat at Suze's house, they were still in a state of confusion. They had no idea that the young boy in front of them, who looked young, would have discovered them long ago. They didn't expect that they were sitting at the dining table, and in front of them was a large pot full of dark red tea eggs boiled with tea leaves and monster eggs. In the few minutes that Suze came out to invite them to delay, the people of the 13th detachment were already sharing a tea egg with 2 or 3 people there, enjoying themselves. This is simply a waste of natural resources and a great disrespect for the sacrifices of the great Xia Spirit Guard. I will definitely report you to Lord Xiaosheng. But then they thought that these monster eggs were sent here at the request of Xiaosheng and Sun Sheng. Could it be that the two adults were actually in the same group with them? If this is the case, what should they do? Should we offend the two most powerful figures in Daxiao? Or should we turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it? Just when the two of them looked at each other, they were entangled and struggling in their hearts. Suze also stuffed the hot tea eggs into his mouth and said, "Platinum level? I don't see that you are quite good at eating, but the tea eggs here are not. I can still use those platinum level eggs. These are bronze and silver level monster eggs, and they are of little use if you keep them." Bronze and silver? The two looked at each other, then picked up an egg and looked at it, although they have never seen monster eggs boiled into tea eggs. But judging from the remaining characteristics, they can also see that these tea eggs are indeed just bronze and silver level monster eggs. And it's not the batch of platinum-level monster eggs taken out from the warehouse. Suzik has not yet lost sight of his priorities, but the number of platinum-level monster eggs sent from Daxia Spirit Guard has actually become less and less. From more than 100 pills a day at the beginning, it has dropped to less than 100 now. The number of platinum-level monster eggs is still unknown, so how could he use such precious resources to boil them into tea eggs? These eggs were all drawn out after he used up all the Gasapon opportunities he had accumulated in Fuso over the past few days. He also pulled out 2 platinum eggs and used the system to recover them all. It's a pity that I couldn't draw the diamond egg, otherwise I wouldn't need so many platinum eggs. The remaining 5 golden eggs were kept by Suze. The Daxia Spirit Guard has no shortage of remaining bronze and silver level monster eggs, and they are of no use to Suze. He could indeed choose to sell it for money, but after much thought he still wanted to try the taste of tea eggs cooked with monster eggs. This kind of operation had never been attempted before him. Even Lin, who has loved eating monster eggs since childhood, has never tried boiling a pot of tea eggs at once, such a luxurious way of eating. This is called being willful. What about the platinum-level monster eggs we sent? Suze took them into his room, pointed to the boxes on the ground, and said, "Here they are." The two took a look and saw that they were indeed the batch of monster eggs they had just brought out from the warehouse. But I didn't see it before. Facing the questioning looks of the two people, Suze shrugged his shoulders and said, "These eggs have their uses and are not wasted. As for their uses, I can't tell you." It is true that Suze no longer intends to hide his abilities, but this is limited to a few people who are closely related to him. After all, he can produce super high-level monster eggs from time to time, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell that something is wrong. But that doesn't mean he wants to tell everyone the secret. At least so far, only Su Yao, Xiaosheng, Lin Shi, Jiang Yi, and Sun Sheng know about it, and there is a high probability that Wang Zi will also know about it in the future. Seeing that Suze expressed his refusal, the two had no choice but to retreat. In his hand, he still held the tea eggs that he had just taken out of the basin for observation. It was neither a matter of not eating nor not. After all, even bronze and silver level monster eggs are an astronomical price to them. Who would have thought that someone would cook a pot of tea eggs? Why don't we just eat it? Anyway, this cooked egg probably won't hatch into a beast. In the end, the two of them shared the tea eggs in their hands. They immediately closed their eyes and carefully savored the taste of every bite. This was a delicious taste they had never experienced before. Oh my God, how can it be so delicious? Now they finally know why these people from the 13th team were so impatient. If they had tasted it once and saw the tea eggs in front of them again, they would probably be like this. After the two of them finished eating, they couldn't help but look into the basin, only to find that it had been completely eaten, and those guys didn't even let go of the remaining soup. Okay, once you've eaten and drank, you can go back and practice. Don't forget what I said. As long as you have new beast control quotas after upgrading, then leave the beast control issue to me. Gold level monsters will start. Under the leadership of Sun Hao, everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the captain!" No one would doubt Suze's commitment to them, because the young man in front of them showed too many impossibilities. After everyone else left, Suze was left with the two people who had quietly followed him. They were invited in after being discovered by Suze, so they did not dare to leave easily without the other party's permission. But their caution was obviously unnecessary, and Suze gave them a confused look. Why didn't you leave together? By the way, it was Xiao Sheng who asked you to come and see the progress, right? 500. The two shouted with their mouths wide open. They were responsible for the storage of the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so they naturally knew how many platinum-level monster eggs the 5 Legion headquarters could produce together. The Eastern Legion had more than 100 platinum-level monster eggs, and they had all taken them out on the first day. After that, they were all called from other legions, so they were delivered over several days. 2 of the other 4 Legion headquarters are not much different from the Eastern Legion. Of the remaining 2, the Legion headquarters in the west is the weakest and has the fewest monster eggs, less than 100. The Imperial capital has the largest number of Legion headquarters, but it does not exceed 200. Even if they were all added up, there were only 700 or 800 platinum-level monster eggs, and this had already emptied the entire Great Xia Spirit Guard's foundation. Even if Suze promised that he could produce the mythical beast egg, and Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng were the guarantees, not many people would believe it. They will definitely have something to hide, and I'm afraid they will only get 600 or 700 pieces in the end. Suze saw their surprised looks and knew that this was a bit difficult, so he said, "Otherwise, a few more diamond-level monster eggs will do." Suze frowned when he heard this and said, "Forget it. Take as much as you can. Sure enough, you still have to rely on yourself in the end." The monster eggs he snatched from Fuso were not used yet. Several warehouses of Fuso secret guards were cleaned by Su Zedwan, leaving nothing behind. The total number of platinum-level monster eggs among them is probably equivalent to the level of a headquarters of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. In other words, the overall level of the Fuso secret guard is only about 1/5 of that of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. If they had not been backed by Militia, they would not have been as arrogant as they are today, and would have been dealt with long ago. In the next few days, more monster eggs were delivered one after another, and each time there were fewer and fewer eggs. Those 2 people would come over every time and stand at the door looking around. But unfortunately, Suze did not cook a second pot of tea eggs. Finally, for the last time, the members of Team 13 were no longer needed to help carry the monster eggs. I saw Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng walking over holding an egg. Xiao Sheng said, "Almost all the platinum-level monster eggs have been taken out. We worked hard to get 2 more diamond-level monster eggs from the Imperial capital. Have you seen enough? No one else is qualified to touch diamond-level monster eggs, so Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng were asked to deliver them in person." Xiao Sheng continued, "I did the math. Even if we add these 2 diamond-level monster eggs, we are still short of less than 100 platinum-level monster eggs. I went to ask if anyone else collected diamond-level monster eggs, but the old guys from those families almost shook their heads." Sun Sheng snorted coldly and said, "Huh, they must have it. Those big families in the Imperial capital, each generation of family head candidates must have diamond-level beast masters. There must be monster eggs in their treasury that have not been taken out." Xiao Sheng nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, One of these 2 eggs was found and handed over to the Jiang family in the treasure house after you destroyed it. The same must be true for the other 3 families. And their history is much longer than that of the Jiang family. If they can survive to this day and are still strong, the number of diamond-level monster eggs will probably be more or less. Sun Sheng geared up and said, "So you should just follow what I said and pick a family to praise him, right?" Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "Such an influence is too bad. The other 3 major families are different from the Jiang family. They have a long history and branches all over the country. It will be very troublesome if they follow up." "Then what do you want to do?" Sun Sheng said angrily. Xiaoxing looked at Su Zhe with a smile and said, "The next step is up to junior brother Su Zhe himself." Lin Shi told him that Su Zhe had finished moving Fusang's treasure house. He even served as a helper, and the 2 of them stuffed various treasures into the Shadow Realm and took them away. Su Zhe said indifferently, "Forget it. I didn't expect you to get it together anyway." The current progress bar is stuck at the 92% position, which means that 80 platinum-level monster eggs are needed and 1 diamond-level monster egg is enough. But unfortunately, no diamond-level monster eggs were found in Fuso's treasure house. It's not necessarily that there are none, it's just that only the Emperor and the 3 captains know where some things are hidden, and no one knows where they put them after they die. No matter how hard Su Zhe pressed, he couldn't find out. After another 80 monster eggs were recovered, the progress bar finally reached the end. It's finally full. His mental body slowly clicked on the use button next to the progress bar, and saw it suddenly shattered and turned into a bright light that lingered on the Gasapon machine. The Gasapon machine flashes continuously under the influence of this light spot, just like a slot machine that has won a jackpot, accompanied by festive and cheerful ringtones. As Su Zhe used today's extraction times, the light shone to the extreme, and the ringtone became more and more exciting, like thunder. No, this is thunder. The thunder became louder and louder, accompanied by a harsh roar, and finally a purple monster egg rolled out of the Gasapon machine. The moment it completely appeared, a thunder exploded in the system space, and then it fell into silence instantly. Is this the vision of pulling out the egg of a mythical beast? He still remembered that the last time he drew out the scarlet blood egg, the entire system space was dyed blood-like red, which was very strange and terrifying. This time it was accompanied by rumbling thunder. It seems that it is most likely a mythical beast with thunder attributes. Su Zhe opened his eyes first, and then saw Xiaoxing and Sun Sheng approaching him very curiously, which startled him. "What do you want to do? If you get closer, you will almost kiss me." "I don't want to be gay." The 2 immediately distanced themselves from Su Zhe. They were just curious. Although Su Zhe had told them everything, it was still very unbelievable. But soon they couldn't help but not believe it. Suddenly, a purple monster egg with golden lightning patterns appeared out of thin air in Su Zhe's hand. The 2 of them looked at each other in confusion at this moment. Is this really a mythical beast egg? They looked at each other. Xiaoxing said, "My university teacher is Old Man Lin. You all know how unreliable he is. He never taught me how to distinguish the eggs of mythical beasts." Sun Sheng said bluntly, "I haven't read the book, you ask me?" Finally, the 2 came up with a simple identification method. They summoned all their beasts. Sun Sheng's Zhantian Ape King doesn't like to take the form of a human, but Xiaoxing's Biyun Dragon always looks like a girl with dragon horns. But now, facing this purple monster egg, they all showed fear and trembling. The Zhantian Ape King is fighting against the sky and the earth. The thing that scares even him must be the mythical beast egg. Xiaoxing also nodded. After seeing them confirm, Su Zhe also said, "This egg is called the purple gold thunder egg." As for its hatching conditions, the hatching conditions of the purple gold thunder egg, it needs to be incubated for 7 or 49 days under the continuous bombardment of the sky thunder. The stronger the sky thunder, the stronger the hatched mythical beast will be. Hearing this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but said, "According to what you said, this egg was born entirely from Alishan's Thor's hammer. They will definitely use various methods to get it away. Will we be in danger of raising tigers?" Su Zhe shook his head, and his eyes fell on Xiaoxing. "If you put a drop of blood on it, it will be safe." Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, and then understood what this meant when Su Zetigen explained. "This is a divine beast. Are you sure you want me to make a contract?" Su Zhe frowned and said, "Hurry up. Why haven't I noticed your mother-in-law before? Of course, he can choose to make a contract by himself, but when the monsters invade, it is impossible for one person to protect a land as large as the entire Daxia. So he must create enough strong men. Now that Sun Sheng already has a divine beast, Xiao Sheng is the only one left. And Malishan will become the driving force for Daxia to become stronger. Su Zhe handed the purple-gold, thunder-patterned egg into the hands of the two of them. After watching Xiao Sheng bite his finger and dripping his own blood on the eggshell, he said, "In this way, my mission is completed. How to use this egg to deceive the Americans next is up to you." But Xiao Sheng said, "Don't worry, there are still 3 days before the deadline they set for us. If we hand over this mythical beast egg so actively now, it will definitely arouse their suspicion." "Then what are you going to do?" Xiao Sheng said with a smile. "When they come to us on the last day and want to force us, then we can pretend to be reluctant and take it out. Then they won't arouse their suspicion. Forget it. You can give it to them whenever you want. It has nothing to do with me anyway." After Su Zhe finished speaking, he planned to leave. But Xiao Sheng said, "Wait, there is one more thing." "Huh?" Su Zhe turned around and looked at him doubtfully. Su Zhe did not refuse, and just said, "Isn't this the reason why you established the Daxiao Lingwei branch in Beishan City? It wouldn't be good to expose my strength now." But the two of them said with serious faces, "No. According to our observations, the scale of the beast tide this time will not be small, and I am afraid that others will not be able to withstand it." "Oh." Su Zhe also became serious after hearing this. "Is it possible that a divine beast will appear? If a mythical beast really appears, there will be no problem on Su Zhe's side. Although Hamba's current strength is only in the middle stage of star glory, she is a king-level beast of the Sun Crown bloodline. Even an adult Yuehua-level beast may not be her opponent, so there is no need to worry." But Sun Sheng and Xiao Sheng couldn't. Although Zhang Yi became a divine beast with the help of Han Bao's blood, it was only the lowest star-level divine beast, just like Feng Qingyi. Moreover, her current strength is still very weak, far inferior to Feng Qingyi's combat effectiveness, and she is of little use on the battlefield. However, it is said that the beast tide that has become more and more active recently has helped her to quickly improve her strength, but it may not be that easy to fully grow up. Not to mention Xiao Sheng, his mythical beast is still an egg, just waiting for Millie Jian's generous kindness to help him hatch it. Fortunately, what reassured him was that Xiao Sheng shook his head and continued, "According to our observations, the gap between the two worlds should not be enough to support the passage of divine beasts, so you can basically rest assured that no divine beast will appear. But there will definitely be diamond-level monsters with full level, and there may even be more than one. So be careful." Su Zhe nodded when he heard this. Although it is good news that the divine beast will not appear, there are indeed not many people who can deal with the 100-level diamond-level divine beast, let alone more than one. "I know, leave Beishan City to me." Xiao Sheng nodded and continued. "Once those monster beasts appear, they will definitely be accompanied by a strong beast tide. You alone will definitely not be able to stop all the monster beasts. I will mobilize some elites from the Great Xia Spirit Guards from various places to form a special mobile team for you to dispatch. We have an unlimited supply of particularly mobile training resources. I believe there will be many people willing to join." When Su Zhe heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Can my 13th detachment also be merged into this special mobile team?" Su Zhe also knew this. But for Sun Hao and the others, what Su Zhe felt most deeply was not their strength, but the spirit trained by Guolinshan. In them, Su Zhe truly saw the spirit of Daxiao Lingwei as the deceased. As for strength, with him here, will this be a problem? Su Zhe said, "Don't worry, I will solve the problem of their strength. I will not let others gossip, and I will definitely let anyone who wants to fish in the water get in." Sun Sheng also thought of the monster eggs that Su Zhe owned. There were probably not as many platinum-level monster eggs as he did in the warehouses of all Daxia Spirit Guard branches. With these resources, and the Daxia Spirit Guard's promise to provide an unlimited supply of tempered rosary beads for cultivation, there will indeed be no beast masters with insufficient strength. Okay, since that's the case, you can check the people we transfer over by yourself, and keep whoever you like. Then Xiao Sheng came close to Su Zhe's ear and said, "By the way, I will tell you quietly that the successors of the big families and the outstanding graduates of the Beast Control University may have been influenced by the spirit of the great Xia spirit guards who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Now they have all joined the great Xia spirit guards. I think they are all worthy of training. Suze also nodded after hearing this. He has come into contact with all of these people, and they are all pretty good in terms of talent, strength, and character. The only two people who were disgusting, Jiang Ren, were long gone. Shui Yuha, a cheater, did not choose revenge after being exposed by Suze. Instead, he wanted to win his reputation back with his own strength, which could be regarded as making up for his past mistakes. Suze also felt that there was no problem in gathering these people under his command. And I heard that Wang Zi also followed Luo Xingyu's footsteps and joined the great Xia Spirit Guard. When the time comes, he can arrange them together to help his good brother. After explaining everything, Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng also left with the purple-gold thunder-patterned eggs. Now I'm just waiting for Milliken to come to my door 3 days later. Suze stood there and thought for a while, seeing that it was still early and he could complete another task. That is to go to Chun Xin and find out how to hatch the monster eggs in his hands. Don't give out 1-minute beast eggs to everyone when the time comes. If no one hatches them and only boils them and eats them, that would be bad. Suze went to Su Yiming first. As a colleague, he knew where Chun Xin's home was. Su Yiming was also very happy to see Suze come to the door. He held his hand as if to have a long talk. Su Yao smiled and poured him a cup of tea. But Suze was still in a hurry, so he said, "Uncle Su, let's talk when we have time. Can you take me to find teacher Chun Xin? Chun Xin? What do you want to do with her?" Su Yiming looked at Suze warily and said. He now completely regarded Suze as his son-in-law, and now that Suze was anxious to find a mature woman, he couldn't help but ask more questions. After all, although Chun Xin is a teacher, she is actually a few years older than Suze. In addition, she has a very good figure and does not have a boyfriend by her side. Her words and deeds are also very eye-catching. Every year, many ignorant teenagers would confess to Chun Xin after taking Chun Xin's class, so he had to guard against them. So he turned around and said to Su Yao, who was standing behind him, "Yao Yao, I can't leave right now. You and Suze go to find Aunt Chun Xin. You also know where she lives, not far from here." Su Yiming also deliberately added an accent to the word aunt, which was a subtle reminder to Suze of the identity gap between the two. But Suze obviously didn't notice this. After saying goodbye to Su Yiming, he followed Su Yao to find Chun Xin's residence. Su Yao walked in front and jumped up and said, "After the school's units were destroyed, the houses where the teachers live are still provided by the school. It just so happens that my dad is responsible for statistics in this area." Suze glanced at Su Yao dumbfounded. She also touched her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, "I just wrote down the address, but I haven't been there in person. But trust me, you can't go wrong." Su Yao then took Suze around the community. After almost going in a big circle, she finally found the building she was talking about. "I found it right here. Let me just say I was right." Well, Suze looked back and glanced at the unit building where Su Yao's home was not far away. No wonder Su Yiming said before they left that Chun Xin's home was not far from them. If they had chosen to turn left instead of right after going out, they would have arrived already, but Suze didn't say anything. But the two waited for a while and didn't hear any movement. Just when Suze thought that Su Yao had remembered it wrong, even she blushed and scratched her head in embarrassment. Suze heard a rustling sound coming from the room, followed by the sound of kicking footsteps. When the footsteps came to the door, they paused for a moment, and a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Suze heard that the voice did belong to Chun Xin. They had not made a mistake. They were probably lying behind the door to confirm their identities through the peephole. Soon, the door was pushed open, and Chun Xin, whose hair was a little messy, said with a smile on her face, "Suze, Su Yao, why are you here?" Suze was just about to say hello, but found that Chun Xin opened the door without even putting on her clothes. Perhaps because of the rush, the top was caught by Nabai's Yukiko and could not be put down. Su Yao also noticed this scene and immediately tried to cover Suze's eyes with her backhand, but saw that the situation was not good and covered his mouth with her other hand. Only then will the above greeting appear. Big. Chen Xin was confused for a moment, then realized what happened, blushed and exclaimed, and hurriedly pulled down his clothes and put them on. Seeing that there was no problem anymore, Su Yao released her hands covering Su Zhe's eyes and mouth. So Su Zhe, who saw the world again, could no longer see the beauty of this world. Just as he was about to sigh with regret, Su Yao stared back. Then Su Yao looked at Chen Xin with an unkind expression, wondering whether the other party did it on purpose just now. Soon, Su Zhe and the two were welcomed in. But looking at the past, I don't know where to sit. Because it's messy, it's too messy. There were clothes littered everywhere, on the sofa and on the chairs. Su Zhe even stepped on a steel ring with his foot. The moment he lowered his head, Su Yao almost covered his eyes again. Chen Xin hurriedly blushed and started to pack up the dirty clothes she had worn and stuff them into the washing machine. It wasn't until the overwhelmed washing machine started spinning with a tired sound that I breathed a sigh of relief. Cole. Then she came to Su Zhe and the two of them and said, "Sorry, I've been at home alone for so many days and don't have to go out to class. It's a little more casual." Su Zhe was unable to complain. This was more than just a little casual. Why did it take so long for teacher Chen Xin to open the door? We thought you were not at home. Su Zhe found a place to sit down and said casually, trying to break the awkward atmosphere in front of him. Su Zhe couldn't help but widen his eyes. Does that mean he was naked before they came? Even if this was at home, it would be too casual. At this moment, a severe pain came from his waist, and Su Zhe woke up from the fantasy after suffering from the pain. Looking at Su Yao's unkind eyes, she smiled. He almost matched the scene he saw at the door with the picture he imagined of Chen Xin at home. Su Yao felt even more lucky. Fortunately, her father asked her to follow him. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what would have happened. "Why are you still standing there? Let's get down to business," Su Yao said angrily. Chen Xin also recovered from her embarrassment and said, "By the way, I didn't have time to ask just now. Why did you come to me?" Su Zhe then asked his question. "Teacher Chen Xin, I have a batch of monster eggs here, but I don't know how to hatch them. Can you teach me how to hatch them?" "Monster egg?" Chen Xin nodded and said, "No problem. Take it out and show me what kind of monster it is, and then I can give you the corresponding method." Chen Xin became more energetic after hearing this and asked, "How many are there?" "There are about 80 in the platinum level, thousands in the gold level, and the remaining levels are not counted." Chen Xion's eyes widened when he heard this, and his chest was heaving due to his violent breathing. Su Zhe was dumbfounded as he looked at the unbound and visible shaking in front of him, in exchange for another severe pinch from Su Yao. "So much? You're not lying to me, are you?" Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, "Let's find a place for me, and I'll figure out those white gold eggs first." As she said this, she wanted to get up and go out with Su Zhe, but she was stopped by the other party and said, "Teacher, let's not be in a hurry. You can put on your clothes first." Su Zhe glanced at the washing machine that was trembling because it was stuffed with too many clothes and asked, "Are there any clothes left?" Chen Xin nodded and said, "I can barely wear the coat I'm wearing, but my underwear is gone. It's harder to buy clothes in my size. You also know that the place we lived in collapsed. Most of my clothes were buried in the rubble. Even if they are found, they will most likely not be wearable. These dirty clothes are all new ones I bought in the past few days." Su Zhe said doubtfully, "The salary of lecturers at Beast Control University shouldn't be so low, right? Teachers don't have any savings after so many years." Chen Xian shook his head. "My research direction is artificial in vitro breeding of high-level monsters. This requires borrowing seeds from monsters that are at least platinum level for research. It's valuable to borrow this kind of high-level monster once. It's obviously too much to use," Su Zhe said with shame. "Teacher, haven't you ever considered changing your research direction?" Chen Xian shook his head and said, "This research is very promising. The speed of self-reproduction of high-level monsters is too slow, and the success rate is also low. If we in Daxia master the ability to artificially breed high-level monsters, we can create an army with all contracted platinum level or even diamond level monsters. By then, all problems will be solved." Chen Xian's idea also shocked Su Zhe. What she said was indeed correct. If platinum and diamond level monsters can really be mass-produced in the laboratory, the prospects are very promising, and they may even be more perverted than his system. After all, The system can only produce one monster egg a day, and it will most likely be a bronze or silver level monster egg. But Suze still shook his head and said, Teacher Chinexine, have you ever thought about it? That monsters are not like ordinary animals. They are also an intelligent race, especially high-level monsters. Suze thought of Feng Qingyi, Era, and even Hanba beside him. They will also think and resist. Artificial breeding of high-level monsters is actually similar to artificial breeding of humans. Suze's original intention was to say that artificial breeding of intelligent races as ordinary animals would not work. But Chinexine suddenly realized and said, I understand. Do you mean that I can practice in vitro fertilization first? It makes sense. If you want to do experiments on monsters, you have to wait until they are in estrus. But humans are different. Her eyes fell on Suze, making people feel unclear. Su Yao on the side hurriedly came over to block Chinexine's sight. Suze also immediately changed his mind and said, Teacher Chinexine, come here and help me hatch these platinum eggs. You can choose one when the time comes. No, they are a pair, and take them away. Then you can do whatever you want to study. Chinexine's eyes lit up and she asked, Is this true? Absolutely true. In the end, Chinexine followed Suze to the location of the 13th detachment. As for her clothes, Su Yao went home and got her a new set of clothes of her own. After all, if Chinexine is not wrapped up tightly, she really won't worry about him appearing next to Suze. Along the way, I saw Chinexine tugging at her clothes, which seriously affected the speed of the three of them. So Suze couldn't help but ask, Teacher Chinexine, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Suze looked at Chinexine, then at Su Yao, and finally understood why she felt so scared. Su Yao on the side has already gritted her teeth. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that she is young? Chinexine seemed to sense the bad atmosphere and said, Relax a little, it's okay, let's keep walking. But Suze thought for a moment and said, No, let's go buy clothes first. Just treat it as an advance payment of salary. Su Yao on the side didn't say much. Otherwise, every time Chinexine pulled her clothes along the way, it would be like stabbing her chest with a knife. Soon they found an underwear store. Suze stood outside the door without going in and asked Su Yao to accompany Chinexine to buy clothes. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by an experienced and sharp-eyed clerk. This sister wants to buy clothes, right? I can tell at a glance that what you are wearing doesn't fit you right now. It's a little too small. This is our woman's treasure, and we can't strangle it. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a bang from the side. It turned out that Su Yao could no longer bear it, and punched the door frame of the clothing store. Finally, before Su Yao demolished the store, Chinexine picked out the clothes and quickly changed into them. Suze then went to the counter to pay and left. Soon, the three of them arrived at the indoor training ground of Team 13. There is quite a large space indoors, which is used by the team members to compete, so the size must be enough to allow them to fight freely. Now it can be used to pile up those monster eggs for Chinexine to identify one by one. The Shadow Moon Wolf King appeared from under Suze's feet, and then began to carry the monster eggs that had been stored in the Shadow World. Suze also called on people from the 13th detachment to help. They had seen monster eggs of this size before, so they didn't show much surprise. It was because it was my first time to enter the Shadow World, and I was very curious about everything in it. As for Chinexine, she looked at the monster egg that Suze brought out with dumbfounded eyes. You really are not bragging at all. You are actually able to produce so many platinum-level monster eggs. It's a lot of work to hatch them. At this time, she had already picked up a monster egg and started talking. Actually, the difference between hatching a monster egg and hatching other eggs is not very big. They both require suitable conditions and sufficient time. It's just that for monster eggs, their suitable conditions are not just temperature, but also involve many other things. For example, the monster egg in my hand can be seen to be a dark attribute monster egg. At this time, we need a dark attribute monster egg. We can place the egg close to our body and use our own strength and breath to warm it and hatch it. And the monster that hatches the egg must be at least the same level as the egg. For example, if you want to hatch a platinum egg, you need at least a platinum level monster. Then she looked at the other eggs and said, I just took a look and most of the eggs you have here should be dark attribute monster eggs. Suze nodded. He had snatched these eggs from the dark guards. Of course, Most of them had dark attributes, but Xian didn't know about it. It could be seen just from the appearance of the egg, which showed that there was indeed nothing wrong with what she said. It's just a platinum-level monster with dark attributes. Just when Suze was in trouble, he suddenly saw the Shadow Moon Wolf King taking out the last egg in his mouth like a haha, and came to Suze's feet to claim credit. His eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher, if we are just hatching eggs, male monsters should be able to do it, right? Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Only the Shadow Moon Wolf King didn't understand what his master was talking about, and looked confused. I thought in my heart, how can a male monster hatch eggs? This is simply a shame for monsters, haha. Soon, looking at the chilling smile hanging on the corner of his master's mouth, the Shadow Moon Wolf King knew who would become a shame among the monsters. No, it opened its forepaws and wanted to run away, but was ordered by Suze to forcefully turn around and run back. A miserable wolf howl erupted from his mouth like bursts of whimpering. "Aw, master, no. You can't do this. I'm a male. If other monsters find out about this, I will inherit it for thousands of years, and no little female wolf will ever fall in love with me. It doesn't matter. There are so many monster eggs here, and all the little female wolves you hatch will be handed over to you." The Shadow Moon Wolf King struggled and said, "I have no interest in the newly hatched female wolf." Suze said, "What are you afraid of? You have only been hatched for less than a year, so you are very suitable." Then he ordered the Shadow Moon Wolf King to lie down, and without any explanation, he took out more than 10 eggs and stuffed them into his belly. Suze showed a satisfied smile and said, "Okay, let's try 10 of them first. If there is no problem, continue." Sun Hao and others on the side were stunned. Many of them had seen the Shadow Moon Wolf King's majestic appearance killing enemies on the battlefield, but now he was forced to hatch the eggs here. TSK, Captain, he really knows how to play. When Xian saw that Suze had finally persuaded and forced the Shadow Moon Wolf King to submit, she also stepped forward and began to teach it how to hatch eggs. After all, he is a male wolf, and hatching eggs is still a bit unfamiliar to him. But when Xian knew it, he quickly entered the state. How long does it take for the monster to hatch? Suze looked at Xian and asked. Xian said, "These monster eggs are of different varieties, so the hatching time will be different. According to my judgment, the fastest ones may hatch in about 20 days, while the slower ones may take a year and a half, or even dozens or hundreds of years." 10 or hundreds of years. Suze opened his mouth and asked in surprise. Xian nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why do you think high-level monsters are so rare? In addition to their low reproductive ability, the long incubation time is also a reason. And once my artificial breeding is successful, it is very likely that I can omit the step of monster eggs, start cultivating them directly from embryos, and quickly grow to the juvenile stage that can be contracted by a beast master." Suze nodded. It seemed that Xian's research was indeed very promising. But the question that needs to be considered now is how to hatch these eggs quickly. After all, he can't let the Shadow Moon Wolf King stay here to hatch the eggs. Xian also saw Suze's concerns and said with a smile, "Although we haven't taken a critical step in the artificial breeding of monster beasts yet, the subject I studied has achieved a lot of results, one of which is the monster hatching machine." "The monster incubator? Can it replace the monster for incubation?" Xian nodded and said, "Yes, and unlike the traditional method, where a monster beast can only hatch a small number of monster eggs at a time, the monster hatching machine can hatch hundreds or thousands of monster eggs at a time." Suze's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about hatching efficiency just now. After all, these 80-odd platinum-level monster eggs are no longer enough for Shadow Moon Wolf King, and he also has thousands of gold-level monster eggs. Although he no longer thinks highly of this level, it is still a very rare monster to other people in the Great Xia Spirit Guard. After all, even the Captain Guolinshan only had gold-level monsters before, so Suze didn't intend to waste it. How to slowly hatch these thousands of monster eggs was a problem, and now Xian gave him a solution. "Teacher Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Suze looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King who had entered the incubation state, and carefully took back the monster egg that had rolled away from him. If Xian had said it earlier, he wouldn't have had to force Era. Looking at the way it looks now, It's obviously been spoiled. Chun Xian explained. The price of the monster incubator is very expensive. Except for state agencies such as Lingwei, only big families can afford it. And the monster incubation machine hatches monsters. In order to simulate the aura of the monster, it needs to invest the corresponding monster crystal core. That is to say, to hatch dark attribute monsters, dark attribute crystal cores are needed, and fire attribute monsters need fire attribute crystal cores. Although the monster eggs you have here mainly have dark attributes, they also have other attributes. Chun Xian picked out about 20 of the more than 80 white gold eggs. These monster eggs cannot be hatched in the same incubator as the dark monster eggs. The crystal cores will be replaced after the previous batch of hatching is completed. Or you can buy a few more incubators and do it at the same time, but the cost is really too much. Suze said. So you think we couldn't afford the monster incubator and you didn't say it at the beginning? Chun Xian nodded. After all, they are only a small 13th team, and the monster hatching machine is a device that can only be deployed by 5 headquarters. But Suze pointed at the monster eggs on the ground and said, although we have no money now, I don't think Teacher Chun Xian is clear about the value of these monster eggs, right? Chun Xian's eyes also lit up, and she almost ignored it. If you want money, can you just take out a few monster eggs and sell them? As for the monster crystal cores that the incubator needs to consume, there is no need to worry. As the pillars are successively destroyed, more and more monsters are becoming active. And the special operations team Suze will form is to hunt these monsters. So the crystal core is not a problem at all. So Teacher Chun Xian, how much is the price of the incubator, and what fraction of the monster eggs do I have to sell? Suze asked. Chun Xian shook his head and said, No, there will be a relatively large auction soon, hosted by our Beishan City Beastmasters Association. Then you can take out a dozen gold-level monster eggs for the auction. But Suze had forgotten that just over half a year ago, Yu Xinghua of the Beast Controllers Association took a gold-level monster egg as the finale of the auction. There are about 5 days left before the auction, but the items need to be submitted to the Beishan City Beast Tamer Association before then so that they can make arrangements in advance. The association arranges the order of auction items based on their estimated prices, and if there are popular items, it needs to create hype in advance to attract people to the auction. After all, no matter how valuable an item is, if no one can afford it, it still won't fetch a good price, and may even fail to sell at auction. So Suze, along with Sun Hao and Tao Lin, picked out 10 gold-grade monster eggs and headed towards the Beast Tamer Association. Because the Shadow Moon Wolf King had to stay at the camp to incubate its eggs, Suze couldn't use the Shadow Realm to store things. Isn't there any spatial treasures or the like made from demonic beasts in this world? Suze muttered upon seeing this. He has not yet seen any monsters with spatial attributes, presumably because they are extremely rare. After all, space and time are 2 of the most unpredictable attributes. However, this sudden evolution of the Void Turtle seems to have activated its bloodline and touched upon the attribute of Void. But it is precisely because of this that it becomes increasingly difficult. Without external help, it might take it its entire life to evolve on its own. I wonder if the Drought Demon understands monsters with spatial attributes. Suze now regards Hamba as a guide to the world of monsters and spends time asking her questions every day. The Drought Demon also possesses memories passed down through its bloodline for countless years, giving it a thorough understanding of the world of demon beasts. With the help of Xiao Sheng and others, they have now basically mastered the topographical map of the monster world. And who are the radicals and who are the conservatives? The radical faction is quite diverse, mostly composed of bloodthirsty beasts that crave human blood, such as the zombies under the command of the Drought Demon. However, now that the Drought Demons have all been contracted by Suze, those corpse kings are no longer a threat. The conservative faction centers around Dragon Valley, where the 5-clawed golden dragon, the Dragon King, is said to be very friendly to humans and is one of the best among the Corona-class divine beasts. When the Drought Demon was mentioned, he was very cautious, and there was still some hatred on his face. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Suze guessed that the Drought Demon had been ambushed and killed by the dragons of Dragon Valley. The plan for the 49 pillars was spearheaded by Dragon Valley, and for this, they even took the lead by sacrificing half of their fighting strength, using their bodies as pillars. Therefore, the dragon race, which was originally the dominant force in the world of monsters, has now become just an ordinary first-class monster race. However, their ambitious plan has now failed, despite all the effort they've put into it. But it's said that the Dragon King has received guidance and is implementing a new plan. What kind of plan could be more effective than such a large-scale pillar plan? And who exactly is it that could possibly guide the five-clawed golden dragon, a top-tier powerhouse in the world of demon beasts? Just as Suze was pondering, he had already arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. He glanced at the statue that had once saved his life and noticed that it had changed its pose again. One hand on his hip, the other pointing to the sky. Behind him, a giant dragon soared and rushed in the direction he was pointing. It seems that the beast tide that caused the destruction of Beast Taming University has also affected this place. Otherwise, the statue would not have activated. Only after it started and then goes back can it change to a cool pose. Sun Hao nodded and said, "That's right." At that time, the statue appeared on the battlefield riding a stone dragon and swept away many monsters. It was precisely because he held off the beast tide and held out until the great Xia spirit guards arrived that the monsters were unable to cause too much damage to Beishan City. Now everyone worships this statue as if it were a god. Sure enough, Suze found many offerings, such as fruit baskets, under the statue. There was even a huge incense burner, which was filled with incense ash and was also full of burning incense sticks. Seeing this, Suze laughed and said, "Haha, Xiaosheng himself is probably not as popular as the statue." Meanwhile, some of the association's deacons had already spotted them arriving. While Suze was standing at the door examining the statue, he went inside and brought out Yu Xinghua. "Mr. Yu, weren't you promoted? Why are you back?" Yu Xinghua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. I'm getting old after all. I always feel uncomfortable in other places, so it's better to come back. Besides, the situation in Beishan City is similar to that on the front lines, so we can still contribute our remaining energy here." "That's right, that's what I think too." Behind Yu Xinghua, another aged but powerful voice rang out. "Old Gua, you're back too." Suze greeted him with a look of surprise and delight. Sun Hao and Tao Lin echoed the same sentiment. "Captain Gua." Gua Linshan was just about to greet them with a smile when he glared at the two of them and said, "How many times have I told you? I'm no longer the captain. Now your only captain is Suze. Do you understand?" Suze smiled. Although Gua Linshan said that, when he was reprimanding the two of them, didn't he still act like the captain? "Old Gua, when did you get back? Why didn't you come to see us?" Suze said as he followed the two men deeper into the association. Gua Linshan replied, "I just got back not long ago. I was fighting those Japanese devils on the front lines, but for some reason they suddenly seemed to have lost their souls and fled back in a sorry state. At that speed, I can't even catch up with his shadow. After hearing that monster activity has become more and more frequent recently, I simply came back. Fighting monsters is not much different from fighting Japanese devils. I happened to run into Brother Yu on my way back, so I went back to the Beast Tamer Association with him to visit. I was just about to go see you when you all showed up." Suze smiled and said, "Then you've really come back to the right place. I was just about to assemble a special operations team to deal with monsters. Would Elder Gua like to join?" Gua Linshan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, but he hesitated and said, "I have already retired from the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so I should not be able to be incorporated into the team anymore. This time I went to the front line as a militiaman." Suze shook his head and said, "I will personally decide on the selection of this team. As long as Elder Guo agrees, there will be no problem. Moreover, we happen to need an experienced senior like you." Gua Linshan stopped refusing after hearing this, and Suze breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. With Gua Linshan's command experience, Suze no longer needs to worry about making any common-sense mistakes when commanding troops in the future. At this moment, Yu Xinghua also said, "All right, this old man is satisfied now. But Suze, you came here this time because you want to see me about something, right? About the auction?" Upon hearing this, Suze smiled, walked to the wooden box, and opened the lid. Suddenly, 10 neatly arranged monster eggs appeared in front of them. Suze smiled and said, 10 gold-grade monster eggs. How about that? Is that enough to be the grand finale of this auction? Yu Xinghua did show a hint of surprise, but it didn't seem as obvious as Suze had imagined. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Has he been away from home for a while and seen the world? What? Mr. Yu doesn't like it? Suze asked tentatively. But Yu Xinghua shook his head and said, in the past, 1 gold-level monster egg was enough to be the grand finale, let alone 10 eggs. How could I not look down on it? Suze grabbed the key point and asked, in the past? Is there anything special about this auction? Yu Xinghua smiled and said, there are still special places. Although our Beishan city is a small place and cannot be compared with the imperial capital, there are still beast master families. The power of these families is usually not revealed easily, but this time the feeling of a storm is coming can be felt across the country, and they are naturally no exception. So in order to protect their family, they are now working crazy to strengthen. So there are really a lot of good things in this auction. If your 10 gold-level monster eggs are auctioned together, they will indeed have the highest value. But if they are auctioned together, only one person can get it, and the others can only keep the money to buy other lots, and the price will not go up. So I think the 10 beast taming eggs should be dismantled and auctioned in the order of 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3. In this way, individual beast taming masters, small families, and large families can all participate, and the profits can be maximized. Suze's mouth opened wide when he heard this. He had really never thought about these things. In his opinion, an auction is not just a person shouting the price on the stage, and the people below start to raise the price, and the one with the highest bid ends. Who would have expected that there are so many doorways? So Suze closed his stunned mouth and said, since President you said so, it will definitely be correct, and I will obey your arrangements. Yu Xinghua nodded and said, in this case, there will only be 3 gold-level monster eggs that can be sold in a bundle at most, so they cannot be used as the grand finale. Let me tell you the truth quietly. This time, there is a level 90 monster crystal core. Demon beast eggs are rare, but they not only take time to hatch, but also take time to slowly cultivate. But now what everyone wants is to quickly improve their strength, so the monster crystal core becomes even more valuable at this time. Suze also nodded, and he understood this. If there are not enough resources to accumulate, the growth of monsters will be quite slow. Whether the monster crystal core is used to make weapons or form formations, it can be quickly transformed into combat effectiveness. But it's always a bit unwilling to be taken away from the most important position. Moreover, if he wants to quickly cultivate the hatched monsters into combat power in less than a year, he will also need a lot of resources. What the Great Xia Spirit Guards alone provide is far from enough, which requires a lot of funds. Suze thought for a while and said, what if I bring out another platinum-level monster egg? Can it be the final lot? Before Yu Xinghua could decide which one was more valuable, Suze said, don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. It's a Lord-level platinum monster. Lord-level. Yu Xinghua exclaimed. Lord-level monsters are actually the kings of a certain group of monsters, and their strength is often not weaker than diamond-level monsters of the same level. It is a crushing existence for ordinary platinum monsters. Yu Xinghua was finally surprised by Suze and said, in this case, the final position this time will indeed be yours. But are you sure you want to put such a precious monster egg up for auction? Suze nodded and said, anyway, as long as it is sold to Daxia people, it will help the country improve its combat effectiveness. Then he became alert and said, there won't be any foreigners involved, right? Yu Xinghua shook his head. No, they are all high-level beast masters and family forces from several nearby cities, including Beishan City. President, you must also help me sell it at a good price. There is no conflict between improving the overall strength of the country and making money. Yu Xinghua nodded and said, don't worry. Then someone brought the 10 gold-level monster eggs brought by Suze into the inspection room, where professionals were there to judge the level and attributes of the monster eggs, and whether they were dead eggs that could not be hatched. Although he trusted Suze very much, this was a necessary process that could not be omitted. You can add the items to the auction after the verification is complete. By the way, does Brother Su only sell things? Are you interested in participating? Suze thought for a while, and he was also curious about what good things would be in this auction. Then he nodded and said, "Then take part, but I may not be able to auction things." Yu Xinghua smiled and said, "Haha, it doesn't matter. The handling fee we charge for the auction items you provide is enough to make you our VIP." After a while, after the examination room was completed, he informed Yu Xinghua of the results. He nodded and was stunned for a moment. 7 of the 10 monster eggs are of dark nature, and I heard that little brother Su was kidnapped by Fuso not long ago. It seems like you made a lot of noise there. Maybe their panicked escape has something to do with you. Suze scratched his head but didn't say anything clearly. What happened in Fuso has not been officially disclosed. Yu Xinghua was able to guess some problems based on the attributes of a few monster eggs, which was already very impressive. After a few people exchanged pleasantries for a while, Suze finally left the association. Then he asked Sun how to bring a platinum egg over, and he returned home first. "Huh? Where's the stupid dog? Why didn't he come back with you?" Feng Qingyi asked, sitting on the sofa at home like a useless bird. Suze smiled and said, "He is hatching eggs now." "Huh? Even Han Ba, who had always been calm, couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth at this moment. Because they are both monsters, they can empathize even more. Don't get me wrong, I just took some monster eggs and hatched them. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "By the way, I have some monster eggs with other attributes. Let's see if you want." "Go to hell." Bang! Boom! Before Suze could finish his words, he was hit by the pillow and teacup coming from the wind and fell down dizzy. The last thought before falling into coma was, "I've eaten the Lord." By the time Suze woke up from the bed, rubbing his head, it was already dark, and he remembered that it had just darkened when he came back. Suze rubbed his head, and a small bump on it had not subsided. In fact, Feng Qingyi's throw of the pillow didn't pose much of a threat, mainly because the teacup thrown by Han Ba was really powerful. Even though she had absorbed a large part of her strength, Suze still couldn't bear it. Of course, if she did not withdraw her power and really wanted to kill Suze, the contract would be wiped out before she took action, even if it was a divine beast. If they still have a conscience, they would send me to bed if I fainted. But why don't you help me change my clothes? Suze got out of bed while thinking about it. He suddenly felt the urgency to urinate and rushed into the toilet immediately. He walked out after a long time. It shouldn't be. With my kidneys, I won't be able to hold back like this in one night. Suze suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He walked out of the room with a sullen face. As soon as he left the door, he saw 2 beast masters sitting on the sofa, seemingly waiting for their master to accuse them. With their senses, they naturally knew that Suze had woken up. Suze sat across from them, feeling very hungry. He picked up a wilted date that he had just bought yesterday and threw it into his mouth. At this time, he already had a very bad premonition in his heart. Asked, "Tell me, how long have I been unconscious?" Feng Qingyi looked at Han Bao for help, but the woman in Tsing Yi looked at her nose and heart. She was obviously the culprit, but pretended that it had nothing to do with her. In the end, Feng Qingyi couldn't stand the pressure of Suze's eyes, blinked her big watery eyes, and said hesitantly, One night." Suze frowned. Feng Qingyi shook her head and replied, "It's 1 day and 2 nights. Suze almost choked on the date core in his mouth and coughed violently before spitting it out. "Have I been unconscious for so long? Are you too cruel?" Feng Qingyi lowered his head in admitting his mistake. Han Bao also blushed slightly, then stood up and said, "Master, this is a mistake I made. Let me help you heal your injury." Then, just like helping him treat the injury on his hand before, Han Bao leaned forward and leaned over. Only this time, the target was changed from his hand to his forehead. Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Suze immediately lost his temper. After Hamba left, there were still some unfinished thoughts. But what Suze was confused about was that Han Bao could obviously heal the injury on his forehead when he was unconscious, so why did he wait for him to wake up? Forget it, it didn't delay anything anyway. A whole day was wasted. Fortunately, he had completed all the tasks that needed to be completed before, so there was no delay in this day. But according to what Xiaoxing said before, today seems to be the deadline given by Meili Jian. Although I am very curious about how they will perform, it has nothing to do with me after all. Just as he was thinking this, there was a sudden knock on the door. Feng Qingyi, who was in the process of admitting his mistake, immediately ran over and opened the door obediently. Outside the door were Xiaosheng and Sun Sheng. "Why are you here?" Suze asked in surprise. Xiaosheng replied with a smile. "It's nothing. I just want to take you to see the excitement. We have received the news. Meili Jin has gathered a lot of allies to come and investigate." "Oh, what countries are colluding with them?" "That's really a lot. But because outsiders can't interfere in the battle between the 100th level war gods, so the countries that come this time are all countries with 100 level war gods, and other countries are not qualified yet. Great Britain, Gaul, Kievan Rus, and Militia plus our Bactria are the only countries in the world that have level 100 war gods." Suze was stunned for a moment when he heard this. These 5 countries appeared together. Why did it give people such a strong sense of sight? "Have you decided on the name of the organization led by Militia?" Suze thought subconsciously. Xiaosheng shook his head and said, "Not yet. After all, we Daxia have not joined yet. If we refuse, the name may have to be called the Xia-destroying Alliance Army." Suze nodded. After all, judging from the experience of the previous world, it was not impossible for them to do this kind of thing. And that time, they came to 8 countries. Soon, Xiaosheng and Sun Sheng took Suze to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Legion, the largest of the Daxia Spirit Guards. He stood with several other Legion commanders, while Xiaosheng and Sun Sheng stood at the forefront. If ranked according to strength, Suze should be the one at the front right now. But obviously Xiaosheng didn't want Suze to reveal his strength prematurely to other countries, even though their spies might have known something, but they couldn't confirm it. Suze didn't wait long when he saw dark black billowing clouds approaching in the distance, with light blue lightning arcs in the dark clouds like dancing dragons. Along with it, there was a pressure that could destroy the world. Xiaosheng's expression also became solemn. "It seems that all the old friends are here, and they also brought Thor's hammer with them. Are you afraid that we will sacrifice the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, and some of them will be left behind?" Sun Sheng snorted coldly. "Humph, they are just a bunch of idiots." Soon, dark clouds came over. People throughout the imperial capital felt the apocalyptic atmosphere, panicked and noisy. 7 figures also stood opposite Xiaosheng and Sun Sheng. Among them, Suze only knew one William. He still had an 8-foot Magatama jade pendant hanging on his chest, and he had obviously regarded it as his own. Beside him was an old man with waving beard and hair, holding a large black iron-like hammer in his hand, with electric arcs flashing on the hammer. "Should I go, God of Thunder?" Suze couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw him for the first time. And Xiaosheng's voice appeared directly in Suze's ear and introduced him. Suze also knew why Xiaosheng had to come here by himself. It was to let him get to know these 7 people initially, because they were likely to be Suze's enemies in the future. Now here are all the 100-level war gods in the world, 9 in total. You already know William, the sissy, so you don't need to care. Even with that pendant, he is still the weakest. Obviously, the contracted beast is an angel, and his title is indeed Angel's close servant. It shows that he has no future. The old man on his left is the one you need to pay attention to. Old John, nicknamed Thunder, is also the man who has been recognized by the Millennium Artifact Thor's hammer. It is said that he is the only one who can lift that hammer. I don't believe it anyway. Suze clicked his tongue. This is really a thunder god. And the one on the right. Suze followed Xiaosheng's introduction and looked over. It was a man whose whole body was covered by a black robe, making it difficult to see his true face. That is the most mysterious and oldest god of war in Militia. No one knows what he looks like. They only know that he has existed since the birth of Militia. Xiaosheng and Suze looked at each other, and they knew from his eyes that the other party was also guessing that his true identity was probably the mythical beast that provided blood to Fusang, an adult beast of the moonlight level. Obviously, this is the existence that requires the most vigilance. In addition, there is only one god of war in Great Britain, a girl with blonde hair, but with very determined eyes, and wearing an exquisite silver-white armor. This girl-like figure has no name. Everyone only knows her title, the King of Knights. She maintains this appearance because she has been recognized by the artifact Sword in the Stone. You must not underestimate her because of her appearance. You will suffer a big loss. Judging from Xiaosheng's cautious attitude, it is obvious that those who have suffered losses are already obvious. and the god of war from Gaul, in order to compete with his old enemy, the Night King of Great Britain, also has no name and only has one title, Sun King. The remaining two people, a man and a woman, should belong to the same camp because they have similar dressing styles, and the fur clothes look very warm. The women look very hot and sexy, with slim figures, while the men are muscular and as strong as a bear standing upright. The two of them are the gods of war in Kievan Rus and our erratic allies. Erratic? Suze asked doubtfully. Because while forming an alliance, they are also wary of us. For example, right now, they are standing on the opposite side of us. Xiao Sheng then introduced. The girl's name is Yeka, and she is called the Ice and Snow Princess. The man's name is Andre, and he is known as the Bear Splitter. It is said that he can tear apart monsters with his bare hands without relying on the power of monsters. He is especially good at tearing apart bears. At this point, the only 900-level war gods finally stood together, and their swords were at war. Xiao Sheng, today is the deadline. Aren't you going to join us? William took the lead and said. Sun Sheng glared at him directly. What the hell? Do you deserve to be so arrogant? The phantom of the Ape King appeared behind him and was about to take action. At this time, the Thor's hammer in the hand of old John beside William also trembled slightly, stirring up the thunder and lightning in the sky, and it seemed that thunder would fall at any time. But deep in the Spirit Guard headquarters, a crisp sound of swords sounded, which immediately silenced the thunder, and even old John snorted. The blonde girl Night King, who is most sensitive to swords, was the first to show a surprised look and said, "What a powerful sword." So we in the United States plan to take the lead in forming an alliance to bring together the powerful means of all countries so that we can face future major crises more calmly. And if you want to join the alliance, you naturally have to provide help. Xiao Sheng, who had been patiently transmitting messages to Suze just now, suddenly stepped forward and said with an angry look on his face, "You fart. It is obviously an artifact that is plotting against our great Xia. Since every country has to hand over its backup, what did you hand over?" John smiled and said, "Since this is an alliance led by us, the United States, we naturally put all the strength of the country into it." Xiao Sheng glared at him and said, "Shameless." The blonde girl said calmly, "We in Great Britain provided the scabbard of the sword in the stone, which is also part of the artifact and has a powerful protective effect." Xiao Sheng said sadly, "Naive." The Ice Princess of Kievan Rus shook her pair of pride and said, "We also took out the artifact Tsar's scepter. Anyway, no one can use that thing now, so we might as well hand it over. The Tsarist scepter of Kievan Rus can only be used by female royal blood, but the royal family of Kievan Rus has long been overthrown. The Princess of Yeka only has the title of Beastmaster, so the scepter has long been just a decoration." Finally, Xiao Sheng looked at Gaul. "What about you? You Gaul don't have any artifacts. What did you come up with?" The Sun King said with a smile, "We have fully joined the alliance and obeyed the alliance's command. We ourselves are the most sincere." These words made Xiao Sheng, who was filled with righteous indignation, stunned for a moment before saying, "As expected of you, you are really quick to surrender." But the Sun King paid no attention to the taunt. John continued, "So you have also heard the sincerity of other countries, and now you are the only one left. Should Daxia hand over the artifact and join the alliance, or should the entire alliance be merged into the alliance and obey its orders?" Xiao Sheng's expression became very angry and ferocious, and finally he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "What if I don't choose anything?" The momentum of the 7 people gathered together, pressing down like a mountain. Even with Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng blocking the front, Suze and the others still felt out of breath, which showed how much pressure they had to face. The Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword was confronting Thor's hammer from a distance. For the sake of the overall situation, it never used the sword energy it had accumulated for a long time. But even so, Mjolnir is unable to obey John's control. Just when the battle is about to break out, Xiao Sheng suddenly shouted with a trembling voice, "Wait!" Suze, who was behind him and had known everything for a long time, was stunned for a moment. Even Sun Sheng on the side was stunned. If he hadn't been facially paralyzed, he might have been exposed. John smiled and said, "It would have been better if we had done this earlier. and there is no need to hurt our feelings. Where is the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword? I have long wanted to see this best artifact in the world. But Xiaoxing shook his head and said firmly, we will not take out the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. John was stunned for a moment and said, so you want to choose to follow the Alliance's orders? This so-called alliance is completely controlled by Militian, and obeying their orders is more terrifying than handing over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. So Xiaoxing still shook his head. At this time, old John's face became gloomy and he said, so what do you mean? Are you just kidding everyone? Seeing that the time had come, Xiaoxing took out the purple-gold thunder-patterned egg from his storage item with a look of reluctance. Su Zhe's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was what he wanted. So far, he had only seen it with Xiaoxing. John was stunned for a moment when he saw the egg, and then he seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. Xiaoxing struck while the iron was hot, and said with an angry look on his face, this is the mythical beast egg I got by chance. The value should not be lower than the divine weapon, right? Take this as a condition for us to join the alliance. Then he reluctantly handed the monster egg out. The Sun King on the side saw this and said, are you saying it's a mythical beast egg? I don't believe it. But John didn't say anything. He just handed the egg to the mysterious man in black robe beside him. After a moment, he nodded. Even though he was very reluctant, John knew that this was indeed a mythical beast egg. Seeing his attitude, everyone else understood something. But John still said, even so, a monster egg is not enough to replace your country's Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, right? But at this time, the scene has changed. The two people from Kievan Rus stood on Xiaoxing's side and said, I don't think there is any problem. The things everyone brought out are almost of this value. The King of Knights also stood up and said, I also think this is fair. Then remain neutral. Even if the Sun King is on Milliken's side, it has become a 4-on-4, one neutral situation, and they have lost their advantage. He could only grit his teeth and agree to Daxia's joining. John looked at the man in black robe on the side, but he didn't show any expression at all. Seeing this situation, he could only agree that Daxia joined the alliance at the cost of a mythical beast egg. He said unwillingly, as expected of the country with the longest history, I didn't expect you to hide such a skill. Compared with his unwillingness, Xiaoxing seemed to have suffered great humiliation, and his anger was beyond words. This also makes the other party feel that even if their ultimate goal is not achieved, they are still proud of themselves. The tense atmosphere disappeared as both sides took a step back. At this time, Yeka, the fiery figure, stood up and said, very good. Now that we are all allies, is it time to give our alliance a name? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Maybe they didn't think that this alliance could actually take shape before that, so they didn't think about the name at all. The blonde girl knight said, our alliance is to protect the world, just like the knights who protect the princess. Why not call it the Knights of the World Protector? The Sun King, who was not dealing with her, snorted coldly and said, now that we have you as the Night King, if we call it a knighthood, wouldn't everyone have to obey your command? The King of Knights glanced at the Sun King and did not argue with him. Of course, if it weren't for the current alliance, the sword in the stone in her hand would have struck through. William also stood up and said, everything we do is for justice. Why not call it the Justice League? The Sun King immediately agreed and cheered, and the others did not show any objection. Only Xiaoxing sneered. Justice? Ridiculous. Xiaoxing was about to speak when he heard Su Zhe's voice in his ear, so his eyes lit up, and he said according to Su Zhe's words, since it unites the forces of multiple countries, why not call it the United Nations? William immediately laughed and said, hey, I thought you had any good suggestions. It's just a stupid naming method. Xiaoxing then said, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. In order to fight against an entire world of monsters, it is not enough just to have 5 of our countries. Instead, we must unite the power of all countries and let them all join in. This is the true meaning of the name United Nations. At this time, Yeka also became interested and said, oh, why do they join in? Not all countries can come up with artifacts. Xiaoxing continued, they don't need to hand over anything. On the contrary, we have to share our excess resources with them. William sneered when he heard this. The strength of those small countries is extremely fragile in front of monsters. What's the use of them? They have to use their own resources. I don't think anyone will agree to this kind of thing. Xiaosheng sneered back. So you are short-sighted. The reason why they are weak is simply because they don't have resources. If they are given enough resources, they will be able to give birth to considerable strong men with a huge population base. In order to fight against the world of monsters, we need to gather all our strength. 5 countries alone are not enough. The girl Night King nodded, seeming to agree very much. At this time, Yeka also asked, but if this is the case, if there are more members, they will have different opinions. Who will make the decision then? Xiaosheng tilted his ears slightly, seemingly thinking, but actually listening to Su Zhe's explanation. Every matter can be decided by voting, and the minority obeys the majority, but each of our 5 countries has a veto power. Yeka nodded, thus ensuring that all decisions would not harm the interests of the 5 countries and ensuring their status. William was still unwilling to let Xiaosheng stand out, and said, besides, those countries may not agree to join. At this time, there was no need to listen to Xiaosheng's explanation. He just gave everyone an idea, and they already realized the feasibility of this matter. They all looked at William, who had not yet figured out the situation. In the end, John couldn't bear to see his own people being stupid again, and reminded, don't forget, there are only 9 of us at level 100 in the world, and now we have formed an alliance. Only then did William suddenly realize that they had restrained each other before, and no one dared to use power at will. But now that they are working together, who would dare not to join the alliance and seek asylum? He finally shut up. John also looked at Xiaosheng and said, unexpectedly, your country seemed unwilling to join the alliance and delayed it until the last day, but in fact everything has been arranged clearly. So, with everyone's approval, the name of the United Nations was decided. Hearing the same names and looking at the 5 similar countries, Su Zhe felt that the world seemed to be closer to home. After discussing some specific matters again, for example, the elite troops of the 5 countries, the Great Xia Spirit Guard, the Thunder Guard, the Northern Iron Guard, the Knights of the Round Table, and the Solar Expeditionary Army are used to form a peacekeeping force, and bases are established around the world to maintain peace and fight against monsters. At this point, the people who came with great force left Daxia, and then returned to their own countries. The people around him left one by one. Finally, after the Sun King also left, only the 3 people from Malishan were left. John then asked the mysterious man in black robe next to him in a very humble tone, Sir, why didn't you choose to take action just now? Otherwise, even if it's 4 versus 4, they won't be our opponents. Under the black robe, a voice that sounded very neutral and could not distinguish between male and female said, if I had taken action just now, it would have been us who died. John and William were horrified when they heard this. The man in black robe glanced at the hammer in John's hand and said, it's also very good, but it's far from as good as that. The sword only uses part of its power. The reason why it didn't kill me is because the power it has accumulated for thousands of years would be too wasteful to use on me. John's eyes lit up and he heard the man in black robes say, according to my judgment, this is not an ordinary mythical beast egg, but a moonlight level mythical beast egg. Moonlight level. You have to know what kind of stinky fish and shrimps are brought from other countries. There was an artifact that couldn't be used, a scabbard that was barely considered a half artifact, and one that simply surrendered and handed itself over. Not to mention providing support. John was afraid that they would hold him back. In comparison, the value of the mythical beast egg that Daxia took out was already very high, not to mention it was a Yueshi-level mythical beast egg. Haha, that guy Xiaosheng must not know the specific level of this egg. He only knows that it is a mythical beast egg, so he handed it over so easily. William finally breathed a sigh of relief. John also nodded and said with a smile, after all, I have never seen a mythical beast before, so it is normal that I can't recognize it. They really suffered a big loss this time. On the other side, after confirming that everyone has left, Xiaosheng turned around and left with a face of humiliation, unwillingness, and anger. This made the army commanders at the headquarters look at each other, not knowing how to persuade him. Only Sun Sheng and Su Zhe followed Xiaosheng into a room, and then Xiaosheng slammed the door shut with a loud noise that shocked everyone. Oh, this time is a great shame and humiliation for Master Xiaosheng. He paid too much for Da Xiao to hand over the mythical beast egg that he prepared to contract. In the room, Xiao Sheng, who had an expression of unwillingness and indignation just now, was holding back his smile and trying his best not to laugh out loud. Haha, how was it? My acting skills just now were pretty good, right? Xiao Sheng wiped the tears from laughter from the corner of his eyes and asked Su Zhe and Sun Sheng. The two of them nodded and silently gave him a thumbs up. It's very strong. With your acting skills, it would be a pity not to make a movie and win the Best Actor award. Xiao Sheng shrugged his shoulders and replied, There is no way. That old man John is too cautious. If we don't make him think that we have suffered a big loss, he won't believe it. Su Zhe said, But I see that he often looks to the man in black robe on the side to ask for his opinion. It seems that he is not the real decision-maker. Xiao Sheng also restrained his proud expression at this time and said, That's right. But the man in black robe has never seen him speak or make a move, so he doesn't know his exact strength. Sun Sheng said, What's so difficult about this? Let me have a fight with him and you will know. Then they discussed their views on the few people who just appeared. The biggest threat is naturally the mysterious man in black robes, followed by Old John, who controls Thor's hammer. Later, the strength of the Ice Queen Yeka and Bear Breaker Andre of Kievan Rus cannot be underestimated. And judging from the attitudes between the two of them, Andre seemed to be taking orders from Yeka, which further improved Yeka's status in the hearts of the three. It's just that as Da Xiao's erratic ally, there is no need to be too wary of Malition until the biggest threat is gone. After this is the King of Knights, who has mastered the artifact Sword in the Stone. She has also mastered the divine weapon. The reason why she is ranked lower is not because of the gap in strength, but because of the nature of the mind. Just like Xiao Sheng's previous evaluation of her when she was acting, she possesses all the beautiful qualities of a knight while still retaining the innocence consistent with her appearance. Among so many people, she is probably the only one who really thinks that the alliance led by Malition is only to protect the safety of the world. That's why he handed over part of his artifact, the scabbard of the Sword in the Stone. It is precisely because of this innocence that she poses no threat to anyone, except the Sun King, who is her old enemy. William and the Sun King are only ranked last in terms of threat in everyone's mind. This is purely because of their strength. But Xiao Sheng still reminded, what we can see now is the superficial strength displayed by various countries. As for how much they hide, we have no idea. Just like Da Xia hid Su Zhe, who had god-level combat power, several other countries also hid their strength to a greater or lesser extent. Before you know its hidden strength, you may pay a price for underestimating any country. Okay, now let's wait for them to help us hatch the eggs. The three of them looked at each other and smiled evilly at the same time. Su Zhe and Sun Sheng then left. Neither of them were good at dealing with things other than fighting, while Xiao Sheng wanted to stay and help handle the affairs of the great Xiaolingwei. Now facing the crisis, he was originally just the honorary army commander, but because of his strength, he had a position above the 5 headquarters army commanders. He coordinated and managed all affairs, big and small, and was very busy. Therefore, it was like a relaxing game for him to deceive Millie Jan and others by acting today. Su Zhe did not leave immediately, but followed Sun Sheng to see his fellow countrymen. Just in time, Yi said she also wanted to meet you and talk about things in her hometown. I didn't understand a lot of things she told me. Sun Sheng scratched his head and said, but then he realized that this wouldn't work. If Jiang Yi always came to Su Zhe to talk to her, he would feel bad. So he asked Su Zhe to teach him some knowledge about the earth if he had anything to do, and Su Zhe readily agreed. Soon, the two came to where Jiang Yi was. Because Jiang Yi no longer has to rely on her strong vitality to maintain her life. This time, she is not in a lush rainforest, but right in the middle of the city. But what surprised Su Zhe was that the place Sun Sheng took him to was not a luxurious residence, but a newly built orphanage. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Sun Sheng walked in front and waved, and Su Zhe followed. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the door, she saw Jiang Yi playing the game of eagle and chicken with a group of children. She didn't even notice the arrival of Sun Sheng and Su Zhe. Sun Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and seemed to be lost in memories and said, those children were all orphans adopted by the Jiang family before, but the reason why they became orphans was because of the Jiang family. Even I was an orphan once adopted by the Jiang family. Perhaps the ancestor of the Jiang family was indeed a good person, and he adopted orphans out of good intentions. At that time, he often brought his daughter, E, to the orphanage to visit us and bring us food. I've known E since then. The first time she saw me, she said I looked like a monkey. I thought she was scolding me and was very angry, but then she told me the story of the Monkey King and told me that monkeys can be great. Later, when I grew up, I left the orphanage and became a beast master. The Jiang family will recruit the orphans they have raised to do their jobs. This is how I became the Jiang family's guardian, protecting E's safety. You also know what happened next. The ancestor of the Jiang family was infected by the devil's mistletoe and used the flesh and blood of the adopted child to extend his life. E found out. Speaking of this, he clenched his fists. The culprit who caused Jiang Yi to sleep for 100 years and used it as an excuse to drive him for hundreds of years has not been eliminated yet, and is still parasitizing the trunk of the sycamore tree to increase his strength. When it shows up again next time, I will definitely get rid of it. I won't even try to leave any ashes. Let's see how it can become parasitic. Suze asked. Then what's going on with these children? Sun Sheng woke up from his hatred and said, after I destroyed the Jiang family, no one will take care of the children in these orphanages. Although the state has taken over most of them, there are still a few who have escaped and are living on the streets. E found them all and took good care of them. She said that she might be the last direct descendant of the Jiang family, and she wanted to atone for her family's sins and take care of these children. Suze nodded and asked casually, I think Sister E likes the child very much. Haven't you considered having one of your own? Hanba has said that birth can occur between mythical beasts and humans. Suze was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He could only lower his head and suppress a smile and patted Sun Sheng on the shoulder to express comfort. After working on it for a long time, it turns out that my skills are inferior to others. Sun Sheng knew that Suze must be laughing at him in his heart, but the reason why he said it was because he wanted Suze to help think of a solution. After all, it's not okay to keep going like this. Although Jiang Yi didn't say anything, where should he put his dignity as a man? Only Suze can help him. After all, Jiang Yi became the divine beast with the help of Han Bao. Sun Sheng could become a divine beast without asking, as long as it could help him improve his physical fitness to a similar level. Suze took a deep breath, calmed down, and then nodded. Don't worry. When I get back, I will definitely ask Hanbao if there is any way to help you solve this urgent problem. Hanba is still at home now, because their residence is close to the anchor point, which is conducive to the cultivation of the two divine beasts. So usually Suze would not take them out together if nothing happened. Sun Sheng also patted Suze's shoulder gratefully. Thank you for your kindness. When we have a child, I will ask him to recognize you as his godfather. Suze smiled, but in his heart he was wondering if he should also consider the issue of his children. At this time, Jiang Yi, who had finished playing with the children, clapped her hands and said, We are all tired from playing, so let's go and take a rest first. The children shouted loudly. We know it because Uncle Sun is here, and the teacher is going to play games with Uncle Sun instead of playing with us. Go. I won't allow you to play games when I come back. I'll let you learn to read. No. The children screamed and dispersed instantly. Jiang Yi also passed through the children and came to Suze and Sun Sheng. She took Sun Sheng's arm very naturally and said, The great sage is back, and brother Suze is here too. Come in and sit down. Then he led them past the noisy children to a room and made tea at the table. It also became quiet outside the door. Suze took a look and saw that it was the children lying on the door frame watching the excitement. The person next to Teacher E is Uncle Sunday, who is the big brother opposite. Looks so handsome. Suze smiled when he heard this, and the child's praise sounded even more beautiful. Because there will be no flattery, it will be appreciation from the heart. Why did brother Suze want to come and see us? Jiang Yi asked, handing over a cup of tea. Suze took a sip lightly, feeling the fragrance lingering on her lips and teeth, and said, I just did something with brother Sun, and then I thought about coming over to take a look. Jiang Yi didn't ask anything in detail. After all, although she could quickly improve her strength by controlling the magic tree branches in her body, She was still a little behind, and it was inconvenient to know too many things. Suze took advantage of the situation and asked, "How is Sister Yi's strength now?" When Jiang Yi heard this, she also said with some excitement, "Not long ago, I just killed a 70-level gold-level monster by myself. Although I know it is nothing in your eyes, I am very happy." She took out a necklace and pointed at the falling crystal core and said, "Look, I still keep the crystal core as a souvenir." As a time traveler, she has also seen many time travel works, but when it was her turn, she was just an ordinary person, which was more or less a pity. Now that I have finally experienced this extraordinary power, I am still very excited. Sun Xingze said nervously, "You killed a level 70 monster yourself? Why didn't you tell me?" These days, although Jiang Yi has absorbed a lot of monsters, they were all captured by Sun Sheng from outside. Even if they were not dead, they were beaten to half-death. Jiang Yi said helplessly, "Great sage, I am not as fragile as you think. You also know that I am the king of corpses now. How can something happen so easily? If I really encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I'll lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. I'm definitely a professional." The corpse king pretends to be a corpse, so he is not a professional. But Sun Sheng said seriously, "I will never let this happen." Then it was time for dog food again. Suze, standing aside, felt that he was very dazzling now, like a kilowatt light bulb. Just say goodbye to the two of them and prepare to leave, giving them some time in the world. But Jiang Yi stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, I'll see you off." Sun Xingdao, "I'm coming too." But Jiang Yi pulled her back. "You stay here and watch the children. They are all naughty." After all, these children were not taken over by the government because they ran away from the orphanage. They were each their own thorn in the side. Hearing this, the children lying at the door immediately made faces and dispersed. Sun Sheng also chased after him, leaving Jiang Yi to see off Suze. "Sister Yi, what do you want from me?" Suze asked understandingly after the two of them had walked some distance away. Uffed. Suze couldn't help laughing anymore after hearing this. The couple wanted to go together emotionally. Her voice became lower and lower until finally it was inaudible. But Suze nodded understandingly. Now that two people have come to ask for his help, no matter what, this matter must be settled. After repeated assurances, Suze finally left. While flying in the sky, I couldn't help laughing. After he got home, he told Hanbao about it immediately. But Hanbao thought for a moment and said, "I can indeed control his flesh and blood to help with conditioning, but it can only reach the limit of human flesh and blood. It cannot be compared with monster beasts, let alone mythical beasts." Suze frowned when he heard this and said, "You mean there is no other way?" Hanbao smiled and shook his head. "No, I just mean that the human body can't do it, but it can be borrowed from monsters." Suze thought of the scene where Hanbao used other people's flesh and blood to help people heal their injuries. Obviously what she meant was that she could take everything from the monster and connect it to easily exceed the upper limit of human abilities. Let's not mention the size issue for now. If you use someone else's item, you will always have a grudge in your heart, right? So he decisively rejected the question and said, "Isn't there a second way?" Hanbao replied, "Of course there is. Monsters can break through the 100th level and become divine beasts. Naturally, humans can also break through and become god-level beast masters. At that time, all functions of the body will be baptized, and you will have god-level abilities." Suze also breathed a sigh of relief for Sun Sheng when he heard this. Although the second way was much more difficult, it was still much better than the first way. Suze informed Sun Sheng of both methods, and he chose the second one without hesitation, and then went back to retreat. Strive to break through to the god level as soon as possible and avenge the shame. Not long after Suze returned, he received a notice from Yu Xinghua. The auction would be held the next day, and the platinum-level beast control egg sent by Suze naturally became the final lot. However, not many people know the news so far. The Beast Masters Association only released the news to the outside world, claiming that the auction items this time were very luxurious and gave a vague list. Just the words gold-level monster eggs on it were enough to let them know that this auction was not simple. Some family forces also spent money to buy information and learned that the final auction item was most likely to be a platinum-level monster egg. As for this news, it was naturally Yu Xinghua who deliberately released it. He could not openly tell everyone what the final lot was to preserve some of the mystery of the auction. We can't completely block the news. Otherwise, what if those big families who can afford it don't have enough funds to prepare? Therefore, let these families, driven by curiosity, take the initiative to spend money to get some information. In this way, not only can they prepare in advance and bid up the price of the auction items, but Yu Xinghua can also make a small profit in advance through the sales information. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Suze naturally didn't know this. He only knew that Yu Xinghua told him that the preliminary preparations for this auction were very complete. As for what kind of work he had done, Suze didn't know. Let's go to Era's place to have a look today. I haven't been there for 2 days, so I don't know how it is doing with its eggs. When Suze arrived at the original training room, he found that the rather tough-style room that was originally used for training had been decorated to be very cozy, just like a delivery room. In fact, this place has indeed become a delivery room for monsters. In the center is the Shadow Moon Wolf King, lying there incubating eggs, with a group of people beside him delivering water and meat to him. Even the meat was delivered directly to its mouth, and it could be eaten without opening its mouth, with a satisfied expression on its face. In just 3 or 4 days, Suze felt that it had gained a lot of weight. Ahem. Suze coughed twice, and then others noticed that he had come behind him. The Shadow Moon Wolf King glanced twice, and then began to chew the meat in his mouth. Captain, are you here? See how we are raising Lord Demon Wolf. Suze looked at Shadow Moon Wolf King's rounded belly and nodded. But it's just hatching an egg, not laying it. I guess it's not necessary. Sun Hao immediately said, Captain, you can't say that. Lord Demon Wolf can't leave when he's hatching his eggs. He can only leave food and drink to us. Suze could only shrug. Forget it, as long as you are happy. In fact, Suze also knew that the reason why they stayed here was to use the Chick complex to conclude a contract when the monster opened its eyes. Otherwise, no one has much confidence in the contracted platinum-level monsters, so they would stay here to take care of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, just so that the first thing they see after the monsters break out of their shells is themselves. But what they don't know is that there are divine beasts who can completely rely on the suppression of blood to order the monsters to enter into contracts. That's why Suze won't worry that after these monster eggs that are not from the system are hatched, his people will not be able to make contracts. He looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who looked satisfied, but he still looked humiliated and unwilling to hatch eggs. He was completely enjoying it, licking the monster eggs with body temperature from time to time. I don't know if it was Suze's illusion, but I always felt that there seemed to be a motherly light in its eyes. But this is a male wolf. Suze quickly shook his head and put this creepy feeling behind him. Then I listened to Sun Hao's report on the past few days. Under Qin Xian's guidance, the egg hatching went very smoothly. Moreover, Qin Xian also helped them book a monster incubation machine through her connections, and now they are just waiting for the money to arrive before they can interact. After completing all this, Qin Xian has returned home to rest. It's no wonder that Suze didn't see Qin Xian along the way. Okay, the funding problem will be solved soon. Tomorrow is the day when the auction will be held. Do any of you want to go with me? Everyone was hesitant. On the one hand, they were curious about what the auction would be like. On the other hand, they were also afraid that they would miss the moment when the monster hatched during their absence. After all, the hatching time of these monster eggs varies. Although they have only hatched for 3 or 4 days, some monster eggs are already showing signs of life, and they may break out of their shells at some time. In the end, it was Sun Hao and Tao Lin who stood up. Neither of them had any vacancies for Beastmasters. Even if they were hatched, it would have nothing to do with them for the time being. They could just wait for the next batch. Okay, it's just you two. Meet us at my door tomorrow. Let's go together. Yes. The day passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the auction, and Sun Hao and Tao Lin also arrived at Suze's door early. Suze was not in a hurry. The auction would be held near noon, so it was still early. He simply invited the two of them to have breakfast together at home. When they saw the white and fat boiled monster eggs in front of them after the shells were peeled off, the two of them looked at each other, and they were no longer surprised. And just when Suze was planning to go out alone with Sun Hao and Tao Lin, Han Bao and Feng Qingyi also expressed their intention to come with them. What's wrong? Aren't you going to stay at home and practice today? Feng Qingyi curled her lips and shook her head and said, It's too boring to stay at home every day. I want to go out and play. Hanbao also nodded and said, yes, I just want to see what a human auction will be like. This kind of thing doesn't happen in our world of monsters. If there are multiple monsters that fall in love with the same natural treasure, the worst-case scenario is a fight. Whoever survives to the end will be his. Suze had no choice but to take the two girls with him. When they arrived in front of the Beastmasters Association, many people had gathered. Sure enough, as Yu Xinghua said, the size of the auction this time was larger than before, and even more people came, filling the association's door with water. However, Yu Xinghua had already arranged for someone to wait in front, and as soon as he saw Suze, he came over immediately. Captain Suze, come with me. Let's go from here. Then he led them to a side door reserved for employees. Don't I have to queue up? Suze said with a smile. No. Captain Suze is our big customer. President Yu specially told me. Suze did not refuse. After all, he had only seen others enjoying this kind of backdoor service before, but he never expected that one day it would be his turn. He suddenly remembered what Wang Zi once said. The most evil thing is not capital, but the lack of capital. No, now he doesn't feel so evil in an instant. Suze followed closely behind the deacon of the Beast Tamer Association and quickly walked up to the second floor and arrived in front of a room. This is the SVIP room that the president asked me to prepare in advance. Captain Suze, please come in. The deacon opened the door and invited. Suze took a quick look after walking in. The room was very large, about 50 to 60 square meters. In front of it was a large piece of curved single-sided light-transmitting glass, which made the room even more spacious. Through the glass, not far below, is the auction stage. You can clearly see the auction items on the stage from top to bottom, but you can't see the inside from the outside. In the center of the room is a coffee table with a marble top, with many fruits and snacks placed on it. As for red wine and cigarettes, considering Suze's age, Yu Xinghua did not bring them. There is also a button on the table and a microphone for quoting when bidding. I feel pretty good. Sorry to bother you. Let's get to work first. Suze turned around and said to the deacon, No trouble. Then I'll go and get busy first. If you need anything, just ring the bell and call me. The deacon said, pointing to a button behind the door. Suze nodded before leaving. Sun Hao said at this time, TSK, is the VIP room at the auction venue originally like this? These deacons were not so polite when we came here before. Have you participated in auctions in Beishan City before? Suze asked. When he heard Sun Hao say that he wanted to come and see the world, he thought he had never participated in the auction, but now it seemed that was not the case. Sun Hao also scratched his head and said, I came once, but we were sitting there at that time. He pointed to the back of the crowded seats below and said, except for the VIP room where Suze was, everyone else was basically sitting on the seats below. The closer to the auction table in front, the looser the seating arrangement. On the contrary, the closer you get to the back, the closer you get, and you even want to sit on someone else. Sun Hao continued. There were not so many people when I came last time, but the seats in the back were still crowded. And I left without being able to take pictures of anything in the end. The people sitting in front of me were bidding higher and higher, and soon it was beyond my tolerance. Suze heard this and said with a smile, It's okay. I'll leave it to you to bid this time. Have fun. No problem. After waiting for a while, the seats below were almost full. After Suze also felt that someone had entered the VIP rooms on both sides of him, the auction finally started. President Yu Xinghua, whom Suze was familiar with, personally walked onto the auction stage. In fact, the person in charge of the auction is usually a dedicated person, and the beautiful women are the best. Yu Xinghua rarely goes on stage. But after seeing him, those who came to the auction became even more excited. Because this shows that there are very valuable items in this auction, Chairman Yu needs to come on stage in person. This also gave those families who bought the news in advance a reassurance and confirmed the news. You must know that in order to raise funds, many of them sold off some of their family assets. After Yu Xinghua came on stage, he directly announced the start of the auction without saying any polite words. There was nothing worthy of Suze's attention in the previous auction, just some low-level monster crystal cores, medicinal herbs, tempering beads, and the like. But soon, what Yu Xinghua brought up lifted Suze's spirits. But it wasn't that he wanted to take a picture, but the first of the 10 gold-level monster eggs he took out finally appeared. Our next auction item is a gold-level monster egg, and it is a very rare dark attribute. Don't miss it. There was an uproar in the audience instantly, and the sound was mainly concentrated in the seats in the middle and back half. A gold-level monster egg actually appeared so early? Isn't this the finale of previous auctions? It seems that this auction is definitely no small matter. The gold-level monster eggs have appeared so early, so what will be the finale? I advise you not to think about it. With our capital, we should try to capture this gold-level monster egg. That's right. Those family forces must be here for the auction items at the back, and they won't snatch them from us. Whoever can take the pictures will make a lot of money. When everyone's noise gradually subsided, Yu Xinghua raised the auction hammer and said, "Dark attribute gold-level monster eggs. The starting price is 30 million. 30 million. This is the normal price of a gold-level monster egg, but generally speaking, a high premium will occur during transactions, especially for a monster egg with rare attributes." Sure enough, the price was soon pushed to 38 million, and gradually some people couldn't stop shouting and started to stop. At this time, the price of 39 million was shouted out in the VIP room next to Su Zhe, which was the first level above his. It would be good for Su Zhe to have someone help raise the price, but the problem is, why does this voice sound familiar? In the room next to him was the Zhu family, the largest family in Beishan City. They have nothing to do with the Zhu family, one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital, but they have always claimed to be a branch of the Zhu family. It was not until recently that Daxiao Lingwei began to suppress the 3 major families that they were busy building relationships. However, the Zhu family in the imperial capital was mainly engaged in business and did not have much strength to intervene in the Great Xiao Lingwei and power agencies, so it was not suppressed too much. This is clear from the fact that the top 3 in the Imperial Beastmaster University were 3 from the 4 major families at that time, but the Zhu family did not even enter the top 10. As for the Zhu family in Beishan City, Su Zhe has had dealings with them. He just took the place of Zhu Ji, the younger generation genius of the Zhu family, and participated in the beast control competition. That's why I felt that the voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember it. Zhu Ji only shouted once and did not increase the price. He just didn't want the personal beast masters below to get the monster eggs at too cheap a price. In the end, this monster egg was auctioned to a beast master for 39.5 million. As for others, they are still waiting and watching. After all, gold-level monster eggs appeared so early, and there should be more in the future. And with this monster egg as a node, subsequent auction items seem to have reached a higher level. Su Zhe also understood that Yu Xinghua divided his 10 gold-level monster eggs into 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3 in order to have explosive points at every stage of the auction. This will not only maintain the popularity of the auction, but also maximize Su Zhe's interests. Soon, the second monster egg was also taken out. The competition for this egg also became more intense. Yu Xinghua auctioned off some other things first, giving them time to regret. So those who had not bought the monster egg before gritted their teeth and raised the price, determined to get this egg to avoid missing out on the opportunity later. In the end, this egg surpassed the previous one and was sold for 41 million. But the third egg that followed was not very ideal. As the saying goes, if you try hard in one go, it will fail again, and in 3 cases it will be exhausted. 3 monster eggs appeared one after another, which only made them feel that there would be opportunities later, so they were not in a hurry. In the end, the auction price was only 38 million. Yu Xinghua also guessed this, so 2 gold-level monster eggs that were bundled together appeared. There was an uproar below. What's going on? Why are 2 of them being auctioned together? Who can afford these? That's right, what's going on? President Yu, you can't cheat us like this. Because the auction was not even halfway through, 3 gold-level monsters appeared one after another, which made them think that there would be more opportunities to participate in the auction in the future, so they were not in a hurry to bid. Because of this, the third monster egg did not fetch a higher price at auction. Yu Xinghua also saw this, so after the third monster egg, 2 were auctioned together, which instantly disrupted those people's arrangements. Yu Xinghua, who was on the auction stage, said with a smile, "This is what the owner of the lot requested. I can't help it. Everyone, please be quiet. We are about to start the auction." Suze's hand holding the fruit to his mouth was stunned for a moment. This idea was obviously Yu Xinghua's idea, but now it's all on him. And those people in the audience also fell silent. They were regretting and struggling in their hearts. They regretted not participating in the auction of the first 3 monster eggs. What they were struggling with was whether they should participate in the auction of the 2 monster eggs. Or is there still another chance in the future? At this time, someone said below, "Don't think about it. In this auction, the better things are always placed further back, especially the same things. Now there are 2 golden eggs, and if we wait any longer, there may be 3. By then, everyone will be even less able to afford them." This sentence instantly awakened everyone, and they all started to raise their hands to participate in the auction. And many small and medium-sized families have also begun to participate in bidding. They were waiting and watching before, but now they can't help but take action. Soon, the price was pushed to 80 million. This is almost the combined price of the first and second auction monster eggs, and it continues to rise. Seeing this, Suze sighed and said, "President Yu's trick is really useful. If we auction them off individually, we definitely won't be able to get such a price." In the end, the monster egg was sold for 89 million by a middle-class family from another city who came to participate in the auction. After that, there were some other auction items, and everyone could clearly feel that they were on a higher level than before. It seems that what the man said about getting more valuable as time goes by is indeed not unreasonable. But what they didn't know was that that person was actually placed in the crowd by Yu Xinghua in order to drive up the price. After auctioning several other items one after another, but no second batch of gold-level monster eggs appeared, everyone inevitably became anxious. But what made them despair was that the next auction item was still not the monster egg they had been longing for, but a very weird-looking monster crystal core. This is a transparent crystal nucleus. Generally speaking, monster crystal nuclei can be easily distinguished by their color. Red is the fire attribute crystal nucleus, black is the dark attribute, blue is the water attribute, etc. But this crystal core is transparent, and its properties cannot be seen. Yu Xinghua introduced. This monster crystal core was obtained by our Beastmaster Association after we killed a level 70 tortoise monster when Qinglong Beastmaster University encountered an accident last time. But the strange thing is that we have obtained a level 70 water attribute monster crystal core from that monster. This is the second crystal core in its body. Although Yu Xinghua's ups and downs aroused the interest of many people. However, the crystal cores dropped by level 70 monsters are indeed expensive, but they are not enough to arouse too much interest from everyone. And if that's all, it doesn't seem to be enough to be placed in this position in the auction. Everyone's reaction seemed to be as expected by Yu Xinghua. So he continued. We then conducted some research on this crystal core, but as you can see, we can't even see its properties. But by chance, we discovered that it exhibits the characteristics of spatial attributes. Yu Xinghua said this, but it also caused an uproar among everyone. What he means is that this is a monster crystal core with space attributes. Suze was excited. He had always wanted to use a crystal core with spatial properties to create a storage device. Unexpectedly, the opportunity was now in front of him. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene had been stirred up, Yu Xinghua also raised the auction hammer in his hand and knocked down. The space attribute crystal core. The starting price is 60 million. Generally speaking, the price of a level 60 monster crystal core is only around 10 to 20 million, while rare dark and light attribute monster cores may cost close to 30 million. However, the starting price of the space attribute crystal core in Yu Xinghua's hand was 60 million, but everyone did not think it was an exaggeration at all, and they quickly started bidding. Suze also said, Sun Hao, it's time for you to have fun. Come and help me bid. Sun Hao immediately walked to the microphone, but then turned back and asked, Captain, how much should I shout? Don't worry about it. Just keep everyone else's prices down for me. Sun Hao nodded immediately. Understood. Then he pressed the button next to the microphone and quoted a price of 65 million. What Suze didn't notice was that when Yu Xinghua took out the crystal core, the Han demons on the side were unusually surprised. His bright eyes looked at the crystal core below, seeming to determine something. At the same time, the Zhu family in the room next to them also listened to the sound carefully, and then shook their heads. I can't tell. He's not someone we're familiar with, and we don't know who was able to get President Yu to open the door to the VIP room. Maybe he's a big shot from somewhere else. Young master, do we still want to compete with him? Zhu Ji, who was sitting in his seat, nodded and said, that is the crystal core of the space system. The number of people in the country who can take it is no more than one hand. Of course, it cannot be given to others. Then he winked and asked his brother Zhu He to quote the price of 66 million. With constant price increases, the price soon climbed to 78 million. At this time, most people had already withdrawn from the competition. After all, this is just a level 60 monster crystal core. Even if it can be used to create portable storage items, it is not an indispensable function for most people. In the end, only Su Zhe and the Zhu family were left to bid. Who is that upstairs? He's actually bidding with the Zhu family. Who knows, but President Yu actually opened the VIP room for him. He seems to be a person of high status. This crystal core has something to do with us. Let's see who will end up with it. Just after Sun Hao consulted Su Zhe's opinion and called out the price of 80 million, Zhu He immediately followed up with the price of 81 million. When Sun Hao asked again, Su Zhe already hesitated a little. After all, the price premium for a level 70 crystal core is already too high, even for a very rare space system. At this moment, Hamba came to Su Zhe's ear and whispered a few words. Then, Su Zhe's eyes lit up and he immediately made a gesture towards Sun Hao. Zhu Ji heard whether there was a new bid from the room next door after a long time. So he smiled and said to his younger brother Zhu He, no matter who is in the room next door, in this Beishan city, our Zhu family is still the most powerful. Zhu He gave a thumbs up and said, brother is right. And just when Yu Xinghuan knocked down the auction hammer in his hand twice and was about to hit it for the third time, Sun Hao's voice came out from Su Zhe's room again. 90 million. 90 million, which is about half of the amount he just obtained from the auction. But Su Zhe knew that it was worth it. Because time was tight just now, Hanbao only said a few words to Su Zhe. The first sentence is, this is not some monster crystal core. The second sentence is, but it is more precious than the crystal core of the space system beast. So needless to say, no matter how high the price is, Su Zhe will get it. If you can't get it, you have to ignore some laws at all costs. As soon as Zhu Ji finished pretending, he was immediately slapped in the face. He was very embarrassed. He wanted to continue bidding, but was persuaded by other Zhu family members around him. Young master, calm down. He increased it to 90 million in one breath. It is obvious that he is bound to win. We have a more important mission here this time. We can't spend money on a level 70 monster crystal core. Zhu Ji took 2 deep breaths and calmed down after hearing this. Although the space system crystal core is valuable, it cannot be converted into combat power. In the face of the coming disaster, it is better to improve one's combat power as much as possible. So he pretended to be generous and comforted himself. Forget it. Then I'll let him out. After Su Zhe made the quotation, Yu Xinghua counted down the seconds much faster this time, and then decisively rang the auction hammer 3 times and auctioned the crystal core to Su Zhe for 90 million. Fortunately, Su Zhe raised the price to 90 million in his last breath, showing his determination to win, and then the Zhu family stopped increasing the price. After the dust settled, Su Zhe also asked Hanbao, who was standing aside. Sister Hanbao, you just said this wasn't a monster crystal core, so what is it? Others, including Feng Qingyi, who had been eating fruit, also looked over. A level 70 space system crystal core is already very painful to buy at this price, but it turns out that this is not a crystal core. Then I heard Hanba say, I didn't expect to see it here. It is indeed not a monster crystal core, but a world seed, a world on a turtle shell. The world on a turtle shell? Everyone repeated in confusion. Just listen to Hanba explain. I just spent some time and found some information in the memory passed down in the blood. Do you know about a mythical beast called the turtle? Su Zhe asked in confusion. Motor? Isn't this a bastard? Hanbao rolled his eyes at him and said, the turtle is the ancestor of the tortoise monsters, a powerful divine beast of the Corona level, and it is also one of the best among the unified level divine beasts, because it has mastered one of the strongest attributes, space. It is said that the turtle carries a small world on its back, and it can therefore mobilize the power of the entire small world, which is very powerful. But the turtle died many years ago, and its small world is unknown to where it ended up. Even among the tortoise monsters, no space-based beast has ever been born again. But I didn't expect that the small world turned into a world seed after the death of the turtle and fell into the hands of low-level turtle monsters. It was eventually killed by humans and ended up here. Hamba couldn't help but shook his head and said, "This is fate. Master, your turtle has also awakened the space attribute. Give him this seed to use, which can make it become a space beast. If you cultivate it and improve its bloodline, maybe a new turtle can be born." Suze also became excited after hearing this. The Void Spirit Turtle was his first beast to control. While the gold-level monsters were still top-notch in the hands of other peers, Suze could no longer keep up with the team. But I didn't expect that it would now have the opportunity to evolve into a space beast. It could be said that it would reach the sky in one step. And in this episode, Suze's second pair of gold-level monster eggs were ushered in. This time, those idle beast masters did not want to miss the opportunity again. Their personal financial resources are indeed not as good as those of the family, but they can join forces. Anyway, each person only needs one gold-level monster egg. Finally, after a fierce competition, a pair of idle beast masters jointly auctioned it for 93 million. In an instant, he made up for the money Suze spent on the auction just now. Not long after that, when 3 monster eggs were pushed out together, those idle beast masters knew that they would never have another chance in the future, so they hurriedly followed suit and wanted the 3 of them to cooperate in filming. But those family forces finally exerted their strength. In the end, 3 monster eggs with a starting price of 90 million were bought by a certain family for 130 million. Suze upstairs smacked his lips, as if he had just realized that he was now a billionaire. It feels really good to have money. After that, there was an auction of a level 90 monster crystal core. Crystal cores of this level are very rare, because monsters that possess intelligence often choose to self-destruct the cores to prevent humans from getting them. Because of this, Suze's 10 gold-level monster eggs couldn't get the final auction spot, and he could only take out the platinum-level monster eggs. And this crystal core is also what Suze wants to auction this time. This is a crystal core with dark attributes, which can be used in the incubation machine of monsters. And at level 90, hatching dozens of platinum eggs, plus hundreds of gold eggs is no problem at all. As soon as Yu Xinghua finished speaking, someone in the VIP room on the second floor increased the price by 5 million. The Zhu family followed closely behind, and Suze was not far behind. No one else participated in the whole bidding process. Only a few people in the VIP room on the second floor bid against each other. Not long after, Suze pushed the price to 160 million. One after another, other rooms no longer heard the bidding sound, which does not necessarily mean that there is not enough money. But they all know each other that whoever takes the photo of this crystal core will basically have no hope of subsequent final auctions, and that is the top priority. However, in the end, Zhu Ji raised the price twice with ill intentions, allowing Suze to auction it off for 175 million, and he also took note of the grudge. For the small sample, raise my price, right? Wait for me when the final lot of the auction comes next. The next is the last lot of this auction, Yu Xinghua said loudly on the auction stage. As he raised his hand, he lifted up the red cloth on the tray, revealing the monster egg inside. Just when everyone was wondering why there was only one monster egg again, Yu Xinghua then said loudly, "The final auction item, a dark attribute platinum level Lord Monster Egg." Everyone immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Only those big families who had received the news a long time ago could see the old gods, but they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Oh my god, I didn't expect that an auction held in Beishan City could actually bring out so many good things. Yes, that's a platinum level monster egg, and it's also a Lord level 1. Some people were not clear about the difference, so they asked, what does Lord level mean? Is it any different from ordinary platinum level monster eggs? Someone immediately explained to him, you don't understand this. Lord level monsters are comparable to diamond level monsters of the same level. In other words, a Lord level platinum monster is a diamond level monster with an upper limit of 90. After hearing this, everyone became excited again, but soon calmed down, because they know that no matter how good the auction item is, it has nothing to do with them. There was only one monster egg, and they couldn't take it together with just a few people like before. We can only watch the big family forces bidding against each other. Who do you think will auction this monster egg? I think it's the Zhu family, which is the largest family in our Beishan city. But aren't the big families from the next few cities, the Qin family and the Song family, also here? Yes, don't forget that guy Wang Gui. Although he is not a beast master, he can make a lot of money. I'm optimistic about the people in the VIP room. After all, they can be super VIPs recognized by the vice president. Their status must be extraordinary. While everyone was talking about it, Yu Xinghua had already knocked the auction hammer and said, "The starting price is 300 million. In fact, the price is not expensive at all. Lord-level monster eggs are even as rare as diamond eggs. They are expensive but not marketable. If it were a diamond-level monster egg, even if it cost tens of billions, the big families in the imperial capital would be willing to buy it. It's just that Lord-level monster eggs are not diamond eggs after all, and the starting price of 300 million is reasonable." As soon as the starting price was announced, Zhu Ji immediately followed up and raised the price by 30 million. But within a moment, it was lifted to 350 million by people in another VIP room. At this time, a familiar voice that surprised Suze came from another private room next door. "Stingy, you beast master family are so stingy. Even if I am not a beast master, I can't stand it anymore. For 100 million. This familiar voice who raised the price by 50 million and claimed not to be a beast master was none other than Wang Zi's father, Wang Gui. The more Suze thought about it, the more likely it became. Wang Zi will soon be upgraded to have a third beast taming quota, so Suze will leave a platinum-level monster egg to him when they part ways. As a father, Wang Gui should also know this clearly, but he didn't know that Suze had helped Wang Zi solve the problem of contracted monsters. And just as he was thinking about it for a moment, the auction price had already been raised to 470 million. Wang Gui once again took advantage of the situation and increased the amount to 500 million, looking like he was bound to win. Now Suze couldn't sit still anymore. If the last monster egg was auctioned off by Wang Gui, it would be great fun. So Suze winked at Sun Hao and asked him to call out the price. When Sun Hao put the microphone into Suze's hand, he said with a satisfied smile, "Captain, it's really fun to bid. Do you want to enjoy it too?" Suze rolled his eyes and said nothing. He just wanted Wang Gui to recognize his voice. The moment he heard Suze's voice, Wang Gui was stunned for a moment, and then he did not continue to increase the price. Zhu Ji and Zhu He were also stunned for a moment, feeling that the voice seemed familiar, but they did not think of it. After all, Suze only had a relationship with them once, and he beat them both violently. It is normal for the memory to escape somewhat. However, Wang Gui's withdrawal from the bidding still made them overjoyed. For this auction, the Zhu family sold a lot of property. In their eyes, the other beast master families are not a problem, and the most difficult one is Wang Gui, an ordinary person. While Zhu Ji and several other families were bidding against each other, there was a knock on Suze's door. Tao Lin, who was standing behind the door, asked for Suze's permission and opened the door. Outside the door was Wang Gui. "Good boy, you are indeed here. Why do you want me to give up the bidding?" The moment he heard Suze bidding with him, Wang Gui guessed that Suze wanted him to give up the auction, so he came over. Suze smiled and said, "Uncle Wang is not a beast master, so what do you want with this egg?" "Of course it's for my little fat guy. He will be able to contract a third beast soon. Although I don't understand what a lord-level monster is, I know that the good ones are expensive. This monster egg dares to be auctioned for such a high price. The quality must be good." After Suze asked Wang Gui to sit down, he continued, "Uncle Wang, don't worry about Wang Zi. I have already prepared the beast control for him." Wang Gui immediately shook his head and said, "I heard from Xiaozi that you gave him the 2 monsters he is now, and now he has given you a third one. This is already a huge favor and cannot be asked for any more." At this time, the monster egg had been auctioned for 700 million. The other families were already somewhat unable to cope with it, but Zhu Ji still raised the price fiercely. Wang Gui seemed to have thought of how to report Suze's kindness, and said with a smile, "Suze, go ahead and bid with him." "Me?" Suze pointed at himself. Not to mention whether he was deliberately raising prices by auctioning his own things. The total he earned before was less than 700 million. Upon seeing this, Wang Gui smiled and added, I was determined to get this egg before, so I investigated the assets of the main competitors. Among them, the Zhu family is the most courageous. They sold off many properties and raised about 1.2 billion in funds, eliminating some expenses and ensuring family security. As long as the amount does not exceed 1 billion, they should be able to accept it. So don't worry if the price increases, you won't get it in your hands. As a business tycoon in Beishan City, he not only knows the exact liquid assets of the Zhu family, but also roughly knows the prices at which they have sold them these days. That's why we can know the highest price the Zhu family can afford to deal with it. And now, since this egg was auctioned by Su Zhe, it is natural to maximize the profits. Just when Zhu Ji went through several more rounds of bidding, his voice became less and less loud, and he felt that he was about to win it at a price of 850 million. Sun Hao's quote of 860 million came from the SVIP room nearby. Damn it, didn't this guy give up bidding a long time ago? Why is he here again? 900 million. Zhu Ji wanted to raise the price to scare Su Zhe away, but he didn't know that Su Zhe already knew his details and didn't panic at all. So he continued to add 10 million lightly. 91 million. Although they have prepared a total of about 1.2 billion this time. This is to prepare for any unexpected events. Otherwise, it is natural to save what you can. After all, after the platinum eggs are auctioned back, whether it is hatched or cultivated, it will be a lot of money. Wang Gui's guess was not wrong at all. 1 billion was their final bottom line. But Su Zhe continued to add 10 million to his base. 93 million. Zhu Ji couldn't help but rang the microphone. But this time it was not a bid, but a question. Can the guest in the SVIP room really pay so much money if he doesn't know his identity? President, you won't find someone to drive up the price, right? Yu Xinghua was not angry after hearing this, and said with a smile, there is no need to worry about the identity of this distinguished guest. I can guarantee that he can definitely afford the price. Hearing what Yu Xinghua said, Zhu Ji had no choice but to bite the bullet and increase the price. 940 million. At this time, Wang Gui reminded from the side, if we continue to add 10 million to 10 million, it is likely that the other party's psychological price will change, and it will be bad to give up early. I propose that the next price be directly increased to 970 million. When Sun Hao heard this, he didn't call out the price immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Zhe, who nodded to him. Then, under Wang Gui's guidance, he loudly quoted, 970 million. This offer made everyone take a breath of air conditioning, but it made the Zhu family breathe a sigh of relief. They analyzed. In addition to the normal price increase of 10 million each time, people in the SVIP room like to increase the price significantly to numbers related to 5. But now I have changed my habit and raised the price to a strange price of 970 million. Zhu Ji also perked up after hearing this. 1 billion was the highest price they could accept. So he stood up decisively and pressed the button and shouted, 1 billion. After hearing his quotation, Su Zhe and Wang Gui next to him looked at each other, smiled, and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Gui seemed very plain in comparison. First time in a billion. For the second time in a billion. With the knocking of the auction hammer, the auction finally ended successfully. While Zhu Ji sat down, he also said with some pride, I just say that in this Beishan City, we still have to look at our Zhu family. We just didn't bother to bid with him for the previous space system crystal core. Following Yu Shenghua's polite remarks on the stage, everyone began to leave. Zhu Ji, who walked out of the VIP room, did not leave immediately. He wanted to see who was in the VIP room and maybe show off. Then he saw 2 men in military uniforms with solemn faces walking out first and standing on both sides of the door. Then 2 more beautiful women came out. Zhu Ji's eyes widened, and he was ready to talk to them as soon as his expression changed. But then 2 more people came out. Wang Gui, why is this old guy in the SVIP room? Wait, why does the guy next to him look so familiar? Zhu Jiming recalled it. Wasn't this the same Su Zhe who had defeated him and snatched away his place in the competition? He had shined in the beast control competition and was then captured by Fuso. When he learned that Su Zhe was captured by Fusong's secret guards, he was actually secretly happy. It was because of Su Zhe that he was left behind and failed to participate in the beast control competition. He could only watch others steal the show and get rewards. He still remembered that Jiang Jianbin, the fourth seed of Qinglong Beast Control University, who was only a sliver better than him, came back, and the tempering beads and monster crystal cores in his hands were like jelly beans, one at a time, and his cultivation speed increased rapidly. He even contracted a new platinum-level monster. Originally, he could still survive dozens or hundreds of moves under Jiang Jianbin, but now he fell to the ground with just one move. If he had gone to participate in the beast control competition, it might have turned out like this. The more he thought about this, the more excited he became about Suze being taken away. Unexpectedly, Suze would appear in front of him again. After all, the news of Suze's return only spread to a certain extent among his acquaintances and the Daxiao spirit guards. Zhuji did not choose to join Daxiao Lingwei after graduation, but inherited the family business, so naturally he would not know about it. Zhuji instantly felt that he had been defeated again. He was not as good as the Suze in front of him at all. No, I haven't lost everything yet. The advantage is mine. It's his words in the SVIP room, which means he was the one who didn't bid for me just now. Zhuji regained a little confidence. It happened that Suze also saw him at this time. Facing his biggest financial sponsor, Suze waved his hand very friendly. Upon seeing this, Zhuji responded slightly stiffly. Thank you so much, Suze said happily when he came to the Zhu family. Thank you? Thank you for what? Zhuji asked doubtfully. Suze immediately said excitedly. Of course I want to thank you for your support. I was the one who auctioned the last platinum-level monster egg. I didn't expect it to be able to fetch such a high price. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I still have to go to President Yu to settle the bill. I've made a lot of money. Suze left quite excitedly. Zhuji, on the other hand, froze in place, feeling the sweet smell of blood welling up in his throat, as if there was a mouthful of old blood stuck there. Zhuji fainted from anger, but fortunately he caught him in time. Suze, who had not gone far, naturally knew everything that happened behind him. Not long after Suze left, the deacon who had guided him before immediately came over. He said very attentively, Captain Suze is looking for our President Yu, right? Please sit down for a while. He will be here soon. Suze nodded and said nothing more. Not long after, I saw Yu Shenghua walking over with a box in his hand and a smile on his face. As soon as they met, he said with a smile, Brother Suze made a lot of money today. In the end, he even forced out all the old people of the Zhu family. Then he looked at Wang Gui next to Suze and said, I think this is the guidance Mr. Wang gave you, right? Suze did not deny it, but Wang Gui next to him stepped forward and said with a smile, President Yu, look at what you said. Am I not helping you make money? As long as the auction items are successfully traded at the auction, you can take a 10% commission. Suze has helped you make a lot of money this time. Hearing Wang Gui mention this, Yu Xinghua smiled even more happily. He walked up to Suze and opened the wooden box in his hand, which contained the level 90 monster crystal core that Suze had auctioned and the world seed that others considered to be the space system core. In addition, Yu Xinghua also took out a black card from his body and handed it to Suze. He also said, 10 gold-level monster eggs and 1 platinum-level lord egg were auctioned for a total of 1.435 billion. After deducting the commission, the total amount is 1.36 billion. When Suze heard this, he said doubtfully, President Yu, isn't the commission for the auction 10%? Why do you feel like you got so much less? Yu Xinghua smiled and said, What? Aren't you happy to make less money from you? Don't forget it. I made the decision and gave you a discount. I only charged a 5% handling fee. Yu Xinghua smiled and said, Boss Wang is joking. This is just a small amount of money in front of you. What is there to envy? Then he continued, after excluding the 90 million spent on the auction of this space monster crystal core and the 175 million spent on the level 90 crystal core, there are still 1,095 million left, all of which are in this card. Then Yu Xinghua handed the black card and wooden box into Suze's hands. This light casus felt heavy in his hand. This was the first time he had so many assets. If all this was converted into cash, how high would it be piled? Suze began to think freely in his heart. Wang Gui on the side seemed to see through Suze's thoughts and said with a smile, Don't think about it, kid. Although this money is a lot, it will be used very quickly if it is really used. But leave it to me to invest, and I will double it for you by the end of the year. Suze was really moved, but he didn't immediately nod in agreement, because he couldn't use the money at will, and it had a use. So Suze replied, I'm sorry, Uncle Wang. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I need it urgently now. So this money may have to be spent a lot, and I can't give it all to you. Wang Gui nodded and said, I guess that something was wrong with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put out so many monster eggs for auction. Actually, you can come to me for help if you need anything. I can also help my little fat guy return the favor. Suze smiled and said, No need. Uncle, I can handle my own affairs myself, so I won't bother you. Although Wang Gui has a net worth of tens of billions, his net worth is different from the liquid funds at his disposal. So since Suze could solve it by himself, he didn't want to trouble the other party. After Suze said goodbye to Yu Shenghua, he and Wang Gui left the Beast Masters Association. I happened to see Zhu Ji being carried out at the door. He didn't know what he had gone through, and he looked mentally unstable. When they were saying goodbye for the last time, Suze remembered and said, By the way, Uncle Wang, Wang Zi should be back in the next 2 days. Will you let him come and see you then? Judging from the news Suze got from Xiao Sheng, in addition to the original 13 teams, the first batch of members of his special operations team will be selected from all over the next few days. Among them was Wang Zi, who followed Luo Xingyu and joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Suze did not deny this, and Wang Gui also said with confidence, This kid wrote to me not long ago and said that he had joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard. It made me anxious to death. How could a little fat guy who has never suffered hardship since he was a child become a soldier? And it happens to be unsafe right now, and the Daxiao Spirit Guard is also very dangerous, so I came here to auction a platinum egg to him. Since you, Ozawa, are my little fat boss, I'm relieved. Suze also responded with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. As long as I'm here, Wang Zi will be fine. After that, Wang Gui returned to the company, and Suze returned to his base. As soon as he entered the incubation room outside the transformation training room, Suze saw Chun Xin standing in front of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, writing and drawing with a pen and paper in his hand. After returning home to rest, she happened to come to the stronghold to see how the hatching of the Shadow Moon Wolf King was going. She was also very interested in the hatching ability of male monsters, and those who had no innate ability to hatch, and even set up another subject for this purpose. Seeing this, Suze stepped forward and said, Teacher, I have almost prepared the funds here. When will the incubator be delivered? Oh, Chen Xin raised her head and then walked over unsteadily. Judging from the magnitude, Suze seriously suspected that she had washed all her clothes again. All gathered so quickly, Suze nodded and said, That's right. There happened to be an auction held by the Beast Masters Association, so I took all of it to the auction. However, I also bought some things myself. There are still about 1.1 billion left. Is it enough? Chen Xin looked at the card Suze took out and was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, That's enough. That's enough. Because this batch of monster eggs are mainly of dark attributes, I only ordered 2. One is specially designed to hatch monster eggs with dark attributes, and the other is to replace the monster eggs with different attributes to hatch monster eggs with other attributes. I contacted some acquaintances, and after discounts, it only costs 150 million. The normal price of a gold-level monster egg is around 20 million, so Chen Xin said that he would prepare 10 gold-level monster eggs for sale. However, what Suze brought out were mainly dark attribute monster eggs, and the price itself was on the high side. Other non-dark attribute monster eggs were also bundled with the dark attribute monster eggs. The starting price of each piece was 30 million, and with Yu Shenghua's tricks, the auction price was over 400 million, far exceeding Chun Xin's budget. What's more, Suze also added a platinum-level monster egg. However, the extra money can also be exchanged for monster crystal cores, and the Ligong incubator can quickly hatch monster eggs. Just when Suze was thinking this, there was sudden movement from the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Feng Qingyi, who was crowding around to watch the excitement, shouted, Is he giving birth? Is he really giving birth? While Suze and Chen Xin were communicating, Feng Qingyi and Hanba also curiously gathered around the Shadow Moon Wolf King to see his joke. Hanba also said in amazement, Even if I look through the bloodline memories that have been passed down for who knows how many years, As a male monster that hatches eggs, you are unique and amazing. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Moon Wolf King buried his head in his stomach and stayed with the monster eggs he had hatched, escaping from the ridicule of the two divine beasts. What can I do? I can't beat him again and again. Obviously, there are two female monsters here, but the master wants to let him, the male monster, hatch the eggs. Woo-woo. Just as the Shadow Moon Wolf King was crying in his heart, he suddenly felt a monster egg that his nose touched shake. Huh? What's going on? It raised its head and glanced doubtfully. Then he discovered that 2 of the dozen monster eggs he had hatched were shaking gently, and some cracks had appeared on the eggshells. Just when the Shadow Moon Wolf King noticed this, Feng Qingyi, who had been pointing beside it, also saw this scene. He immediately pointed at the 2 eggs with wide eyes and said in disbelief, "Did he give birth? Did he really give birth?" This sentence immediately attracted the attention of others, including Su Zhe and Chenxian. Su Zidu came closer and looked at the increasing number of cracks on the egg and said, "Really? It's so fast." Chenxian also took out his notebook and pen, and while recording, he said, "The monster eggs I selected for the Shadow Moon Wolf King to hatch were all of the type that took a short time and were easy to hatch, but the Su Zhe that hatched really exceeded my expectations." Could it be said that male monsters can hatch eggs faster than female monsters? After Chenxian put forward this hypothesis, she immediately recorded it and thought about asking Su Zedong to try it with the Shadow Moon Wolf King later. Shadow Moon Wolf King gave Su Zhe a blank look without any expression. Right now, his mood is very complicated. On the one hand, he is a majestic male wolf. It is embarrassing enough to hatch eggs here, but he actually hatched them? But on the other hand, he really felt some indescribable satisfaction in his heart. At this time, those members of Team 13 who had the quota to control beasts but had not yet found a suitable monster, after asking for Su Zhe's permission, all rushed to get in front of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, hoping that the 2 little monsters would be the first to see them when they broke out of their shells. In this way, by taking advantage of their nestling complex, the probability of a successful contract will be greatly increased. At the same time, they did not forget to please the Shadow Moon Wolf King, the great hero this time, and fed him all the food in their hands. These guys give the impression that they are as excited as the father who is anxiously waiting for the mother to be born outside the delivery room. But this father seems to be more. Su Zhe couldn't help complaining after watching this scene. The struggle between the 2 little monsters in the eggshells continued for several more hours. Just when Su Zhe was about to become impatient, one of the eggshells finally broke open first, and a black crow monster emerged from it. Everyone immediately gathered around, hoping that the first thing the monster would see when it opened its eyes was themselves. But Su Zhe felt that in this situation, the fledgling complex might not appear, and he would definitely be frightened. As expected, no one successfully contracted with this monster. Only the Shadow Moon Wolf King reflexively helped it lick the feathers that had just broken out of the shell and were still covered in sticky liquid. The little crow immediately relied on the Shadow Moon Wolf King and hugged its big nose. This scene also attracted the attention of the team members. They looked at each other and seemed to make up their minds. They all had the same thought in their minds. When the next monster hatches, I will be the first to rush up and lick its fur. I still don't believe it. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long, and the second monster egg was quickly and completely broken open. But this time what emerged from it was not a soft-feathered bird monster, but a black hedgehog with sharp spikes. The little hedgehog, who had just opened his eyes at this time, was about to become dependent on the person in front of him, when he suddenly saw him opening his big mouth and biting the top of his head. He was suddenly frightened, and the spikes all over his body stood up, trying to pierce the heart of the person in front of him. Fortunately, Su Zhe came over from the side at this time, pulled the man back, and said, "It's not necessary. If you want to contract a monster, I can actually help. High-level monsters have a strong oppressive effect on low-level monsters, let alone divine beasts. The mythical beasts can completely control these newly hatched monsters. They can make contracts with whomever they want, and there is no need to resort to the nestling complex at all." So Su Zhe called Sun Hao and Tao Lin over, and they each selected one person. Later, with the help of Han Bao's order, the contract was successfully signed. As for the others, Su Zhe also comforted. "Don't be discouraged. This is just the beginning. When the monster incubator is in place, we will have more monsters, and everyone will have a chance. Everyone who was still a little disappointed just now became energetic in an instant, waiting for when the incubator would be delivered. And in the belly of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, several more monster eggs were moving.